everyone to attend this first session on polarimetric Polinsar campaigns. I'm very pleased to co-chair this session with Marc Simard. I'm Jean-François Nouvel from ONERA, Aerospace Research Center in France. So the first speaker is Irena from DLR and the Federal Institute for Environmental Engineering in Zurich, Switzerland. And the talk is about agri-rosal experiment on Germany. Yeah.
Okay, thanks a lot for this introduction. Yeah, I have a lot of slides. I hope I will be not too late. I'm already making a warning here. Yes, my name is Irena Heinzig. I was leading the agri-rosal campaign, but I'm presenting actually two campaigns here in cooperation, which is also the KARMA campaign. The KARMA is more based on ground measurements, so this has been a separate contract from ESA, so both are ESA contracts, and agri-rosal is more the EFSAR radar campaign. And you see already quite a lot of names and institutions, so the agri-rosal has been mainly conducted by the Microwave and Radar Institute, and the KARMA project has been done by the Ludwig Maximilian University. And we had, in addition, also flights from optical sensors, and this has been done by the Institute of Method of Remote Sensing. In addition, also another partner has been, by the chance, they were flying also, which is Czech Globe, so I'm also very happy. They have also a hyperspectral sensor. And the Geoforschungszentrum Potsdam was collecting soil parameters, really soil parameters, not only any kind of vegetation parameter, but mainly about the soil. And yeah, everything has been led by Julia and Marco. You see already, which is nice, so Julia is in principle my main contact, and Marco is for the KARMA project, which is also combined with the hyperspectral imaging. So let us just go again through the main motivation. So why we're doing this agricultural campaign here. The motivation is to simulate ROSE-L and Sentinel-NG data, observe crop cycles, mainly every 6 days, because ROSE-L will fly in a 6-day orbit time, and also to collect data sometimes for selected times every 3 days, because we will have C-band, so Sentinel opportunities plus ROSE-L opportunities, and this is something that we would like to simulate. And then clearly we would like to see what is the temporal decorrelation, observe the structure change over the diversity of crops, and for sure also collect ground measurements. The test site is located very close to DLR in southern Germany. It's called Puch. You see the mark where the test site is, and if I zoom in now in this Puch test site, then you see this is an overlay of the Google Earth image of a radar L-band image in a Pauli RGB. This is taking somewhere in the middle of the crop season. We were acquiring data from April until end of July with the radar system. These are the crops in principle, or the test sites that has been investigated, and you see we are covering quite a lot of different crop types, from rapeseed, oat, wheat, rye, alfalfa, corn, wheat, potatoes, and so on. So there's quite a lot. We were a little bit splitting it into two parts. So the one is called the test site field Puch, because these are the test sites which has been collected, or the ground measurements have been mainly collected by the KARMA project, which is the Ludwig Maximilian University. And 3 fields we thought it would be great to have in this range of the whole scene also something which is more let me say, far located, and we were collecting this with DLR, so DLR was taking some ground measurements over the test field Eitelsried that you see here. However, these ground measurements on Eitelsried are very limited, because we only took, in principle, the height of the vegetation in the growing season, and we took soil moisture measurements. So these are the variables that has been estimated, or let me say collected from the KARMA project, so from the LMU. You see we have a lot of, in terms of optical campaign parameters, which are mainly the vegetation parameters, ranging from leaf area index to above ground dry biomass. And you see what is also very specific here, it's not one total only above ground dry biomass value, but it's really separated into leaf, stem, and fruit, which is very important, because what we like to see with later on, also with tomography, we would like to see the vertical separation. So therefore, we collected already also ground measurements which are can represent what we see later on also in tomography. So that's very important. Phenology is also very important. Canopy, water content, and then more specifically for hyperspectral, very important, this canopy nitrogen content, carbon content is important, and fractional cover. And also the soil organic carbon content, this is what I said, we had also really ground measurements from the soil itself, which is great. For the radar, it was mainly important to have this leaf area index, above ground dry biomass, some parameters that we saw already before, but here in addition we had soil moisture, top layer, but also taking, let me say, from a data logger, which were stable stations, but also going around and measuring soil moisture values in the depths of around 10 centimeters. We had also surface roughness. Surface roughness has been taken once, only in the beginning of the campaign over these agricultural fields with a drone and the LiDAR system. This is something that we have done too. And yes, in principle, any kind of observation of external wetting. And also here, we had, as said, also a LiDAR DSM in dams. Let us go a little bit to the sampling strategy. The sampling strategy you see here for the fields of LMU, they had certain points. So the points which are here in pink, these are in principle the measurement point that has been every time taken when we had the radar flight. So every 6 days or sometimes every 3 days on this narrow grid over these different fields. And then we had also the vegetation samples that has been taken in addition and on different places, not to disturb and not to go on the same place where you have taken in principle the soil moisture measurements, not to have a kind of disturbance here. This has been done really carefully with sampling protocols. All the sampling parameters that you have seen here, what we have done beforehand, we have collected all the data and the parameters. We had a PI meeting, an online meeting, where we invited around 30 different PIs from different institutions, and we were collecting their inputs. And this is, in principle, the outcome of this sampling protocol, what we should collect, what we should take care about. And you see here, yeah, that's one of the protocols they were filling out for each time of the campaign. Okay, yeah, that's a little bit the instrument, the measurements instrument that we had for soil moisture, for example, but also collecting soil samples, not soil samples, but vegetation samples. You see here in this 1 by 1 meter square, where everything has been then harvested always every time. So in this 1 by 1 meter has been shifted around this original area. Yeah. Okay, so as said, we had also drones. So drones also operated by the LMU. And they were having a LiDAR drone, and with this LiDAR drone, we were having, as said, very in the beginning, roughness measurements, in principle, a very, very high, accurate, precise digital elevation model, and out of this digital elevation model, we can derive surface roughness. And this, you see the lab and how they have separated stem, leaf, and fruits. I think they had around 1,800 soil samples, so soil moistures, vegetation samples, and I think around 3,800 soil moisture samples. So it's quite a lot over this time period. What you see here are now the collection of the data with the FSOR system in terms of time plan, so every 6 days and sometimes 3 days. So this is what you see in between. And then we had also on one day, and this is why you see sometimes by 3, here we had once, for example, of the 28th of April, 3 flights within one day, which means morning, lunchtime, and evening. So in order to see what is the change in terms of during the day, and this we had twice, you see, and once we liked also to have a third time, but we had a very, very strong rain approaching, and in July, which was heavy rain in the afternoon, and we skipped the afternoon then. We had only morning and lunchtime. Yeah, probably just to say, so we were acquiring a lot of data. It's clearly we were acquiring Polinsar data. This is in principle just a view how the aircraft is flying in order to acquire the tomographic data stacks. And you see it's quite boring for the pilots because they need to do circles by circles. So they're very trained actually, and therefore you see quite good lines. So the main important line actually is this one, because we were looking here towards north which means this is the main line where we acquire data, and then they had a little bit of time free to go around, you see, therefore they were not so concentrated here, and then they aligned again very, very accurately in order to do the different baselines. What is not shown here, what we have also done, and I have also no slides further on here on it because the data is still processing, we had also in another direction, so we were flying also on this direction here, so perpendicular, so once perpendicular looking from this side, but then also really 90 degrees shifted. So this is also in order to get different incidence angles over the same fields. Okay, let us go a little bit to the Tomosar baselines. We had around 13 baseline ranging from -50 to 130, and you see this has been done for L-band and C-band. C-band limited because then we would be in the critical domain. And in principle, most important to know is what is the vertical resolution and the tomogram later on for mid and far range. For L-band, it's around 1 meter to 6 meter around. And for C-band, it's a little bit higher. We have here 45 centimeter to 2 meter. As said, we had also hyperspectral collection from the aircraft. This is what you see here. They had only 4 flights, so not so many as we had. These were their sampling strategy. This is our main test site that you see here. And this is just a fast, quick look. They have very, very high resolution data with 426 different hyperspectral bands. And again, as said, Czech Globe was also flying, but twice, only also on 19th of July and 3rd of October. And in between, we had these UAV instrument, which were also flying still with a hyperspectral imaging in order. And this has been done together with NMAP. Unfortunately, NMAP, we didn't have so many let me say, corresponding flights with NMAP with the satellite because, it was quite cloudy during this time. Here you see Eitelsried, one of the test sites in the beginning in April. Most of the fields are bar. It's huge areas, not so much topography. That's important just to see how it works. We had just small undulations, and this is now in July where we have quite strong vegetation already, and the wheat is already drying out. Just to say that the data look good, we had done already first processing of the radar data. This is now just a selection of some of the data in L-band over time from April to July in RGB. And you see already in the beginning we have much more darker fields, and then they're popping up to be much more colorful, which means we have more vegetation on top. This is for L-band, and that's for C-band, quite similar observations. We have also already checked a little bit the coherences. What you see here now are the 6-day coherences and the 3-day coherences, 6-day, 3-day, and even 8-day. So they are looking good. So we haven't done now the whole time series, and you would see a stronger decorrelation that's really adjacent pairs. And what is also expected for C-band, the interferometric coherences are much lower, right? This is what we see also here with 8 days, even 3 days on a high vegetated period. You have quite strong things. If you zoom in, you can even look a little bit more to polarimetry. Some of these images has been shown yesterday on this agriculture part, so therefore I just skip them. This is L-band and C-band that you see here. What I like to show you also probably just first kind of tomogram. So what you see, I have a small video where I have here a transect, and then you see in principle here how it looks like in terms of going forward. So you see it here now done with a Capone very, very fast. And first, let me say, shot on it, we have now LHV and LHH. And you see when you have forest, it's very, very strong, undulating. But you see over the agricultural field also you have in principle a kind of margin where you could estimate some fields. So the scale is just a little bit high now because it's clearly that our agriculture field are not higher than 2 meters to 3 meters. And the same can be also seen actually also with the C-band, looks also good. So this just to show you that these data can be used and for you, right? And you can do any kind of investigations on it just to check the quality of the data. My last slide is, my last observation, we have also had a WBSCAT, which is a ground-based system. You see it here on top. This is a system which is collecting data over one specific field because we have only one. And this is very good as a reference to see actually how the variation is during the days. We started here a little bit later, only I think in June, and then we acquired data until September. Here, just to see that we have a variation of these are sigma zeros in C and L band. Okay, my last slide is next steps, what we still need to do. We have processed now all the L and C band data. We are still on the way to process or simulate Sentinel and G and Rose L data so that you can really compare with satellite data. So that's just reducing, or I mean changing SNR and also very strongly the spatial resolution. And then we still need to do some data analysis, 3 and 6 day temporal decorrelation, first order soil moisture estimation. We started with this. Also doing a trade-off between what can we do with dual or full pole acquisition in terms of soil moisture estimation and some kind of analysis in terms of backscatter. And what is very new and probably also interesting for most of the people which are doing IE, we were now processing data, or will process data, every data set so that it's really IE ready and you can use it and ingest it directly into machine learning or deep learning algorithms. And this we will do not only for the Agrizar data, but also for the Karma data, which are the ground measurements. So that's very nicely. Okay, I think that's all. Thanks, and sorry that I'm too late. So that's a little bit the team these are the young students which are in the Karma project after a whole day outside, and there's a DLR team on these 3 fields which we're also collecting data. Thank you very much.
Right, time for questions. Yes, there.
Hello. Yeah, thanks. Thanks for this very interesting presentation. I have actually 2 questions. The first one is, you have some sample fields where you did the sampling, and you have a lot of different crops. Is this representative for the whole area? So is this statistically similar? This is the first question. And the second question is, have the optical and radar imaging been done on the same date or time also? Thanks.
Yeah, thanks for this question. Yes, I have even a more complex table, but I thought I avoided because we have all the measurements on the same time scale because it's difficult to see it, so you would need to zoom in. Yes, we have done first most of the acquisition at the same day, so that's most important to have a comparison. As said, all the ground measurements has been done always on the same day, so that's important specifically for soil moisture. Sometimes when we had 3 days, we were not collecting then every 3 days when it was clear that not for soil moisture, yes, but for the vegetation parameter sometimes makes no sense because nothing changed. Yeah, this has been done. And then the fields, yeah, all of them are really representative. This is actually the area where you have this diversity of these fields. And what was also interesting here, I was not pointing it out, some of the fields are also ecological maintained, which are different from the one which are non-ecological maintained. Also, this is quite interesting to see what is the difference, actually. Okay.
Move to the next talk.
So the second talk is about the Capri campaign, and it is from Isra Massens from the Federal Institute for Environmental Research, Zurich, Switzerland.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for the introduction. Yes, so I'm Esther, PhD student from Professor Elena Hansek at ETH Zurich. And yeah, I will explain about tomography investigations with our ground-based radar. So it's a bit different from what you have been seeing until now with satellites and airborne campaigns. So first, just a very brief introduction about what is radar tomography that you have been already listening these days. So basically, it is a remote sensing technique that is exploiting multi-baseline acquisitions in order to reconstruct the 3D ground reflectivity profile. And well, why is this very interesting for cryospheric investigations? Basically because we are looking for knowing like which is this snow layering without disturbing it. So obviously this is very convenient. And I put here a question mark because it's not so straightforward, but the idea is also that through this, the properties of the microwave signal, we can also infer like properties of the snow, such as density, crystal structure, grain size. So how do we achieve this? Like we have this stack of SAR images that they are interpreted as the frequency domain of this high reflectivity profile. And then there is, that you have seen it before, so there is this connection through a Fourier transform. And basically one of the parameters that is key is this kappa zeta, which regulates basically the ambiguity height and the resolution of our tomogram. And this will depend on the geometry. So basically the baselines that we are using, the wavelength of the signal, the distance that we have to the target, the look angle, and so on. So now moving to our experiment with Capri. So I give you an introduction of Capri. Capri stands, first of all, for Ku-band Advanced Polarimetric Radar Interferometer, and it's based on the Gamma Remote Sensing GPRI, so maybe some of you already have heard of it. Its frequency is quite high, so 17.2 gigahertz. It's a frequency modulated continuous radar. It has full polarimetric capabilities in our case, and it's real aperture, which again, this is a bit different from what you have been seeing until now. So we work with these two different units, G21 and G22, and I will explain a bit further, but we achieve this tomographic array by alternating them between primary and secondary, or master and slave. And just to have in mind that for only one polarization, you already get two SLCs that are monostatic in one acquisition, and then two SLCs that are bistatic. And so basically combining this is how I get the tomographic array, which I will explain further now. So on the left, there's a description of this ideal scenario for tomography, which in theory, it's convenient that you have like a master acquisition, and then the slaves are basically even distributed along this line, across the line of sight, basically. And one assumes that this look angle, it's more or less, you could say, constant across the scene, or does not have like super extreme variations. In our case, which I call the real scenario with Capri, so first of all, we have these two Capri devices, which I presented here on these two vertical lines, and meaning that the phase centers will be distributed along these two lines, and also, let's say, in an in-between distance. So that's already something to take into account. Then this phase centers distribution is actually not even. It's quite, let's say, like the differences vary quite a lot due to how it's the structure designed, where to put the antennas. And there's also quite challenging geometry, because we are, as different like from satellites, we're relatively close to the scene, you could say. So the near and far range look angles vary quite a lot. And then just on top of that, the Capri units are rotating, at least for transmission. So all of this makes it, let's say, quite challenging and needing some, let's say, pre-processing that's a bit special for our case. So this is still with the Capri configuration. So on the left, there's the side view for you to imagine like how we are placing this two like radars, or these two instruments. And they have a vertical separation. And this vertical separation is decided according to the correlation, basically. So in theory, we are below that, and obviously also regulated by the geometry of the scene. And then on the other hand, we also have a lateral separation that you could see here on the top view. And what I have distinguished here is between a valid scene and the correlated scene, because basically this lateral distance, what it creates is lateral decorrelation. In fact, because of the real aperture of the radar, this is around half of the antenna length, which is not a lot. And here I just put the formulas, but that justifies this distance. But basically the main takeaway is that we are constrained in the 3 dimensions of space, and actually the one that's more restrictive is the horizontal direction. So how do we do the acquisition? Yeah, thank you. So as you can see in the video, there is the Capri, how we would do the scan with the antenna rotation. And then the thing is that our tomographic array, it's achieved with 8 SLCs, but we cannot acquire these 8 SLCs simultaneously because the Capri units need to alternate, and it's what we call this multiple input but single output system. So it's like, I was just putting here, like, it's a miso system, just like the miso soup that you probably know. And as you see below, the example, starting with the G21 transmitting, the same device would do the transmission and the reception, while the other one is just acting as the passive receiver, just receiving. And then in the next time step, it would be the other way around. So it would be the G22 would be doing the transmission and reception, and then the G21 only the reception. So basically there is this gap of 3 minutes between 4 SLCs and then the other 4 SLCs that we use for the full tomographic array. And for this application in particular, we assume that this delta T is negligible and that these 8 SLCs have been acquired on the same time step, basically. Okay, so moving to the campaigns. The first one, that was the Tomo Capri, was in February last year in Jungfraujoch in the Aletsch Glacier. And just to mention that, well, the first day was actually quite some testing, and then we had 2 days of actual data retrieval. And the idea was to target the snowpack that is on top of the glacier ice. And the thing is, the results were quite challenging to interpret, especially due to complex geometry because of the topography and even potential atmospheric effects. So yeah, the processing from this campaign was not, let's say, as straightforward as one once envisioned. So this was, let's say, well, making us just going to a more controlled environment, which was in the ETH campus in Hongerberg, in which we did a small campaign in a meadow forested area. And there, actually, it was quite successful. So the target, as I said, was short grass and some tree zones. And this actually was useful for validating our tomographic pipeline. So now, I will show the results and then comment also on the results from the Jungfraujoch campaign. So here I'm showing, yes, the ETH campus results. And for you to understand, so in the middle it's like a matrix, basically, and taking as reference one of the SLCs, so the one that, like the plot that you see that's completely like zeros or blue, it would be an interferogram with itself. And so that with the same SLC, so obviously it just cancels everything out, and the rest are interferograms with all the combinations of these 8 SLC tomographic array. And well, the main takeaway is that you can see that, okay, in the bistatic interferograms, we only see fringes in a very small area. This area corresponds to the validity area that I was talking about before. So because we have a lot of lateral decorrelation and we can just exploit the signal basically in this very small section of our interferograms. So at least this is according to what we were expecting. Yes, and here are the tomograms. So first of all, the point spread function, which you can see that has like very strong side lobes already, and a very strong ambiguity height across the scene as function of the range, and also very quickly we lose resolution. And on the middle, I'm showing the reconstructed tomogram, which this is after topographic removal and doing quite some also visual inspection if the topography removal was properly done. And well, we see that it's according to the theory, so it's like that's also good news. And something that I want to highlight is that in this azimuth line that it's pointed there on the right, we can see that it corresponds where we go through trees, that in the tomogram we have like this wobbly effect. So basically we are also able to see, or we see that in the middle we are focusing like on the surface, and then on the trees probably we have like this mix of surface and volume scattering, which, let's say, this is something that I leave a bit apart because it's something we want to exploit with the full polarimetric capabilities of the radar. About the Jungfraujoch campaign, so as I said before, the results were much more challenging, and there is not much that I can say that we can see because actually we cannot see much. There is quite some decorrelation in all interferograms, in exception of the monostatic. So all bistatic interferograms, they look quite noisy. And then there was a bit the question of like what's going on. And there are two things. So first, a thin decorrelation. So we know that depending on the dryness of the snow, we can be penetrating like 2 meters, 3 meters. So we have in Jungfraujoch, we are having volume decorrelation. And that for the vertical baselines that we are using, it already, like the coherence is dropping already below 0.2. So then it's, let's say, it's not surprising that it is happening compared to the middle case, that it was just a surface scattering. And then another problem that I pointed out was spatial aliasing. So basically this lateral baseline makes the very high frequency fringes when you do the interferograms to the point that one could not even unwrap the face. And yeah, it's very challenging basically then to remove, for example, topography. So both effects make that one doesn't see much in the interferograms. And then what happens, obviously, when you are doing tomograms, which is not good news. So first, looking into the point spread function, it looks quite messy, you could say, like with very, very strong side lobes. And the reason that it's, or let's say, okay, if it looked like this, why did you go there, for example? That would be a fair question. And the thing is, before I had done like the tomographic pipeline, we went there to retrieve the data. And I got as a rule of thumb the capacita values of as upper and lower bounds, so basically the height of ambiguity and resolution. And these results were like, let's say, okay for our configuration. But what I did not take into account before going to the campaign was that these side lobes affect the point spread function in a way that it's not just enough to look into the minimum and maximum values of the capacita. So yeah, it looks like this, plus the effect of this spatial aliasing because of the lateral decorrelation. It was not possible to remove properly the topography because the thing is, it's a glacier, so the topography can change quite a lot if it snows, let's say the day before, so like that you have basically your terrain, the height has changed. So even if we have a reference dam, it's not accurate to the centimeter as some of you maybe find for I don't know, for forest or for a city. So what's the result? Is, that you could see here, these these tomograms don't look so great because basically I was not able to focus on in this case. So with the lessons learned from Jungfraujoch in 2025, the idea is to reconfigure the vertical separation between the two radars, between 1.5 and 2 meters, so that the point spread function looks like this. And then hopefully we expect then to focus our data because yeah, with Capon, these side lobes already attenuate quite something. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so I'm arriving to the end. So conclusions and future work. So Thanks to the ETH campus campaign, basically we have an operational tomographic Capri pipeline, so that's very good news. And there is one it opens the door also to see scattering differences doing tomo with Capri, surface versus volume. So that's also something we want to look at, this middle area versus the tree area. And then about the Jungfraujoch campaign in 2025, in February, well, it pointed out all these problems with volume decorrelation that we did not take in principle or at the beginning so much into account. And then at the end, there's some lessons learned to reconfigure like the vertical separation in our campaign. And for future work, so this February, I'm already doing another Tomo Capri campaign in Jungfraujoch, and based obviously on the processing pipeline that I developed for the campus campaign. And then the idea is to expand this processing pipeline for full polarimetric tomography. And then also in this summer to do another campaign so that we can compare the data from the winter with summer and see if we found any differences. And this is the end of my presentation, some references, and thank you.
Thank you. So any questions? It's always the opposite corner.
Thanks, Esther. That's super cool to see. I have one question on your assessment of the volume decorrelation from the snow.
Yeah.
I mean, the basic principle is clear, but I was surprised by this massive difference for, I don't know if I understood it right, for the surface scenario between the polarizations. Can you maybe just explain that a bit?
Should I go back to the slide?
No,
if that helps?
that's fine. But like,
So
for the volume scenario, you showed this crazy decorrelation for both polarizations, but then for
yeah.
surface scenario, there was a crazy difference between them.
Yeah, so, okay, so several things. In the case of Jungfraujoch, like we have very extreme, uneven baseline. So I'm talking like, in one case, maybe it's like a few centimeters, and then more than a meter baseline. So this more than a meter translates to crazy correlation, basically. Like if I go back, I don't know if it's so easy to go. Ah, yeah, here. Where is the pointer? Ah. Or is it this? Yeah. Yeah, so basically, if you have like a baseline already of around 1 meter, you are here. And if you are around this vertical baseline, so a few centimeters, you are at 0.8. So like the drop. So it's yes, it's very extreme, but because also this drop, it's very extreme. So, yeah. And then I think I'm also, what I'm not able to tell is how much is this taking effect, because what I cannot tell is how much is volume and how much is surface. But what I can say is that this here, so this spatial aliasing because of the lateral baseline, so very high frequency fringes that go so fast that basically, well, you see as it decorrelate, or you see it noisy, that's also contributing to it. So it's both things at the same time, and I cannot tell which one is more than the other. I don't know if that makes sense.
But the lateral decorrelation should be the same for both polarizations.
Sorry?
This topography decorrelation should be equal for both polarizations?
Yes, but I'm just showing all the time one polarization. Every time it's BB.
Then, okay, what is then V and H in the plot?
So this is meant as a metric. So this means that all these interferograms were formed with an SLC that was by transmitting in the G22. I think that maybe there is some missing. Okay, I would just
no, but in this line plot of the volume decorrelation, you have V's and H symbols.
Sorry. Okay. Yeah, I think that maybe this was a bit confusing because I think it's a bit confusing. It meant vertical and horizontal. So the correlation, not polarization.
Yeah, let's move on because let's try to
Okay, we can
maybe
talk
have a
about it.
discussion over coffee.
Yeah, sure.
We have to move to the next talk.
Okay.
So the next presentation is by Richard Chen from JPL, and talking about UV-SAR, Tomosar, and Polinsar.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Richard Chen from JPL. So today I'm going to talk about the work that we have done, mainly the data fusion that we have done using the UV-SAR, Tomosar, and Polinsar data that we collected over different type of forests. I want to especially acknowledge my former colleague, Michael Dembina, who left us last summer voluntarily. But most of the work were done by, developed and led by him. Let's see. All right, so for people who don't know UV-SAR, UV-SAR is NASA JPL's airborne SAR suite. So we have a pod like hanging around underneath Gulfstream 3. So we're not actually a UAV. So we can operate 3 different frequencies, not at the same time, obviously. So we have P-band, L-band, and Ka-band. For P and L-band, they are the repeat pass interferometry. For Ka-band, it's a single pass cross-track interferometry. For P-band that we flew for AfriSAR in 2024, we normally in the US, we only operate on the 20 megahertz bandwidth, but when we were in Africa, we actually did 80 megahertz. And also, we had the opportunity when we flew over the Jar Reserve in Cameroon, so we were able to use the homogeneous forest to do a better antenna calibration. So for the P-band data that we have in AfriSAR 2024, we actually, the range swath is wider. So instead of the 13 kilometer, those data should be in like 18 kilometer wide. And yeah. So this map shows all the UV-SAR data that we have collected since very beginning. So the orange ones are the L-band swath, the green ones P-band, the purple one are Ka-band. So this dot shows the stack, the multi-baseline stacks that we collected since the beginning. The data fusion work that I'm going to presenting today is mainly from the AfriSAR 2016, which is L-band. And then the above campaign in 2017, which is LMP. The Cal 3D in 2022, which is also dual band. We flew 2 frequencies. And then the AfriSAR 2024, which we also flew at P-band 2 years ago. So as Mark mentioned in his presentation yesterday, that we're also going to have a Tropic SAR campaign this year, and hopefully we will also fly both L and P band this time. So for UV-SAR stack processing, that involves non-zero baseline. So basically, we have we form SLC images at a coarser resolution, and then we use the image offsets to compute, to invert the baseline errors, and then so kind of correct the baseline errors, and then reprocess again for the full resolution at 1 meters. And then so basically, that's like the first 2 part. After co-registration and stacking, that's what we usually you will find and you can download from our website. That's what we call our stack processing. So when although it's kind of misleading, but the SLC stack on a UV-SAR data search, it means that's a 0 baseline stacks. And if you see Tomosar, it actually just means not necessarily that's for Tomosar, but it could be for Polinsar, but this actually means non-zero baseline stacks. And then obviously, in order to do a proper Polinsar and Tomosar processing, we also do the phase linking calibration. And then if it's a Tomosar, that stack is required for Tomosar, then we will also do a tomogram formation using like a very classic Fourier beamformer and also the K-pon. So currently, we only release the L-band stacks, but P-band will be released soon, so stay tuned. So this is the data fusion system workflow. This data fusion system was developed in support of the NASA decadal survey incubation study. It's called STV, Surface Topography and Vegetation. So we kind of try to do like using all the data that's available. So for radar data, we have UAV-SAR data. We also did the FSAR data. We also use the pulsar processing simulator to simulate a given scene. Say we have LiDAR data, terrestrial TLS data, and then we kind of try to mimic the actual forest scene and then get the simulated radar data and then use that data in the data fusion system. So for input LiDAR data, we have Elvis, Neon. They are the airborne LiDAR. And then we also use a J-Line. So, and then we have different flavors of the deep neural network models I will show in the next slide. So for this work, Michael Dembina also, he developed a software called KPOC. It's an open source software, and we're going to update that soon. So basically, all the work that we have done in this data fusion system is using the KPOC, and then you can ingest the different radar data types, and you can ingest different LiDAR data, and then also, more importantly, you can do the machine learning part. So this is kind of like our evolution of the data fusion model. So the number one here is not really a fusion. It's just a very classic RVOG inversion. So the second one is called, we call it Polinsar data fusion, but this is like it's not really a regression, it's a classifier. So basically, it's using the LiDAR data to train a model to classify which baseline is the best one you should use in the RVOG inversion. So, but most of the result I'm going to show today will be the number 3. So we use a convolution neural network CNN model, and then the model takes a baseline triplets, and we have different Polinsar features, and then use that as a training data to train the model. And then the fourth one is that we're still in the experimental stage. We kind of use both the Polinsar, which is like a 2D features, and also Tomosar Cube, which is a 3D feature, and then in the same setting to train a model for like canopy height or ground height retrieval. So for Polinsar data fusion CNN model, so basically on the left you see there's a 2D Polinsar features, and at the very beginning I think Michael used like way more than 19 features, but over the time he kind of reduced the number of the features to be used in the training. That you just use that's useful and necessary, and that will also help you to reduce the training time. So basically for every baseline, you calculate these features, and then we have a baseline triplet selection to select any 3 out of the available baselines that you try to make the baseline triplet to be able to represent the full range of the KZ of your acquisition. And then that gets to fed into a 2D convolution neural network. So basically the way it works is that you have a kernel like shown as like that red cube there. So you have a convolutional filter, or you can also call it a kernel. It kind of slide through all your image domain, and then you will kind of learn the features, the spatial pattern of your input data, and then so it's good for try to train a model that can still reserve the spatial pattern. So that's just an example of on the right the predicted output, and then compare against the aggregated LiDAR. So we aggregate the LiDAR to be on the same posting. So this is the results that the following results will be mostly the L-band results because that's most of our stacks are actually in L-band. So this is using the data in 2016, the first FSR. So on the top is the Monda, on the bottom is the Pangara. This is a canopy height estimation. The red boxes shown in the figure are the validation patches that we assign. So we're trying to select the validation patches that can represent has the similar distribution than the training data with the training data. This is two different sites in Canada and US. The berm site is a boreal forest, and then the Sierra National Forest in California, it's a temperate forest. So yeah, so this is a canopy height estimation. So obviously, with all the data that we collected, we're trying to come up with a model that can be generalizable. So you can apply this model to a site where you may not have the LiDAR data available. So this is across the blue error bar-ish thing is a base model. So that base model is trained on using all the sites. The cross-validation one is you train all the sites except that one. The label on the bottom is the site name. And then the green one are the site-specific, which means that you train on that site and then you validate on that site. So basically, the large separation between the blue one and the orange one, or the green one and the orange one, that means that it's a worse generalization. So you do need that site. You do need that site to make your model more generalizable. And obviously, you can see that on the left is Pangara, Manda, and Lope, and Rabi. So tropical forest, definitely, it's a more complex forest, so you need to have, you need to get more size and data to come up with a better model. So we also compare between L and P band. So in general, P band performs better than L band in both the canopy height estimates and ground elevation estimates. So this is Pangara. I think both of these are the 2024 data. And this is the ground elevation estimates. In order to train a model for ground elevation, so because machine learning model you do need to normalize your target variable. So in here, we're actually not trying to train a model to estimate the absolute ground elevation. We're actually trying to estimate the DTM, the elevation biases against the Copernicus DEM Grow 30. So, and then on the right, you can see this is like a DTM error versus the RH98, the LiDAR RH98. So P-band has a tighter, when you get to taller trees, and it has a tighter DTM error compared to the L-band. So we also try to train model using airborne and versus spaceborne LiDAR. So this is, again, a Pangara example. This is a L-band. And then on the left, it was trained using the Elvis LiDAR, and on the right is trained on the Jedi LiDAR. So one thing you can tell is that when you're using an Elvis, which is also like a raster type of the LiDAR format, so it contains actually the spatial pattern of the ground or the vegetation. So the results for using Elvis, actually, you can still see features like here. Whereas for the Jedi version, you cannot really get that spatial pattern clearly. And then we also compare the performance for different sites. In general, the airborne LiDAR version just performs better. So, why is that? So it could be one thing, the Jedi might not be as accurate as the airborne LiDAR. So this is like comparing directly against like Elvis versus Jedi in Pangara. So you see the spread is wide, and then you see like many pixels are like many points that Jedi might be underestimated the tree heights. So this is like a brief. This is the 3D using both the Polinsar and Tomosar. So now your convolutional filter is not just a 2D filter, it's a 3D filter now. So it's the same thing, you're trying to go through your entire Tomosar cube, trying to learn the 3D spatial pattern from your input data. And then so we have basically we have two parts. One is the Tomosar feature extraction. And then the bottom is the Polinsar feature extraction, and then you extract all the features, and then you merge into a regressor to estimate either the ground height or canopy height. So this is an example using the canopy, using both the Polinsar and Tomosar in the data fusion. This is also L and P comparison. So we haven't done these 3D data fusion that much, so this is kind of an example. We're going to do a more extensive test later on. And this is the ground elevation. All right, so in summary, so we think that the convolutional neural network can be useful in learning the spatial pattern, either in 2D or 3D. So we can estimate canopy height, ground elevation, and we can also do the canopy cover as well, which is more like a 2D features of the forest. So we're trying to kind of using more data, even different type of sensor, like for example FSAR and UVSAR together, to come up with a better model. So I guess I'm going to just go to the very last one. So the path forward for Biomass or future NASA STV mission. So if we accept that right now the best LiDAR is the airborne LiDAR, then if you want to use spaceborne LiDAR to validate your either your data fusion canopy height estimates or your model estimates, then you will run into a problem that if you have a disagreement, is that really your problem, or is that the spaceborne LiDAR problem, right? So, but however, spaceborne LiDAR does has its own advantage. It's everywhere, mostly everywhere, and then you can do many things with that, and it's more consistent sampling in time and in space. But the second approach will be a standalone INSAR using airborne LiDAR. So basically, you try to get as much as airborne LiDAR, high quality LiDAR data as much as you can. And then you either along with the biomass or other airborne SAR data, you try to train a model that's generalizable. Now in operation, you just have to apply that model. You just have to collect as you collect more SAR data, you can just apply that model and have a good vegetation height or ground elevation estimates. I think that concludes my talk. Thank you.
So we have time for a quick question. Yes, Costas. It's the opposite corner again.
So thank you, very, very interesting presentation. So maybe the question is, you was using the main results was with a triplet of baselines. How much your result depend on the ratio of the baselines? So because I saw you use coherence differences, but of course if you use a different set of baselines, then the coherence difference changes. So can you comment on this?
You mean, should we use one baseline or?
No, you use three. So let's say three small ones. How different it is if you use three large ones?
Right. I think the key is to have a so you need to let the model to learn that it can handle different KZ distribution, right? So for a single baseline, and then you only see the one KZ at a time, so you might not have a good feeling. That's the idea of having a triplets, and then for Tomosar we even give it more. But we also try to see like if we reduce the baseline and but we increase the different size or different sample of the training data, yeah, I mean, triplets seems to be a good compromise. So you can, but we're not actually using all the triplets. We're using up to say up to 10 or up to 20. We're not using all the possible triplets.
Because we was trying something and it works very good as long as you see in stationary. Yeah? When, for example, comes on the same place a cloud and it rains, then the coherence is changing, but you have learned something different. So you come back and you get the wrong height. That's the problem with this training with one data set. And the model approach, of course, can work with it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we have to move to the next and last session. Sorry, I saw there was a question there, but we have to move to the next talk.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So now we go back to Gabon for last year experiment from DLR, and Irena, the floor is yours.
Okay, yeah, that's our next, let me say, campaign. So what I will show you a little bit is a combination between 2023 and 2025. So you probably wonder why it's called AfriSAR 2 and 3 or Gabon X 23 and 25. It's because we have two names. We have one name, which is an ESA name, and we have one name, ESA project name, which is a name that we use in Gabon. I would like to acknowledge my co-authors, which are mainly the people from DLR, but I would like very, very strongly acknowledge also the team in Gabon, because they have been really essential that we could conduct actually this campaign in Gabon. And here it's first Abu Bakr named, Larissa, but also Ulrich. And very important, we have now one student since 1 year with us, which is Fred, and he's also with us here, and I'm very, very happy that he's with us and analyzing now these data sets. Great. Okay, let us go a little bit on what we have done in Gabon. We have, in principle, had 3 campaigns, 2016, it has been already also, UAVSAR has been at this time there, so I'm very happy that we had, in principle, common campaigns there. The main objective in 2016 was to estimate forest height, the first time in Gabon using P and L band in order to see how much can L band really penetrate, let me say, into tropical forests in order to estimate it. In 2023, our main campaign was to come back after several years, which is 7 years, and in order to really check what has been changed. So mainly the idea was to see the changes, and now in 2025, so last year in November, so quite recently, we had an underfly of the Biomass mission in order to do calibration and validation things. And both has been done in terms of for ROSE-L, a simulation for ROSE-L, and again also for Biomass. What are the test sites in 2023? You see here also again, it has been already presented with Chen before. It was Monda, so we had Monda, NCOG was a calibration site. Pongara is very important because Pongara is this wetland area. La Lope is a very important site, which you will see also in 2025, very important. And we had Mabuni, which is also quite a big test site. So new sites from 2016 to 2023 were Port Gentil, Mitzig, and Makuku. This has been site that has been chosen by the Gabonese scientists or AGIOS. And the red one has been chosen in the community here, and let me say, from ESA side, and these are long-term sites where a lot of ground measurements are ongoing from different teams worldwide. Okay, what is the flight configuration? I just showed 2016 and 23, so we had quite a lot of baseline for different you see test sites, and you see now the separation between 2016 and 23. Everything that is black is in principle in common between the two. But you see, due to the new test sites, we had also added baseline, and we had also added horizontal baseline. This was a little bit also to adjust because in 2016, our main our main idea was to adjust everything to L-band baselines. and for to P-band baseline, sorry, and in 2023 we adjusted it a little bit also to L-band baselines. And in addition, in 2023 we had the 6-day repeat, which we haven't done in 2016. Okay, these were the main outcome in 2023. So you see here quite nice images on the top row. This is everything in P-band, and in the lower row, everything in L-band for the different test sites. And you see also for different types of forests. So starting with Monda, mainly primary to secondary forest, mangrove forest, savanna and primary forest. This is Lope. So Lope is a quiet mix. Therefore, we have these dark patches because it has really a transition zone to savanna. And then we have Mabuni, which is also savanna and primary forest, Mitzig, which was a new test site with primary and secondary forest, and Pongara, as said already, a mangrove forest. We had also in 2023 LiDAR data, so this was great. So we had it also already in 2016. So in 2016, Elvis was flying over the test site. The same happened in 2023 too. They had mainly two modes which were important. The LiDAR, the 20-meter footprint LiDAR with 1.3 kilometer swath, the same as we had also in 2016. And then they had a renewal, let me say, of their LiDAR system, and they had also the 10-meter footprint. So they were flying actually both, and we were quite happy to see, wow, now we have even higher spatial resolution LiDAR system in order to compare with our radar systems. However, it came out that at the end, the 10-meter footprint LiDAR data is still on processing, so we still don't have them, unfortunately, but we are still waiting for them. Probably it will happen one day, and we only got the 20-meter footprint, which is okay, but we figured out they had some initial problems with really the characterization of the ground. We had an offset between 2016 and 2023, so I'm not sure if this could be also a problem with you, where you compare GDI with Elvis, with my speaker before, but there was an offset, and we were iterating it quite strongly over months with the team, and they corrected it now. So now there's a corrected data set. These are the LiDAR, let me say, flights over in 2023 over the different test sites, and you see they were flying several times in order to really also cover the huge area. Okay, so that's 2023. I just zoom in now in one of these test sites. We have done all the analysis that I'm showing now for all the test sites, but I'm just zooming in for one. I have no time to do for everyone. So this is Monda. You see already in the middle, it's quite huge tropical forest, very dense. And then in the surrounding, you see already it's a little bit more urbanized, and they are cutting trees down. Actually now, when we have been in 2025 there, they have a big project, a housing project now there, which we will see how much this really affect the forest. Okay, the lines, the red lines are the LiDAR lines that you see here from 2023. And what we have done, we have estimated forest height as a forest height map now, and you see exactly the lines where we have, in principle, higher forest and lower forest. This is actually the lines where we know the transition between the cutted area and non-cutted area. And now what you will see is, in principle, a comparison between 2023 and 2016. So we have P-band data here now in terms of forest height. So all of these plots are forest height. The first one is 23. The next one row is 2016. And then we have done just a difference, right? What is the difference between 2023 and 16? And this is a difference map. And just as a scatter plot, it's the same as also the difference in P-band between the two dates that you see. And we can see, right, there are some everything that is blue means some cutting was ongoing, so deforestation, and everything that is coming reddish on this difference image means something was growing, and everything that's green is also growing. In principle, these are growing parts. How does it look like when we use L-band, right? Do we see the same results? So we have quite of same trends, but a little bit different sensitivities, right? Because we are all also more sensitive to smaller volume fractions and variations, and this you can also see here. So we see a difference, but just because we are having sensitivity to different scatterers, but still also main parts are also seen in terms of deforestation and also growth, regrowth, which is very interesting. And we have done the same also with the LiDAR, right? Just as a reference to see how good we are in 2023 and 16. And what is interesting here, that the LiDAR is a little bit underestimating what we see actually with the radar, so that's probably quite interesting. It makes probably also sense, right? Because we are probably not really penetrating completely deep into it. And therefore, it's a little bit in terms of underestimating the higher heights that we see here. Okay, we have also done tomograms that you see also in L-band and P-band, on top 2016, below 2023. And if you now just see L and P-band, we see already some differences. It's clearly because we are sensitive to different scatterers. On the beginning, more the ground, and then you see the forest parts. And below, you see in 2023, so if you look, we have some differences here too, right? There are some cuttings ongoing, we can see it, but we see also some growth. So that's also interesting. In L-band, quite well seen, but also here in P-band, quite well seen. There's some cutting ongoing, but also here you see it's a little bit lighter as it has been here in 2016. So you can see changes over the 7 years. Coming now to 2025, so last November, we have been in Gabon between the 9th to 26th of November, so closely a month, and have done, let me say, with the EFSAR kind of campaign, acquisition of the same test site, mainly the same test site, but with a focus not of all of them, but of some of them only. We selected Monda, Pongara, a new site which is called Andem, Lope, which was most important here, therefore I'm stressing is, and we have also do the same flight direction as Biomass is flying actually, so because before everything that you see here in the small part, this was the EFSAR flight, but now we changed the direction because to have the same orientation as the Biomass had. And sometimes we have done longer flights and some a little bit smaller one. But what was interesting, this side is interesting because only this side has been doing the COM5 phase. At the same time, we could also fly as, for example, it has been flown with Biomass. Just to say, so we had some acquisitions, right, in terms of to simulate biomass data. So as said, we had long flights, we had smaller areas, we were flying tomographic parts and long flights, only 3 baselines or 4 baselines sometimes, because we could not, because it was so far away from Libreville, which is our main station, that the aircraft needed to come back due to security, so we were only able with this long flight to have a reduced amount. And we had also optimization again in terms of baselines for L-band from the experiments that we had from 2016 and 23. This is, we can go through it also for the other test site. You see it here, everything that is yellow, no, let me say orange and green is always the biomass configuration, and the yellow one is always the EFSAR flight that we had also in 2016 and 22. It's the same for the IPASA site. And then the new site for us is Andem. Why we choose Andem? This has been a test site chosen actually by the Gabonese Space Agency, because this will be a new test site which is called Libreville 2. So it's extension, let me say, of the main capital city here to this area where, in principle, also the main or a new airport is planned over this very prestigious, let me say, mangrove forest area. So therefore also this one was investigated now. Okay, in Pongara it's clear, also here we had test sites. So we have, in total we have conducted 15 flights where 3 flights has been done over Lope, and the same time as also Biomass was flying, so we have a completely 3-hour shift to 6-hour shift with Biomass. Why we had the shift? So Biomass was flying 6 o'clock in the morning, and it's very dark, right? And it's very difficult to see, let me say, with our aircraft. We needed to fly from Libreville to Lope 1 hour, so we had a 1-hour flight, and we were standing up at 4 o'clock in the morning, even earlier at 3 o'clock, in order to be at 4 o'clock at the airport, refuel and then start, and then we were waiting for the weather conditions, right? Because the weather conditions were not very good, and we have done it for several times, and sometimes, you know, due to the heavy rainstorms in Gabon at this time, because we are in the raining season there, we needed to shift it. So therefore, we had also some, you see also thunderstorm, icing conditions, so sometimes it was very difficult, or the conditions this time were very, very difficult. Okay, just some images because the data are still in processing. Can imagine now we have January, so we're still processing the data. So just one first quick look, views, Pongara 2025, looks very beautiful like usual. This is the mangrove forest. And La Lope, this is a test site I said, which we are flying together with the biomass simulation. And here we have the transition zone between savanna and tropical forest. Just coming back to biomass itself, because we still didn't have the FSAR data, but we had biomass data, which is great. So you see, this is the area of La Lope. Here, this is this open savanna area that you can see. And what we have done already is just have a check on it. We were doing forest height estimation, and we were comparing this with our GDI data. So that's the first forest height estimation that you can see over it. And it looks not so bad. So it's really the first shot that we have here, a comparison of biomass and GDI. So their correlation is quite high. It's clear we have a spread because we have completely different spatial resolutions here. Okay, this image has been shown already from Roman on his presentation, where we have now overlaid the Tandem X GDA forest height maps, which are huge height maps. We have now the biomass forest height that I was showing before, and we have this airborne Elvis LiDAR forest height that you see here. And let me say, because 25, we didn't have still our tomogram, but we have it from 2023. And what you can see here, for different forest types, we had the Elvis data and the biomass data. So we have biomass here profiles already estimated from HH and HV. And you see now the comparison was 2023, so not now, but the campaign before. So there's 2 years in between, right? And the spatial resolution is a different one. That's clear, but that's also a P-band. But you see, I mean, there are some trends, and you see also what is interesting, there are different trends, right? Clearly, spatial resolution makes a lot of things, what you can really capture and what not. But some of the bumps here, for example, you see well, you see also the ground quite well, and in this forest, which is more a spread, let me say, here we see also, let me say, it's more focused, right, because the spatial resolution is higher in the vertical direction, but we see the bumps here also quite well. So we can capture, let me say, the trends, but clearly we see a little bit different things and spreads. Okay, so I would like to thank then, as said, also the team in Gabon. We had a media day on the 27th of November where we have invited politicians, ambassadors, and media, so that we were presenting in principle our first campaign and results. You see the pilots of the crew, and then the German team, and this is Abu Bakr, which we were, as said, very thankful that he was helping us here. Next steps are really now data processing. It's clear in data calibration, that's still open. We hadn't had our corner reflector, the 5 meter this time there. We had it in 2016 and 23. So we will now recalibrate everything in Germany and on our corner reflector in Kaufbeuren. Then we will do the data processing after calibration, and after, let me say, the processing, we starting in principle to do a comparison, let me say, with perimetry, Polinsar and Tomosar. The main idea here is also to look also for DTM, which is great to see how good can we estimate the digital terrain model with P-band. And again, also this data will be all AE ready for use. Okay, yeah, that's actually all, and probably just, I still have a last slide, sorry. This was a team in 2016, and I'm really appreciative because also here we were very, very closely working together. In 2015, Honora was flying the same test site. In 2016, Dilar was flying this test site. So we had 2 teams working in 2015 and 16 on these sites, so it was really a great cooperation. And this was an excursion where Tui Letuan, you see her, and Pascal and Klaus. Klaus is also there. He was also, and Matteo is also here. So we had a very nice team. We had a visit of Lope at this time. It was really adventure, but very, very useful to know how the condition looks like and how strong topographic they are. This was the first, let me say, tomogram over tropical forest in 2016 that we have done. And also there in 2016, we had a media day. I'm very happy that at this time we had a very, very strong cooperation also with NASA and with Elvis, and also Mark I think you should be there somewhere. Yes, right. You're also there. Perfect. Great. So that was a great thing. And I hope we will have, again, this kind of nice cooperation following on these campaigns. Thanks a lot. And yeah, I'm open for questions.
Okay, because you're the last one before the break, we'll have a quick question. Do we? No. You're closer.
That much? Okay. Thanks for the great presentation of all the campaign you had. Now there's a question. Have you seen with your calibrated data that the seasonal variation or environmental variation due to rain or dry season, wet season, etc.? But because you flight in May, June, and then November, then okay.
Yeah, we haven't really investigated it up to now. So we have done first coherence evaluations, yes. And you see patterns, I would agree. You see patterns in terms, very strongly on the coherence itself. You see that you have some decorrelation due to rain effects. Yes, you have them. Yeah, but we haven't really shown it now. I remember we have done this in the beginning of this 2023, where we were checking the 6 days actually, and sometimes we had rain in between. Specifically in Monde, we had a lot of flights, repeated flights, even 3 days, and within 1 day even. So, and you could see some decorrelation already ongoing. Yes.
Yeah, because back to 2016, we found 3 dB difference between the DNR and ONERA Polinsar. But we did not investigate the effect of rain environment, seasonal change. And now with ONERA, with Jean-François Nouvel, maybe we can revisit again these topics. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thanks. Yeah.
All right, I think we have to stop. Well, yeah, to stop there. And keep questions for the coffee breaks. Hmm?
Oh.
Oh, there is? Okay, so. All right, close.
Okay. So my first question is about the corner reflector that you calibrate afterwards in Germany. Do you expect any issues? And is this something also for the future that you don't have to bring this large reflector always to the campaign sites, which I guess is logistically quite a nightmare? And the second thing is, just out of curiosity, did you try to combine the 2015 and 2016 flight? Is this possible to have a coherent processing of the images, or is this completely out of scope?
Okay, coming to the corner reflector, yeah, it's also for us a challenge. We will see how it will work now, because we are still there. In the moment, what we do an electromagnetic modeling of the corner that we have in Germany. We had done it before with the corner reflector in Gabon. And we found already that you have quite strong reflection, multiple passes between the ground and the corner even. And therefore, we were doing a lot of investigation actually already for 2016 and 23. So, and to run this model takes a long time, even several days just for one run. And yeah, so it was already a challenge when it was on site. Now we are repeating this with one in Germany, so we are still not clear. But we started it, right? We started now. It will take some months, I think, that then probably I can tell more about it, right? We still don't know how challenging it is and if it makes sense to do it or not. We have calibrated before we flew, and then we calibrated again when we came back. So we do twice, right, in order to see what are the changes. Yeah. Yeah, this yes, but still, I mean, we need to be right in what we see actually in terms of signal. And yes, the comparison between ONERA's system and our, no, we haven't done it, I have to say. We were always checking only our data itself, and what I was saying about the temporal decoration was only EFSAR, but
Actually, I mean, the EFSA flight in 2016 was the EFSA campaign, right?
Yeah.
Between the EFSA campaign in 2016 and 2026, but not just the simple comparison between the products, but if you can do an interferometric processing of 2016 flight.
Yeah, so what we do it such that you could do it on one stack. So we do interferometric processing, so co-registration, so that you can do, you could do a comparison, yes, you can do, but it's a question if it makes sense, right? Because the temperature correlation is so high that you would not see so much in the image. So we have done it actually between 16 and 23, not 26. So we have done it already as 7 years, and we had very strong decorrelations.
Okay, that was my,
Yeah,
my question.
between
Okay,
23 and
yes.
and
So I was
16 we have
interested,
done it.
how strong is the temporal decorrelation? Can
Yeah,
you do
it's
still something, or do you lose your
dropping.
signal completely, or do you recover your signal again after some time?
So I have to admit, we have only done it in the moment for Monda. This comparison, I'm not sure if one of the teams know how it looks like for the other test site, but I don't remember about Lope. I'm not sure if, Matteo, if you have more, or Roman, more insight about it, but I know for Monda we have a completely drop.
Just a comment, there is the poster with the answer and the 7-year coherent temporal decorrelation.
Yeah, this is for Monda, and yes, it's true. For Lope, I'm not sure if Fred, probably you can say something's Fred here. I don't see him. Probably Fred. Ah, yes, you're here. Sorry, you're here. Yes. Do you have some values about Lope? Or probably Roman can help.
About the 7-year decorrelation in Loper.
Yeah.
I mean, it decorrelates.
Also, okay, yeah.
I mean,
that's clear. Yeah, sorry. So for Monda was clear.
In Savannah, actually, we saw some a bit of brighter picture, but
yeah, this is what I would expect for Savannah, not to have so much, but depending, right? If you're raining season and non
Yeah, they have some. All right, seems like the room is quiet, so let's get started a minute early. So my name is Åke Rosenqvist, and I'm representing Solar Earth Observation, a small consultancy company. And I'm co-chairing this together with Marco Lavalle from JPL. So we have 5 talks in this session. So 50 minutes plus 5 minutes of questions. After 12 minutes, my alarm goes off and I'll wave my hand.
Okay.
Okay, so please go ahead. So the first talk then is by Francesco Banda. And here we have it, processing strategies for biomass DTM model retrieval.
Yeah, thank you. And good morning, everybody. So in this presentation, I will try to describe you the strategies that we are putting in place to derive a digital terrain model for biomass. So these slides summarize in a very nutshell what biomass is. You've seen in the past days. So first P-band from space, which gives us some precedented capabilities thanks to the penetration capabilities of P-band that senses the whole structure of forest, bigger elements, down to the terrain. And it has also full polarimetry, which is very important, and routine acquisitions of repeat pass interferometry and tomography, which is really fundamental for what we want to achieve for forests, but also for the DTM. So a very important component of this mission is SAR interferometry, and actually biomass was specifically designed for that. This is fundamental to achieve the retrieval of all the products that we want to achieve, for sure the forest products, but also all the secondary objectives. We have 2 phases, 2 main mission phases, the TOM phase, which is in place now, which is 7 acquisitions nominally, and then after 17 months or so, the rest of the mission will be covered by dual baseline interferometry configuration. The visit time is 3 days, and it is designed to preserve coherence, especially for forests. And then we have also polarimetric diversity, which is very important as well, because it gives us enhanced characterization capabilities for our scene. It helps in calibration. This is very important. And also it helps also in phase calibration. We will see this in a while. So to achieve all of this, we have to phase calibrate the data. No? So we have stacks of images acquired over the same scene. These are focused, calibrated at single image level, but then they are also co-registered and calibrated at phase level. And in particular, we need to correct ionosphere. This is a big beast we have seen in the past days, but also an opportunity because it could be also another product, baseline errors, as usual, and troposphere. And you see an example on top. Now, this is an airborne tomogram. This is calibrated, this is uncalibrated. You see the ambiguities in the case it's uncalibrated, so this is very fundamental. And also here we have a very nice example, still from an airborne campaign, of DTM estimation, so the ground level below the vegetation. So you have Tomosar DTM and LiDAR DTM, and visually it was also assessed more quantitatively, but visually the agreement is striking. So the first step in a DTM processor would be the estimation of what we call the ground phases. To the left, you see a diagram of the interferometric calibration processor. That is the processing level that comes before the estimation of a DTM and also of level 2 applications, for instance. And it's basically co-registration of the stack, calibration, and the main, let's say, topic there is really ionosphere. So I guess you've seen presentations in the past days. We have this multi-squint interferometry that addresses that. And then the last block is actually something that we are revising for the DTM processing, and is also the first block in the DTM processing, which is the retrieval of these ground phases. So what are these? These are phases that contain, after all the processing and calibration that happened before, terrain level, terrain height, scaled by the interferometric wave number, and an additional phase screen, which is the residual, basically, at this level of processing, that is not targeted but by what comes before. And at this level, if everything worked properly, this should be mainly troposphere phases, so very low pass residual disturbance. So if we estimate these phases, let's say one per image, and we compensate the stack, then we have a stack which is calibrated, so should have ideally all the disturbances removed, except maybe for some noise, residual, and it's also, since these phases contain terrain level, ground steer to 0. And this is a visual example with a simulation, so you have an ideal scene, tomography without correcting anything, so APS, atmospheric phase screen, destroys the tomogram, and then the tomogram instead if we compensate these phases. At this stage, these two contributions are mixed. They are not separated yet. But of course, you can already see that this is a proxy for DTM estimation. So currently, in the BPS processor, which is the, let's say, the official processor operated by the ground segment, this is done with this technique, SKP decomposition, which is basically a principal component analysis in the Polinsar space. So it means we have a stack. This is Afrisar airborne reprocessed to biomass resolution, full polarimetric and multi-baseline. And we perform a singular value decomposition that allows us to separate, due to the algebraic structure of the data, the two main contributions, which is forest and ground, and also the polarimetric and interferometric signatures. So the idea is that we take the ground interferometric signature, and from that we extract triangular phases. Which means we have, so we start from a 3n by 3n or 4n by 4n Polinsar coherence matrix. Then we extract an n by n ground interferometric matrix, and from that we extract n-1 phases with respect to a reference, of course, which are, as we said in the previous slide. So there is quite some processing to do, because we end up with an n by n interferometric. We have to extract n-1 phases, so we should take, for instance, the first singular vector, or do some processing to have that. If that is the forest and not the ground, because it may happen that the strongest contribution in some points is the forest, then we have to retune the level by tomography, but let's say in the end we have this n-1 phases. And ideally, up to statistical errors, this corresponds to the ground level. You see an example of the separation here. We can also apply some masking to exclude co-cross correlations, for instance, because they are more noisy, and optional post-filtering. We are also assessing an alternative to this, which is purely interferometric. The idea we want to pursue is through phase linking, which is a maximum likelihood estimator of these n-1 phases. This works at single polarization, so we have to choose one. HH is a good proxy. Another option could be HH plus VV. So in the end, we work still on the n by n matrix, and we end up with n-1 phases. So if you look at how coherences for biomass are, they have a very regular baseline progression because of the wave number shift. So we have a narrow bandwidth, so with the increase of the baseline and also of the acquisition time, we have more decorrelation, because the spectra are less overlapping. And so we want to account to this in applying the phase linking, because if we use all the baselines, we bring in noise. Instead, we want to filter out the larger baselines by weighting, for instance, and this works pretty stable. Here there is an example focusing on the 15% critical baseline, step 1 baselines. We have to say one more thing, though, that in this case, the phase center does not correspond to ground. So it's really the phase center of the vertical scattering. And here you have an example. So if we focus in an ideal case of airborne data, simulating biomass but without disturbances, these phases, we see that the phase center indeed tracks the canopy first and then goes to the ground in an open area. So we need to pair this with some tomographic tuning of the terrain level. And another point is statistical consistency. So both these techniques require multi-looking. So we have to work on coherences. So the trade-off is between statistical consistency, so bigger window, and resolution of the DTM. Of course, for the APS, going with bigger windows is okay, because it's very low pass. For the DTM, this is not optimal, but the solution is simple. So we do a first step of estimation, then we steer back the original stack with these phases. Then we can recompute coherences with a smaller window, and then we can try to target the terrain level with spectral estimation with high resolution techniques. I stop here because regarding this, there will be next presentation by Francesco, which goes much more into details. I just leave you couple of examples, still on AfriSAR reprocessed. You have, let's say, reference data, phase linking and tomography, SKP with and without a further step of retuning of terrain level. First impression is good and agreement is good. Then there are some errors in some points. You can see this Francesco will talk about. This is an example on biomass, so it's the same of the web story that was shown in the tomography presentation, just to give you the feeling that the steering is correct. So ground is at 0, we see the forest. Let's say we have estimated in a good way these phases. What's next? So we should decouple then the APS from the DTM. How do we do that? So since at this stage, again, if the processing went smooth, we have mainly troposphere, we can tackle this in a couple of steps. First one is making a very simple, though quite reasonable assumption that the phases, or rather the stratified APS component in the phases follows a trend. So if we take an interferogram, a ground phase, let's say, of an area, this is a nice example with Saucom. Here you see also the DEM, so it's a good area because this is a volcano, not to see stratification. And we draw an histogram of residuals versus topography, you see a trend, you see a correlation, no? And even more than a correlation. So we can try to use this to fit this basically. So we can do a first step of linear estimation, maybe in the complex domain to avoid unwrapping, which is a bit annoying. Then we can compensate this, and while compensating this, we may try also to remove a 2D plane from the interferogram that accounts for any residual orbital error, which is not perfectly compensated, for instance. And then after this first step, if the relationship is not linear, we can try to address a higher order of complexity. And this we do by adding back the trend and fitting a low order polynomial. Usually it is always something very smooth. So the example of Saucom, you have the original interferogram, the result of the stratified the trending. And in the middle, we also have an example with the GACOS. What is GACOS? I use the histograms also to show you. GACOS is an external correction service, which is quite popular in the INSAR community, which is based on GNSS and weather model. So it fuses the two. It has limitations though, because the spatial resolution is 10 kilometers, which is maybe okay for stratification, not very much for turbulence, which is the part that comes after. Temporal resolution though is 6 hours. So if our acquisition is very far from the GACOS sampling, then atmosphere changes faster than that, of course. And so correction may be ineffective. And indeed, if we look, so already from the interferograms, but even more clearly from the histograms, you see how the trending is more effective with something that is tailored to the biomass data instead of ingesting something external, which is also preferable in terms of robustness and affordability if we think that this should be at some point in time in future operational processing. And so here we have an example with biomass, just we wanted to try, it's very preliminary, so it's the same area, slightly different coverage, different temporal and spatial baseline with respect to Saucom. You see the original interferogram has more trends, the corrected one has less, there is still something residual. You see also the histogram, you see the trending is effectively happening, but still there is more complexity, so we want to investigate this more. It's just to give you a feeling. And then the very last step is the removal of turbulence. So once we have removed all the rest, we are left with this fractal noisy-like pattern. So in this case, we just simulated, so we want to test it further in the next months. We assumed to have basically the phase in some points, which in a real scenario is, we assume are open areas because there the external DM information is already at terrain level. So we read the phase in those points and then we interpolate in the middle to reconstruct wall-to-wall. We also identified a compromise as interpolation technique with the radial basis function multiquadric, which is quite fast, effective, and yet accurate in reconstructing this type of smooth disturbance. And basically that's all. So I hope to have given you a feeling of what we are putting in place. And by the way, a side note which is important is that like the BPS you saw in the past days in ISA presentations, at some point we plan this to be a code, algorithms to be shared with the community. So it will be another open source processor to be shared with the community. We have some open points to address, so we will investigate further refinement of ground phase estimation, higher order stratification complexity, systematic testing of all that is left, and also interaction with the preprocessing, and especially with ionosphere preprocessing. And I guess that's all, so thanks a lot.
Fantastic, that was right on time. So, any questions from the floor? Yeah, Marco, can start?
Yes, yeah. I have a question. So how good is the approximation of the impenetrable ground at P-band? And does that have any effect on these techniques? So we consider that usually the ground is a hard surface that is non-penetrable, but at P-band I was always wondering if this ground, DTM, and these techniques have some, I don't know, impact.
Let's say by comparison with the LiDAR so far, it seems to hold. And of course, we are going to do more and more assessment, so we see, but it seems to hold pretty well.
Okay. Yes, Stefano.
Airborne data. It works very good in forest. On bare terrain, sometimes we saw something weird, which we didn't understand completely. Maybe it was subsurface penetration.
So you see volume on bare ground?
Maybe yes. It's not conclusive, but weird things, yes.
And I guess depends also very much on the type of terrain, no?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
So you would expect higher errors like in, say, wetland areas, I mean, say, peat
yeah, this is reasonable to, I mean, as adapt, of course, something will happen there, so. Yeah.
So is the plan to actually generate DM then from?
A DTM, yes. Yes, so DTM is one of the Biomass official secondary objectives, so at some point in time we'll have almost global, provided the coverage allowed, DTM, yes.
Yeah. And then, I mean, I've raised this point several times. I mean, we have seen the kind of very strong influence on the water table, on the biomass data. So it's kind of inevitable that kind of in the acquisition plan, you will actually cover some areas during, say, high water tables, which will then
sure.
the DM. So you will probably need to use many cycles of data.
There's a lot of, well, let's say the main target is to use the tone phase because we have, of course, the 7 baselines. Yeah. We will assess also to what extent this can be extended to the dual baseline, the Polinsar configuration. And also consider, there's really a lot of work because also we have combination of ascending and descending, post-processing to verify consistency. So it connects very much also, for instance, to Laurent presentations about level 3, you know, so all these consistency checks spatially and in time. Yeah. So there's a lot of work behind.
I think, I mean, kind of using kind of many observations over the same during different seasons is really key. Because, I mean, what you ultimately want to have is, of course, the kind of lowest water levels kind of...
exactly.
Right. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
One more question.
There's one up there, too.
Up there, too?
Yeah.
Thank you, Francesco. I just have one question about the possibility to avoid the fail wrapping here is 100% or?
No, actually we assume most of the points of the processing chain, we try to work in the complex domain because of that, first of all. And then, okay, we didn't have room here to tell all the details, but we do foresee to have also phase unwrapping in some points of the chain in case this occurs. Of course, we cannot exclude a priori this will occur.
Okay. And just about the last slide, you show some some interpolation from some point, and that's why you corresponds to persistent scatterer.
Sorry, I missed the tail of your question.
The previous slide, can you go back to a previous slide? Yeah,
this one.
The point where it's come from?
The data?
For scatterer, right?
No. This is just a visual example. And then we took just ground phase from SAOCOM. We assumed to have the circles, the phase in the correspondence of the points drawn by circles to be known, and then to interpolate elsewhere.
Okay. So it's not a persistent scatterer here?
No, well, actually, let's say this second part of the DTM chains is kind of persistent scatterer processing, but done in a different way because we have a stack of 7 acquisitions with the biomass configuration, which is particular. So let's say we didn't think of PS processing in a long span of time because, of course, we want something from the stack and we need to use the 7 or even less. No, so just that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, we move to the next speaker, who's coming from the same group of Francesco. His name is Francesco Salvaterra, and will present high-resolution techniques for topography estimation and terrain ground steering within the ESA biomass processor.
Okay, so hello everybody, thank you for coming. I'm doing a presentation which is which goes a bit more in detail in the presentation from Francesco. So I'm going to talk about how we do the high resolution ground steering that he presented to estimate the DTM in high resolution and also to perform after the terrain notch. So this work was done together with Isai Superò and Professor Laurent Ferrofamil and the Politecnico di Milano. So as Francesco said, the DTM is one of the secondary products of biomass. So due to the penetration capabilities of P-band, we are able to distinguish the response of the canopy and the response of the ground. So we were able to obtain the terrain level under the forest canopy. Here you have an example, the difference between the DEM and the DTM in case of forest. So we will do that thanks to tomography. So biomass is a tomographic mission. It has a tomographic phase, but there is just a small problem, that is the vertical resolution. So biomass will have a vertical resolution in elevation, let's say, of around 20 to 30 meters at the equator. So it won't give us the accuracy we need for the DTM. We can solve that by employing high-resolution spectral methods. So what consists in these methods? We are going to fit a model inside the reflectivity profile of a forest. So we use a very simple model, two-layer model with 3 parameters. One parameter is the relative contribution of the ground with respect to the canopy response. The other 2 parameters are the height of the ground response and the canopy response. So here reporting these slides is the coherence that we expect from this approximation. And what we do is we fit this model inside the measured coherence of biomass stacks. So to begin how this works, we applied it to AFRISAR data, the 2016 campaign, and we compare it to the LiDAR measurements. So we see that it works pretty well. We have a standard deviation of around 3 meters. And as you can see, there is present a bias, which is not negligible. And we try to explain this bias, but we think it's due to the difference between the radar response and the LiDAR DTM. And I'm going to motivate this assumption a bit later. I'm going to show some tomograms. But in the biomass mission, of course, it's not that easy. As Francesco said, we work on stacks that need to be calibrated because the stacks have present low-pass phase screens due to the atmosphere, the troposphere and the ionosphere, and also inside these, the stack phases are present the topography phases, the phases due to topography. So in the end, we need to separate these two contributions using another method, which Francesco explained before, just to estimate the ground height from the interferometric phases. But then the ground phases will be estimated after the calibration, which is done by employing two methods. One is the phase linking method, which estimates the equivalent phase center of the scene, and all the calibration phases are with respect to that. So if we focus a tomogram after a phase linking calibration, we will obtain that the zero of the tomogram is in the phase center. This means where there's forest, the zero will be in between the ground and canopy, whereas where the canopy is absent, the ground will be at zero. Another method, which is the default one, is the SKP calibration, which employs the polarimetric baseline diversity to separate the two scatterers, and then we can identify the ground response and compensate those phases. So we will have the ground focused around zero, not with high precision, but this means that the algorithm has to work with different conditions. So this is well done by adjusting the search intervals, so it's not a problem. For the performances, we applied also on the AfriSAR campaign. So as you can see, to do this validation, we applied a very strong phase screen to the stack. We corrected it either using the phase linking or the SKP calibration, and assuming we know this phase screen that we applied, we can estimate the ground phases and invert for the DTM, and then compare it with the LiDAR. So as you can see, the performances are the same. Also, these performances are very similar to the one we obtained without the phase screen. So given that this tells us that the compensation methods are not impacting our estimation, and also we have the same bias that we found everywhere comparing with the LiDAR. Then I want to tell that compared with just the SKP, because the SKP also gives the ground height at zero, this method improves by a lot the standard deviation. So it reduces from above 4 meters to around 3 meters, and this is fine. Then I'm going to show where the method is wrong, because as you can see, there are some interesting patterns in the error map, and I'm going to show you what is going wrong. So these are some sections. Above you see the slopes, because some errors are present in places of high slope. Then in the first tomogram, you see we took a tomogram, focused, and then we interpolated it up or down depending on the shift we estimate. In the second one, we applied the phase correction before focusing the tomogram. And in the bottom one is the tomogram steered with LiDAR. So as you can see, there is the tomogram steered with the LiDAR is slightly above the zero reference, and this gives us an indication of the bias we found. So what these tomograms are compensated using phase linking, and as you can see, the model gets wrong where there is low contribution from ground, for example, and then it mistakes the canopy for ground and applies these huge shifts that gets then compensated, but they can be corrected. So it fails when the model doesn't hold anymore, the true delta model. And these instead are the same tomograms, but with the SKP correction. As you can see, there is not anymore the huge shift we saw before, but there are some errors. And these errors are due to the SKP. Also, that means that the model is not pretty accurate in those places. And also, these errors are present when there is like a shift between the forest and the bare ground. We found it. So now I'm going to show you some results on biomass data. I would have shown you some DTMs, even without validation, but we are not there yet. We have to complete the chain by explaining the low-pass phase screen, just to separate them from the ground tomography. So this phase screen can be due to, as we said in the past days, we have some leftover low-pass phase screen from the ionosphere, which needs to be estimated, and also for the atmospheric disturbances. So here is the, I'm going to show you first the data on Tumukumake forest. So it is a very nice stack, very clean phases, very good baseline progression errors, and we expect a vertical resolution of around 30 meters. So these are the beam-forming tomograms. The one in the middle is before the correction, and the one in the bottom is after the correction. So to show you better how the algorithm works, I'm going to do a Capon tomogram and then normalize it. It's a bit uglier, but it gives us 2 layers. So this is the same tomogram, Capon, normalized. It's ugly, but you can see in the forested areas and also in the open areas, we are able to steer the ground better. Like the ground is, the huge shift you see in the SKP corrected tomogram then are correctly shifted to 0. Then for a more challenging dataset, we tried on the dataset of Erlalopé, which has a missing image in the middle of the stack, and also has one image who was heavily affected by ionosphere. It should be this one. And then here is after the correction. So the correction worked fine, looking at the image, and these are the tomograms. So a bit more, there are a bit more silobes. So we want to test how these algorithms work, even with a slightly degraded stack. So now, again, normalized, and it shows that even in this case, the oscillation of the ground, which were not estimated by the SKP, now are corrected and more at the 0 level we wanted. Now, conclusions. So we have proposed a spectral technique to do this high-resolution ground steering. It works pretty well. So it was validated on campaign data, and the results are pretty good. Now we are trying to apply it to biomass data when we'll have validation data, and we will have the full correction chain also explaining the low pass phase screen. And this is it. Thank you.
Thank you. So any questions or comments for Francesco? Irena, yes.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I think it's very interesting, and a lot of research still needs to be done. I see it. My question is a little bit because you were showing already La Lope,
yes,
and doing the dam. And La Lope, from our experience, right, is a very topographic, has very strong topographic variation.
Yeah.
Do you see some differences between high topographic variations within the scene, having forest, and non-topographic, I mean, a flat area more with forest? Do you have there, did you check already if there's big differences?
Well, we checked on AfriSAR data. I have some, let me go back to the, so here, and we see that where we have here the LiDARs, the slope calculated on LiDAR, so the ground slope, and we see that in places where the slope, we have huge shift in the slope, maybe the ground response is very low, there is, the model doesn't apply anymore, it can fail. And some, but those are like very hard places where the slope is really high. Let me see, like here in the map, we see here this is, for La Lope, there is a lot of slope, just trust me, I didn't put a DTM. But here, as you can see, the error goes to -15, something like that. Instead, here, these red places are where there is open areas and the forest areas, and then that jump is not really easy to follow also with averaging windows.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Yeah, go ahead,
on your very last slide, just for an untrained eye, I mean, when you're having the corrected and uncorrected, that one, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, I mean, when you just look at, they look very similar, these two graphs. So what is it kind of to look for? How can you tell, you know, one is after correction and the other one is before? What is kind of the...
Yeah, you're right, thank you. I would have liked to put some numbers on that, but as I said, we don't have that yet. You have to look for the oscillation of this bottom layer, also in these open areas. As you can see, it goes, here is very rough, and then when we applied, it goes very well to 0. Now, with the numbers, it's better, of course, but here I could show on tomograms. And this is Laurent, in the past presentation about ground notching, showed that this is really important to have the peak of the ground really at 0, because when you notch the 0 level, you want to notch the ground, of course. And then in that presentation, it really shows how you are left with some side loops in the bottom if you notch it wrong without this correction.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so we have time for more questions. Or comments. So looking at the results, and there might be LiDAR experts here in the room, but looking at the results, I noticed that you're taking histograms when you compare LiDAR and DTM and Tomosar-derived DTM. Two quick questions. So have you considered that the LiDAR can have errors, especially when there is slope?
Sorry, the LiDAR?
The LiDAR can have errors in the estimation of the DTM, especially when there are terrain slopes. Have you considered that, or have you seen it? That's one thing. And second, have you also looked at other metrics, not histograms necessarily, but you know, like scatter plots or things like that?
Okay, so last question, we didn't look at scatter plots. The first question is that we only had the LiDAR to do the validation, so we had to trust it, let's say, also. Like for the bias, it's hard to justify a validation product to say the product we are validating on is wrong, but looking at the tomograms, we are pretty confident. For the errors in the LiDARs, yes, there will be surely errors, and also the difference in the product, like a tomographic product will surely have difference with respect to a LiDAR product. And we are trusting the fact that the standard deviation, after we apply phases, we like try to do some damages on the stack, is the same as for the clean stack. So we say this can be the main limit either for the difference in LiDAR, the errors of the LiDARs, the difference between LiDARs and radar, and the limitation of this algorithm. Let's say we cannot do better than this with the data we have.
Mm-hmm. So yes, okay, that answers the question. But is this the Elvis LiDAR or
sorry,
the NASA Elvis LiDAR?
Yes.
Is that okay?
Because this one is the empty. It looks smaller because it has a greater band, but the standard deviation is 2.9. It's basically 3.
Okay,
it's the same as with the other calibration method and the phase screen applied.
Because in some cases we found useful to look at the waveforms, the full waveforms, the LiDAR waveforms. I'm assuming you only looked at the LiDAR DTM product.
Yes,
yeah. So sometimes it's very good processing done by Michelle and Brian from the Elvis group. It's solid and robust, but sometimes if you see errors, I found personally that the tomograms actually were more accurate than, and in some cases, you know, some spurious errors. Because, you know, LiDAR is not perfect. That's all I'm trying to say.
Wow.
Yeah.
I will look into that. Thank
So, Francesco. You can use the microphone, it's right there.
So the fact that we have to do also some checking on the consistency of what we estimate also spatially is exactly because of that. So there's no absolute truth, right? So
yeah.
We are comparing to the best that we can use.
Yes, absolutely, yeah. And there is one more, thanks Francesco, there is one more comment from Laurent in the back.
Just to confirm what Francesco said, the plan is to use other metrics than the histogram difference to compute slope statistics and to look at consistency metrics that are usually employed to qualify or to validate DTMs. So this is the only step. At least we need to have a small standard deviation. This is the minimum requirement, but not the only one. Then we use other metrics.
Okay, thanks, Laurent. I think we're good. Yeah. Thank you. Thanks one more time. Yep.
All right, so we'll have our third talk by Mohamed El Hage from the Lebanese University in Lebanon. Comparison of XC and L-band DMs with biomass P-band pulsar imagery in desert regions, a geomorphological analysis approach. Please. Right on time.
Okay. Thank you. Good morning. Thanks for the opportunity. I'm not Mohamed El Hage. I'm Laurent Polidori from UFPA Brazil and CESBio France. These are the authors involved in this study, and I'm presenting on behalf of Mohamed El Hage from the Lebanese University. Unfortunately, he did not get the visa on time to be with us and is attending online. So I'm presenting a preliminary study on bedrock modeling in desert areas. Okay, so just a few, some context information. We have two projects dedicated to biomass secondary products in the Biomass Calval announcement of opportunity. One on the validation of biomass-derived DTM under Amazonian rainforest, coordinated by myself, which is presented in the poster here. And the other one on the validation of biomass-derived DEM of subsurface in desert, coordinated by Mohamed El Hage, which is this presentation. And in fact, while we are waiting from biomass-derived digital elevation models, we have at the moment preliminary studies in two areas. The first study in an area on the border between Egypt and Libya in Eastern Sahara, where no biomass data are available yet, on the potential of XC and L-band interferometric radar for subsurface digital elevation model, with some expectations with regard to P-band biomass. And the second study, which in another area where some biomass images, not 3D, are already available, which is a preliminary comparison of L and P-band for subsurface geomorphology. So the idea of deriving the subsurface in 3D from radar interferometry is not new, even in C-band. So for instance, this paper from 2007 has shown that drainage network could be extracted from SRTM, and that this drainage seems to be consistent with the information derived from, for instance, RadarSat in C-band. So what is our motivation in this context? P-band has proven capable of revealing topography beneath dense forest. This is our other study, so why not extend this approach to deserts? Other shorter wavelengths, XC and L-band radar can detect paleo drainage to some extent, so what improvement can be expected from P-band radar? Also, INSAR can model the paleo drainage in 3D in desert to some extent, so what can we expect from more sophisticated techniques like Polinsar and Tomosar to generate in 3D model of the bedrock? We know that desert environments remain largely unexplored, so there is a scientific expectation for hydrogeology and archaeology. And also, as a continuation of our own research, we have long worked on DEM quality assessment and enhancements with the development of an innovative method for areas where we have no control data, that we call internal validation, that we'll present here. So can we improve the bedrock 3D modeling beneath desert with this approach? As soon as biomass-derived digital elevation model is available, we can implement the following methodology divided into two parts. The first one, we call it external DEM validation because we make use of external ground data, which are commonly used from GPS positioning points, LiDAR, it has been discussed in the previous presentation, and so on. In this case, the ground control data will be GPR, ground penetrating radar, with dual frequency. Note that the frequencies are 200 and 600 megahertz, so we are really around the P-band, so that we expect to have a good consistency with the 435 megahertz of biomass, consistency in terms of underground penetrations. And the metrics that we considered for the external validation may be elevation accuracy, which is very common for cartography, but also slope accuracy, which is very important, not only because it's the input of a step of the radar signal processing, but also because it's essential in geoscience and also for operational hydrology, and consistency with terrain shapes and other indicators of quality. The second aspect, sorry, this is just an example of one of the profiles we are ready to use for these external validations. The second aspect is internal validation. Internal means that we do not make use of external data. It means that we look for inconsistencies in the digital terrain model itself, inconsistency with regard to some fundamental laws of hydrography, because a bedrock shaped by water in the terrestrial gravity fields does not give a random surface. It obeys some laws. And as soon as we have biomass-derived digital elevation model in one on this area, when we have many profiles available from a ground penetrating radar, we can implement this two-step method. So the first preliminary study is a comparison of digital elevation models obtained with classical interferometry from shorter wavelength radar, X, C, and L band, in this area of Eastern Sahara on the border of Egypt with Libya. So the three models are obtained. One is from Tandem X in X-band, which was available, SRTM in C-band, which was available, and ALOS-1 Pulsar in L-band, which was generated from the project using classical INSAR processing. I indicated here some information of perpendicular baseline and temporal baseline, which has very typical values. What I want to show here is some aspects of the comparison between the three elevation models. The elevation model in desert area with radar is somewhere between the sand surface and the bedrock, and we expect it to be closer to the bedrock with the longer wavelengths, obviously. So we compare it here along three profiles, ABC, so ABC. What we can see is that Tandem X and SRTM have quite similar elevation, but SRTM seems to be very noisy. And Pulsar reaches deeper ground layers due to greater underground penetration. I have to note that the incidence angle is not considered in this comparison. Obviously, when we begin to compare biomass-derived DTM with other models, we should consider the incidence angle, which may have an influence in the difference between the different profiles. The comparison can be carried out over a whole watershed. You can see here the drainage network extracted from the through models represented with three different colors. Here the color is the elevation in the Pulsar dam elevation. You can see also that the different dams does not give exactly the same contour of the watershed. This is one of the problems we have in cartography. And the comparison of the drainage network is interesting because we can observe that some drainage here can be observed only in Pulsar, because the penetration allows to detect some small drainage streams. And obviously, biomass is expected to detect more drainages in P-band. We have to note that there is an influence of the drainage extraction algorithm, because a robust algorithm is able to detect drainage network even in noisy digital elevation model. So this limits a little the comparison between the different models. So now the internal validation, which is the evaluation of the consistency of the model with regards to some rules, some fundamental rules. This is the first example, which is one of these rules is the Horton law. What is Horton law? This law, well known by hydrologists, says that the number of streams, of river streams, decreases when the Strahler order increases. For who is not familiar with Strahler order, I put here an illustration showing that the small streams from the source to the first confluence is order 1, 1 with 1 gives order 2, 2 with 2 gives order 3, and so on. So intuitively, we expect to have a higher number of small streams than larger streams. And this is Horton law, which says that the logarithm of the number of streams decreases linearly as the Strahler order increases. We can see that the three models are consistent with this law, very consistent, is 0.998, so it's really a very good fractal model, I would say. But what we can see is that the pulsar straight line is a little higher than the other one, it's logarithmic, so it's not so, the difference is not so little. This means that pulsar can detect more small streams than the other models. Another indicator, a classical one, is the slope histogram. What can we see here is that Pulsar and Tandem X are consistent with what we are used to see. They have a classical distribution, while SRTM behaves as a very noisy surface. And Tandem X and Pulsar are consistent with the general shape of the Earth, of the continents. But we can see that the slopes are slightly higher in Pulsar than in Tandem X. So this is very preliminary, but this is the kind of study that we can perform here in the bedrock, but also through forest under canopy. The second preliminary study was made in another area. We already have biomass images, but not 3D products. So this is just a preliminary comparison of biomass image with pulsar image in areas where both of them were available. So in this example, we can see that biomass is much more sensitive to paleo drainage than pulsar X, but obviously with the lower resolution. In this other example, there is an interesting feature that shows that biomass, seems to be a deeper drainage, and we can see that biomass exhibits some bright line, a higher intensity, which could be produced by multiple bounds, and this may be interesting to locate the drainage when working in 2D. So this is just a summary of two preliminary studies carried out at the moment while we are waiting from biomass-derived digital elevation model that are expected in one of these three areas. As soon as one of them is available, we can perform this two-step evaluation study. And our perspectives are to improve our understanding of P-band radar potential and limitation in deserts for landform reconstruction and hydrographic modeling. In comparison also with our work under forest, we have a similar work in the Amazon region based on airborne P-band while we are waiting from biomass products. We are expecting to provide recommendations to enhance DEM generation workflow using P-band radar, so feedback from this study could be interesting. Also to explore strategies, this is the continuation of our own research on internal validation. We are expecting to explore strategies to force the DEM to comply with geomorphological rules based on the fact that topography beneath the desert was shaped by water. So, as I already said, the surface is not random. And this could be useful to improve the quality of the digital model, but also to try to densify it, typically from 90 to 30 meters, which has become a standard for global digital elevation models. And we could take advantage of multiple locations during the biomass mission to exploit the temporal dimension to improve the performances of digital terrain modeling in these desert regions. So that's all for now. And I can, if there is some question, I can try to answer or forward to Mohamed El Haj, the first author, for to improve a low-resolution DTM, the resolution of low-resolution DTM, than improving the image resolution and generating a high-resolution DTM. Because the DTM, as I already commented, is on the topography, which obeys some rules. I mean, inside a 90-meter pixel, the way the topography is organized is not something random. So it's easier, either by statistics means or even physical, because the rivers go down. So you can force the river to go down. If you improve the resolution of imaging to produce directly a high-resolution digital elevation model, this model will inherit the distortions, the artifact of your high-resolution image. So when we lead to terrestrial relief, at least in areas shaped by water, not if there was no glacier or volcano of this kind of a specific geomorphology, wherever the continents are shaped by water, which is maybe 80 or 90% of the Earth, I don't know, but the main part of the Earth, then we can, it's easier to have a low-resolution digital elevation model and to force it to respect some rule when we densify it. For instance, SRTM with 90 meters, then available with 30 meters, there was some initiative to densify the initial SRTM 90 meter to 30 meters, like in Brazil with Topodata in the INPI database. And then when it was available with 30 meters, we discovered that the real 30 meter SRTM was not better than the 30 meter, the simulated 30 meter SRTM, because at 90 meters, SRTM, which is a canopy model, is not influenced by the geometry of the canopy, which is one of the explanations of the artifacts we can have on the model. So we are confident that the fact that biomass with, for instance, 90 meters could give a good basis to produce different cartographic products, 90 and even 30. And there is a request from the French cartographic agency, IGN, who is interested in this kind of studies for the cartography of French Guiana, not the littoral, which is supposed to be specified like continental France, European France, but inside the territory of French Guiana, where at the moment it's maybe the worst digital elevation model of the whole Amazon region, because it's done by photogrammetry. It's a very, very good canopy model, but for hydrology it's impossible to use, and the French Geographic Institute is very interested in what we could do with biomass, beginning with 90 meters and trying to improve it based on the fact that we know that moving from 90 to 30 is much easier on the ground than on the canopy. I don't know if it's clear.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thanks a lot again. We can move to the next speaker. So we remain on a desert region, and so the next presentation will be given by Yangai Yu, who present preliminary evaluation of biomass interferometric data over desert environments.
Hello,
so
everyone.
There is a laser pointer, I think, underneath, if you're looking for a laser pointer. Yeah.
I don't know where.
There was, at least. Okay, that's just for switching the slides. Yeah.
Okay, I didn't. Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Yang Haiyu from Polytechnico di Milano and National Space Science Center of CAS. I will present this work on behalf of the co-authors Stefano Tabardini and Francesco Benda from Polimi and Arisis about the preliminary evaluation of biomass interferometric data over desert environments. Okay, here's the outline. Let's begin with the background. And buried geological structures like paleo drainage channels and ancient aquifers are widespread in desert. Study of these are essential for water resource management in semi-arid and arid regions. On the other hand, understanding the dynamic of sand dunes in desert is also important to review how Ionian environments evolve. Synthetic aperture radars operated at longer wavelengths and shorter repeat pass intervals might provide an effective solution. Here's the literature review. SAR is a powerful tool to study deserts thanks to its good penetration capabilities. ELARCH from JPL first demonstrated that the radar can review the subsurface structures in Sahara Desert, and the subsequent studies using GRS-1 and ERS-1 and 2 data confirmed the effectiveness of these findings. With modern satellites such as ALOS, we can map large river systems like Kufra River System, and these capabilities can be further enhanced using multi-frequency and multi-polarimetric SAR investigation. To map sand dune dynamics, researchers usually use INSA temporal model, image offset incoherent cross correlation or multi-temporal INSA coherence modeling. But usually INSA-based methods are often ineffective because of the rapid changing environment. And as we all know, biomass is the first P-band in space. I wanted to point out is that in June 2025, it operated in near zero baselines, and in July and August, the satellites can form larger spatial baselines. So data stacks in June are used to observe sand dunes, and the data stacks in July and August are used to detect the subsurface structure. And we just use a simple interferometric processing at the regional scale. First, geometric registration using nominal geometry, and then we use the incoherent cross correlation to correct in accurate orbit information and atmosphere artifacts. But we also need to remove the topography phase. But usually we can observe a phase plane. We have to estimate it from the spectrum of the interferogram. To obtain final, let's say, clean interferogram, we also need to correct constant phase offset using the PS points. And the following slides will use 3 case studies to explore the interesting applications enabled by biomass mission. And the first study is to review the vertical structure of a possible subsurface structure, which is also visible in SAR intensity map. This case study is carried out in the Kufra Basin in Libya, which is also close to Tazibu oasis. This region has rich underground water. You can see the circles there is the irrigation systems. And this region is also close to the Sahabi River system as proposed by Griffin in 2002. And this Sahabi river is plotted in this red dashed line, and the biomass is within this red circle. And we compile different remote sensing data within this region, include optical image from BeamMap, the Sentinel-1C data, and ALOS-2 data from in 2023, because the data is not available in 2024, and the biomass data. And you can see this possible subsurface structure, which can be seen almost by all the SAR data. This might serve as a cross-validation. But also these data present different details. For example, surface scattering is more relevant in C-band data. And we performed interferometric analysis using both near zero base and the larger spatial baselines. The first figure shows the intensity map. We just extract this regional, this area to do the analysis. These two maps gives the magnitude and the phase map of the under near zero baselines. You can see this pattern is clear in coherence map, but it is not clear, is visible in phase map. But for the larger spatial baseline, you can still see these signals in phase map. So we infer this pattern is more, it's a topographic signal. And we further carry out tomographic analysis using a July data stack. The data set provides a high vertical resolution and a larger height of ambiguity. By selecting the maximum value in each tomographic profile, we generated a phase center hat map with respect to Copernicus DEM derived by tandem X data. This reviews a clear river-like feature several meters below the reference surface. And we also generate a tomographic profile of the region. The upper image displays the intensity, and the right line indicates the interest transect. The lower image shows the vertical profile. Overall, this pattern is a seeker and several meters below the reference DM. And here's the tomography movie of this region. This movie is mainly show the variation of the phase center height. And, but sometimes tomography profile may indicate thickness. And by chance, you can see more than one target along the vertical direction. And another study set is located in the Xinjiang region of the northwest China. And you can see this ear-like pattern. It was it was a lake fed by several major lakes with large quantities of minor salts. But now it is a pure desert because it was dried up in the 1970s due to climate change and human activities. And this region was also referred to as the Sea of Death by local people due to its extreme climate. And we use June and July data set to see the sand dunes and the subsurface structure. We firstly use a case study to review a possible geological structure which might be invisible in the intensity map. We also compare different remote sensing data. We can see different details within these regions for different multi-frequency SAR data. So we just extract this region to do following analysis. We also give the kind of the phase center height map with respect to the reference DEM. We used the data set in August, which also provide a high vertical resolution and a larger height ambiguity. And the right map, but you can see there is an interesting pattern. We infer this part is because of the temporal height change with respect to the corp DM. But for this region, there might be some possible river structure. We also generate a tomographic movie for this region, but in this region it's just to show about the phase center variation with respect to the reference DM actually. You just see for this region maybe there is a phase center below the reference surface. You can see here, okay. And the final case study is to observe possible sand dune dynamics using near zero spatial baseline data. And we also use the multi-source remote sensing data, for example, the C-band, the L-band, the P-band. We just see that the texture of the sand dune cannot be fully captured by the Sentinel-1C and the Sentinel-1 and L-band data. But for P-band data, you can see the clear texture. We may infer that maybe there are some temporal decorrelation even within the focusing integration time. And we check the inside coherence behavior of typical pair in June, and this pair has a very large height of ambiguity. But you can see just these regions are subjected to strong decorrelation. As this height ambiguity, we assume that this should be mainly because of the temporal decorrelation. And we then generate a time series INSAR maps over this selected region. You can see the phase, let's say, in the highly coherent region almost remain 0. But for the sand dune region, you can see strong signals. And the strongest signal is observed within this interval. And here comes the final conclusion. This study provides a preliminary evaluation of biomass INSAR data over desert region. It looks like the interferometric and polarimetric capabilities of biomass on the larger space of baseline can enable review vertical structure of geological objects and even to uncover the hidden subsurface features which might be invisible in intensity maps. And we can also use near zero baselines to use the phase information to inform sand dune dynamics. But still more efforts are needed. For example, analyze the identified subsurface feature from a geological perspective because we are not experts at all. And we also need to do a physical interpretation of the phase pattern for the sand dunes. We have to consider the penetration capability. So what is really moving on? And we also need to refine our calibration. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Really fascinating. Comments or questions? There is one in the back.
Thank you. I understood you were using for tomograms the COM2 phase, and on slides 13, I think you were showing the baseline, and most of them were beyond critical baseline. The question is if the baselines which are beyond critical are actually useful for tomograms or at the end.
No, actually, if the baseline is beyond critical, because it just has 6 megahertz bandwidth, it will be totally decorrelated. But we are just using kind of extreme cases, just two neighborhood images can be coherent. So we have to be really careful in calibration.
So those tomograms are essentially like free baseline tomograms, something like that?
No. We use 7 images or 9 images, let's say, in July or in August.
But if you remove the baselines which are beyond critical, you'll get similar result on the tomograms? Or?
I don't know. I did not try. But because I checked, let's say, the data acquired in November and October, the R5 effect is really strong. So, but in contrast, some data in July and August are better. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
We have time for questions. Armando, yeah.
Hello, very interesting to see these things. Very curious also that in P-band, in L-band, it's very interesting. Have you also thought about using polarimetry to try to interpret a little bit what maybe the scattering mechanism going on?
It's very interesting, but this is commissioning data, so every data is not really polarimetric calibrated. If we have this polarimetric calibrated, we believe that another dimension, because of this polarimetric information, would improve the vertical kind of interpretation, for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Comments or more questions? Yeah, okay.
I have a question. I think it's very interesting and very nice to see the references to the old papers by Philippe Payot and others. Yeah. This was actually looked upon kind of even with JRS1 data. We had a project called Sahara SAR with Philippe Payot and to map the Sahara desert. So my question is, I mean, do you see any complementarity between the P-band and the L-band information? I mean, or if you have P-band, wouldn't you need kind of L-band data, or would a combination of the two be?
Yes, for sure. Because the L-band data has higher resolution, and it can map. If you can see the let's say subsurface structure using the intensity map, the L-band can be really good for mapping the larger area. But if you would like to see something really deeper, and to see the height of how deep it is, you'd better to rely on biomass data, because it can provide better coherence. Yes.
Right. And also maybe a comment to kind of related to Klaus' comment kind of recently, that desert is only a secondary objective of the mission. On the other hand, I mean, you don't expect a large kind of dynamic here. So I mean, just kind of a much smaller number of observations would actually be sufficient to do something substantial there. So I think that's interesting also to consider.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and one more, maybe, since we have a few minutes, one more question, or maybe clarification. So I was wondering, while looking at your slides, about the contribution of the volume versus surface scattering. So the way I understand it, you have some, in the desert, you have some sand, and then there could be bedrock underneath, right? And in some cases, you show that there is temporal decorrelation. So part of me thought that the scattering comes from the surface, and so temporal decorrelation should be low, and so coherence should be high. But I think you showed that where there is sand, the temporal decorrelation was very low.
Yep.
Oh, sorry, so there was a lot of decorrelation.
Yep.
So is that because there is volume scattering happening? Can we compute the contribution of the volume versus surface scattering for desert, a little bit like we do for forest? Maybe even this SKP decompositions could be an idea. Again, I have no experience over desert, so I don't know if this makes sense. But.
Yes, I would like to explain again. For this region, because we just have a very large height of ambiguity, so we should not consider volumetric decorrelation. It's purely the temporal decorrelation. If we have, let's say, smaller height of ambiguity, it's mixed. The problem becomes really complicated, let's say, in standard biomass products with some baselines. So, because in this data set, we don't need to consider the volumetric decorrelation.
That I agree, but so the scattering in this the area where you have very low coherence, it's coming from I guess, from the sand.
Maybe because of the penetration.
Right.
Yep.
So there is not enough penetration in this case, and so there is a lot of, I guess, volume, so some scattering from the sand, or okay.
Yes. We will consider in the future. So.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks. Okay, I think we can move on.
Yes, we invite Zbigniew Perski from the Polish Geological Institute to give the next talk. Yeah, and it's exploring polarimetric signatures for geology of arid regions, preliminary biomass P-band pulsar results over the Tibesti Mountains.
Thank you very much, Mark. Hello, everybody. This title can be said in much less words, like we are trying to do biomass where is no biomass. So let's start with how it works. Next slide. Okay, let's start from some motivation. When I saw for the first time in Vienna this beautiful image of the volcanoes in Tibesti, I just realized why not to go more into some geological application of that. So it's some research questions arise at what geological features can biomass help to detect and analyze, how this even simple particular pulsar decomposition can enhance our geological knowledge and what unique insight they provide. And also what are capability of this P-band pulsar data for characterizing subsurface geological structures. So let's start as what we are doing as geologists usually. We would like to start from the bigger picture. So where we are in the middle of Sahara. Tibesti Mountain is the area with the highest mountain ridge in Sahara. But unfortunately, it's a very dangerous area in terms of political and environmental conditions that it's almost inaccessible. But still, we can do a lot from remote sensing and from some previous studies. Regarding geology, we are facing with the oldest rocks on this planet. We have these crystalline Archean cratons with some greenstone belts between them. One of those belts is creating our Tibesti geology. That's why it's so interesting. So we are going more specifically. There are three main units in general of this geology. The old basement with this Tibestian lower and upper formations. The first one is mostly consists of highly metamorphosed rocks with a lot of tectonical structures. And this this upper structure is less, it's more sedimentary rocks, less with less tectonics. And on top of that, we have this just flat, almost horizontal layers of sediments from Ordovician mostly. It's the most spectacular is the Namibian sandstone formation. And on top of that, we have tertiary volcanoes, which are very unique because it's a key example from our planet, this continental hotspot volcanism. And we have also a lot of intrusions inside this lower part. If you are looking for some raw materials, if you are looking for some these rare earth elements, this is the place to go. What data we have already acquired from that area? We have, of course, this first single Calval acquisitions that we are very familiar with that. And we have already multi-temporal tomographic orbits that creates the nice strip on the eastern part. Regarding to what is interesting, for example, for me as a geologist, we have two areas that I would like to focus on. One is this volcanic zone, and the second one is this oldest Tibestian area, especially that I was involved in some study many years ago, together with my Libyan colleague on that geology. Apart from that, what is also helping us a lot, there are some Nmap hyperspectral acquisitions that are already available from that area that can also support our geological interpretation. Regarding methods, it's so far quite trivial. Just after some correction filtering, playing with some polarimetric decomposition, and of course everything must be at the end of the day in range Doppler terrain corrected to be able to interpret this and integrate with other materials. And what we are dealing with is these geological signatures that we want to develop. What is that? It's a link between some polarimetric characterizations with some elements of geology. It's a question of which kind of things in geology we can interpret, or how Polinsar, especially P-band data, can help us to deal with this. Apart from that, I faced also some problems. Since we are working with the data with very low amplitude, These cross-polarization channels for the desert area are polluted with some crosstalk imbalances, some remains of antenna patterns. Something is still leaking into that signal that could be modeled. That's why I decided not to deal with any calibration, not to just to introduce another error before I will be able to fully understand of that issue. And of course, the second area of my work is Gobi, Mongolia. There is a poster about that, and that data are even more polluted with that effects. So there is a lot of things related to signal processing that needs to be done. Okay, so let's see some first results, some first interpretations. Like this, let's stick for the moment for these Pauli decompositions, which are very nice for visual interpretations. Of course, we have some geomorphology, some channels that we can identify, and we have some areas with this strong volume scattering that probably is due to a higher grain size in these sediments, or there are maybe reflections from geology in below. But let's look on a bigger picture now. It's just a Google Earth optical image of some area in the north that we can see some outcrops, some shapes we can identify, and pretty much apart from these areas there is not much visible. But if you go to Pauli decomposition of our P-band, it's this sand cover simply disappeared. So we can identify a lot of this intrusion shapes on different types because of different backscatter behavior. We can also identify some remains of this tertiary volcanics like that, and this spectacular escarpment of this Nubian sandstone. So, and also we have a lot of this metamorphic foliation that we can interpret even from that image. Also some small volcanic elements. So there's a lot of things, and also some faults, fractures that we can interpret that can help us to understand this basement geology. Another example, when we will go a little bit more south, there is this dark structure. It's the depression filled by these soft sediments. It's Koargraben. I will tell a little bit more about that later on, but you can see some reflections there. And you can identify a lot of intrusions of different type. Some of them are very bright, some of them are very dark. This difference is just comes from different mineral compositions, because that bright contains more silica, for example. And yes, based on shapes and on tectonics, we can also interpret some of them was developed during syntectonic times, and sometimes are older. So a different generation of that intrusion, so we can say a lot about that. From volcanic area, this is also an interesting example. That it's also a lot of structures, a lot of even different types of backscatter here. We have some volume, some double bounces. So it's also something that needs to be interpreted in more detail. And we see also some faults that are much more clear, visible than on that simple optical image. So that's what we can do with Pauli decompositions. But we have also some other types of decompositions that we can try. Why not to do it? But after that, we will deal with a lot of data. We can also try to somehow condense that information from different decompositions, treating it as as individual channels of information, and those are just simple principal component analysis. Of course, we will lose some physical explanation of the data, but we can see the effects in a condensed form. So let's try how far we can go with this. This is example of this source data. I just choose some channels that were less noisy than the others. These are the simple decomposition, how it looks like in comparison with this optical image. And this structure is this cohort graben that I already mentioned. That you can see that there is pretty much information inside, but principal components show something even more interesting. Especially for this graben, we can see all these details from different decompositions summarized in that simple image. If we try to interpret that, we can see that we can say a lot about tectonic structures and what is inside this graben in very high details. Okay, let's go now for the second area of these volcanoes. So it's also not very easy stuff, because it's according to the latest publication that there are, it was 6 stages starting in Oligocene up to even today. Today it's no eruptions there, but there are still some hot springs and mud volcanoes, so there is still some activity. As you can see, there was just many stages of the activity, destroying some older structures, so it's quite complex. So I tried to do the same for this scene, what I did for the previous one. I mean this Pauli decomposition. I mean this principal components. Here they are. But I was a little bit disappointed. But there was this information increased similar that I observed in the other areas. So why is that? Of course, topography is much higher, so the slope orientation also it's more important here. If we can look into details, we will see that this doesn't improve anything, in fact. But if we will look in some statistics for the data, this entropy alpha plane, for example, and compare these two scenes, the statistics, we see that we have for this Tibistian basement rocks which have much more different reflections than for these volcanic areas, probably due to the fact that chemical composition of these rocks it's quite similar. There are just a difference in the age. That's why we are not observing much data. So there are still work in progress, of course. The question is that many people were asking me today, what is the depth of the penetration? I don't know yet. According to some models, it should be for the P-band something around 2 meters. But what we saw in Gobi area and here, I am pretty convinced that it's much better. So let's go to the conclusion. It's very easy stuff, of course, geology and Polinsar. But apart from that, it's just some first results that I was brave enough to share with you. Still, we have some problems with calibration, with proper corrections of the data. So there's no quantitative analysis that I can share the results with you. But biomass applicability for geology, I can say, for arid areas is confirmed. Penetration capability is also confirmed. And with direct links to subsurface geology, so we can do in the future really fantastic things. Sure, just it's the beginning of the adventure. Thank you very much for your attention.
So thank you very much. Questions from the floor? Yes.
Thank you. Very interesting indeed. And a practical question to start with. So The data you processed again, from which phase are they? So are they commissioning phase data or already tomographic phase data?
This first image was this Calval first data acquired in June, and this second ones, they were from this tomography mission acquired since November and December.
Because there's a big difference between data acquired before and from 12 December, in calibration. And of course, many of the artifacts you show are related to older versions.
Yeah, of course, I also hear that, this data will be improved in the future. What also is interesting for me that since all the algorithms are open, I can also try to work with raw data and trying to apply different parameters for the processed raw data as well. Yeah.
Okay, and maybe I have more questions, but I don't want to steal the microphone. So
Okay, we can
continue. We still have time, so it's okay.
No, it's okay. It's really a lot because it's also in. So thank you.
Any other questions then? Yes, Magda.
Question, but suggestion. Maybe you could try to use our on the map platform to use the algorithm that we are currently developing for the decomposition, so the Polinsar Pro.
Yeah, that is my own to-do list when I will go back at home. So even over the weekend I will start because it's so exciting. Yeah, thank you.
Any other? Yes.
Thank you. Once you shortly said that showing maybe slide 15, the brightness of some intrusions, you connected the brightness to some silicate content.
Yes.
But inside, the brightness is more related to some shape. Do you have some?
It's not related to shape. It's related to the roughness of the surface in comparison with the wavelength. Yes. But we know more or less based on the field data, field sampling, what is the mineral composition of that intrusion. That's why I was able to interpret this as an intrusion that contains more silica than the others.
Okay, thank you. So post-priori information.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, Stefano.
Super exciting talk, thanks. My question is, what about topography? It surely is a disturbance to you, but so how much of a disturbance is it?
For this volcanic area, what I see, it's a very big impact. The incidence angle, the local incidence angle for the data. But for this, for that northern part, it's not that big issue because of this very narrow strips and very more flat topography. But this volcanic, yes, it's an issue that could be also compensated with the local incidence angle. This is something that I'm also will try to explore more.
Mostly a matter of compensating for the azimuth rotation.
Yes, I think so. For this moment, yes, that is something. First thing that I would like to try.
Okay, thanks.
And also the next step will be to go for interferometry and tomography to see the quantitative values for that, what we're observing.
Okay, so thank you. Thanks for this talk.
Thank you very much.
We can wrap up the geology applications session. I'd like to remind Klaus' recommendation to provide sites for the acquisitions of the biomass missions over arid regions. As I understand, it's not a first objective, it's a secondary objective, so the acquisitions plan is not wall-to-wall, so you don't have a full set of products everywhere. So that's something maybe we can keep in mind also for tomorrow. That closes the session, and I think we're back at 2:10 p.m. in the afternoon for the cryosphere sessions. Thank you.
Let me make a quick announcement before we start. I would like to remind you of the Padlet. You got an email, right? If you have any recommendation, if you have any wish, anything you want to criticize or want to change or anyone want to see implemented in future, please go to the Padlet and type it in there. It's online, yes. On the conference website you find the link, but you also received an email. So use this, it's anonymous, so you cannot do anything stupid. We will not chase you down afterwards. Second thing is, we have a few t-shirts left. So if you have anyone in your family who would like to have a Biomass t-shirt, any one of your kids or friends, help yourself. We don't need to bring them back to Esrin.
So good afternoon, everybody. We have this very interesting session about secondary objective application, which is ice and complements somehow the deserts. As usual, we have 5 presentations. The topics will be interferometry, polarimetry, and tomography applied to ice sheets and glaciers. We have biomass, of course, but also airborne campaigns at P-band. And the rules are the same as other sessions, so 15 minutes plus 5 questions. And we will notify the speaker when time is about to be up. So let's start without any further ado. Please, Georg.
So hello also from my side. Georg Fischer from DRA, happy to share the session with Francesco on exciting ice topics. And we start with the velocity of ice by Anders Kusk from the Technical University of Denmark.
Hello, everyone. I'm presenting this, and this is work carried out together with my colleagues, Jørgen Dahl and John Merriman, which together with me are members of the Biomass DISC working on ice applications. And I will present some preliminary results on biomass ice flow mapping. Let me just see here. This one, yes. Just a brief introduction. So ice flow mapping is a secondary objective of biomass. We've heard that a couple of times. And one thing that we think that may be a benefit of the P-band wavelength is that we can map very fast-flowing glaciers with interferometry, that with higher frequency sensors that decorrelate completely because of the high fringe rate. We could also perhaps hope to have increased temporal coherence because of smaller sensitivity to surface processes like precipitation, but still that remains to be seen. Of course, there are also some disadvantages, and the main problem, of course, is ionosphere, which when we're used to doing ice velocity in the polar regions, then even at C-band, the ionosphere can bother us sometimes, so this is, of course, even so much worse at P-band. So the coverage of Antarctica in the tomographic phase is basically the West Antarctic ice sheet from the peninsula and down to Ross Ice Shelf. There's a lot more data also in other places of Antarctica from the commissioning phase, and I've looked a bit at them and got some decent results, but I'll wait working on them till the reprocessing of the commissioning phase data. So what I'm showing today is based on data from the tomographic phase, so the major cycle 1 that just finished. What we see here is the coverage in this cycle, and the different colors are the different swaths of biomass. So where we can really hope to enjoy INSAR is in the region between the crossing of these ascending and descending tracks, where we can make 2D velocities from INSAR. And even better it would be if we use the same color of these tracks, because then they're also close in time, because ice velocity changes over time. This is the area I've been studying. It's Pine Island Glacier in Antarctica. It's a major ice stream in Antarctica, together with Thwaites down there. It drains 5% of the Antarctic ice sheet, I think, and it's and they're showing signs of thinning and retreating and instability, so it's a very interesting area to study. We've used data from swath 2 and swath 3, and we haven't looked into polarization at all, just used HH polarization. For some reason over Antarctica, the S1 swath seems to be just a subset of S2. I don't know why that is. Maybe it's because the S1 data still needs to be reprocessed. The one I got was with an earlier processor, but yeah, I don't know. On the background here, I've shown a Sentinel-1 ice velocity map based on offset tracking. And this is based purely on data from the period where we had the biomass data so that we can compare biomass and Sentinel-1 and use Sentinel-1 as a reference. And the black crosses up here is that's basically the ground control points that we use for calibrating the biomass INSAR, and we retrieve those from the Sentinel-1 velocity map in the slow-flowing regions. This was made with our in-house ice velocity processor, this Sentinel-1 map, and this is actually the same one we're using for biomass, and actually we haven't done any biomass-specific changes, so we haven't done any change with, for example, with respect to ionosphere, so this is just some very early results, and it represents a lower bound of what we can expect. I think we can do much more when we can also do some ionosphere corrections, for example. So I'll just briefly go through the processor. We have two SLCs. We generate a co-registration lookup table. Do that from an external DEM and external velocity mosaic in order to sort of compensate the flow of the glacier. And then on top of this, we just do a coarse refinement of this lookup table using offset tracking. And by coarse, I mean it's just a range and azimuth constant, which of course doesn't really account for any ionosphere. But this is the status right now. Then we do resample and common band filtering. We do flattening of topography. We also optionally flatten with the external velocity map to reduce the fringe rate before we do multi-looking and interferogram formation, because then we can easily unwrap and also retain coherence on especially near the shear margin. We then unwrap the phase, and we can unflatten this external velocity contribution again, adding back this phase. And then we calibrate and convert to line of sight velocity, and finally geocode and get a nice line of sight velocity map like this. We also can do offset tracking with this processor. It's the same initial steps. Of course, we don't do this refinement, and then we just do normalized cross-correlation patches. Add this external velocity back because we co-registered, we did offset tracking relative to that. Also calibrate, geocode, and then we get something like this. Ideally, the range offsets is just a lower resolution, noisier version of the line of sight map, and the azimuth shifts. Well, azimuth velocities, they're interesting to say the least for biomass. So I'll show examples of that. And then finally, we do to get 2D velocities. We do an inversion of this. At each pixel, we invert this system of equations where all the observations we want to include, we put them in this matrix here, and we assume surface parallel flow derived from a DEM, and we do a weighted least squares inversion of this system here, which allows us to also weight the INSAR observations, which are much less noisy and higher resolution than the offset tracking. We can basically increase the weight of them and then get better results wherever we have INSAR available. Of course, if we only have INSAR, we require crossing orbits or a known flow direction. Otherwise, we cannot solve this system here. These are some examples of offset tracking with 3-day baselines. So basically, one frame for all the acquisitions. And for the range offsets, notice the scale is ±2 pixels over the 3 days. And basically, the range offsets, they represent very well the glacier flow here, but it's also quite a fast-flowing glacier. And then sometimes we have some strange biases on individual images. It seems like the two last offset maps here, there seems to be an offset on one of the images. For azimuth offsets, they are just look crazy, and it's difficult to retrieve the ice flow from that. So I think offset tracking is not really useful with biomass, not at this point. Some interferogram examples instead of the 3 different parts of the glacier. And I show the interferograms both with and without this velocity flattening. And we see the very nice fringes from the interferograms, even at the very front of the glacier, which is yeah, and actually we even, in the velocity flattened image, we even see the grounding line down there's also some artifacts at the bottom of the images. I don't know what that's related to. I think maybe it's something in the SLCs. Now, let me just see. We also did a comparison with Sentinel-1. So we had a Sentinel-1 6-day image pair. We did an interferogram, and there was also a biomass acquisition available. Not the exact same geometry, but still with the same 6-day baseline on the same days, just 9 hours displaced. And we see basically we get much more coherent and much better phase. And so on the ice stream we can track the we can see the movement. Biomass just decorrelates, or Sentinel-1 decorrelates completely also in other regions, and it's impossible to unwrap. Now this is the example from the front of the glacier. This is just geocoded here. And we can actually unwrap and calibrate this, and then we get a line of sight velocity map like this, where we see line of sight velocities up to 4 meters per day along the glacier. And of course, if we want to do real velocity maps, then we need to have several maps. Here we have then tried to do a velocity inversion where we have crossing tracks further up on the glacier. And I've used the 2 descending and 4 ascending interferograms. And you see there's still quite some residual phase effects of probably ionosphere, a lot of it. But still we were able to unwrap and calibrate these interferograms using just a linear, we'd use a linear baseline model for the phase calibration. And if we do the inversion, then we get a velocity map like this. We have also indicated the flow direction on top of the magnitude of the ice flow. And I think it basically looks really nice. And actually we have very good coverage on the fast flowing part of the glacier. Maybe on the left, I don't know exactly if what we're seeing are some residual ionospheric effects in this blue part, but I still think it looks quite promising. If we compare to Sentinel-1, we see we have less noise and also better coverage on the glacier. This is exactly the same area here, just biomass only covers in this crossing region. If we also try to just compare the biomass and the Sentinel-1 velocities, taking profiles along the glacier and across the glacier, and basically they match very well. And the biomass measurements basically seem to be less noisy and smoother, and also slightly better coverage. So I think that's promising. Of course, then we only get these really good measurements where we have the crossing orbits, but something we can do also maybe is combine biomass, INSAR, and Sentinel-1 offset tracking using this framework that I showed before. And if we try and do that, on the left we have the Sentinel-1 map from before. And then on the right we've combined this with biomass, INSAR, and basically we see we get some increased coverage on the ice stream, but also to the left we have a much reduced noise level, and there's even some structure that actually seems to be hidden in Sentinel-1 images where we actually get an increase in, we can see more of what's happening and a decrease in noise. Yeah. Then, of course, when we are doing all these interferograms, there are also other things we can look at. There's grounding lines. When we can do double difference INSAR. We have here grounding lines. We can measure it for Pine Island Glacier over here, also at the very front of the glacier. We can also on Thwaites, we also see grounding line signatures here. So that's, of course, one of the really nice applications of biomass, I think. And yeah, and it would be really nice actually to have a complete coverage of the coast of Antarctica. I hope that can be arranged in the future, maybe. I think a lot of people would like that. Another thing which we can also study using INSAR is subglacial hydrology. So basically on an ice sheet we often have, we also have water flowing under the ice sheet. And sometimes this pools in lakes or just regions below the ice sheet and pushes up the surface. And INSAR is very sensitive to these elevation changes. And then sometimes we see an increase in the surface, and then suddenly this can drain and the water disappears, and we then get a decrease in surface elevation. And we've studied this a lot with Sentinel-1 INSAR, but that doesn't really cover on the faster regions. It's also very sensitive to surface decorrelation. So we just try to do double difference interferogram from Pine Island, and here we actually see this telltale sign of subglacial activity, this bullseye pattern. This is classically what we see when we have a subglacial lake filling or draining or some water propagation. And often we also see water propagating over time, and I think here biomass could be very nice to use for this, at least for a limited period. We get a very high temporal resolution of how this water can propagate. And also we can do it basically under the ice stream, which I think is really fascinating. That's something we can never hope to do with Sentinel-1. Conclusions and further work. I think we have some promising results for ice flow mapping using Biomass INSAR, even with just our basic processor. Further work is definitely needed on ionosphere mitigation. So first step would be to do data-driven co-registration, but also implementing dedicated ionosphere corrections would be really nice. The requirement of crossing orbits, that of course reduces the pure INSAR coverage of biomass, because we also want the acquisition to be coincident in time. But I think also the combination of biomass INSAR and Sentinel-1 offset tracking could be very useful. And yeah, grounding lines and subglacial hydrology dams, there are other useful applications. And as I said, we would like complete coverage of the Antarctic coast for that also. That was my talk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anas. That's already a first recommendation. Very good. Are there questions? Yes.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. On slide 18, you showed the combination of the results from Sentinel-1 and biomass.
Just a second.
Yes, this
Yes, yes.
How did you combine the results from Sentinel-1 and biomass on the right side? Is this like the average on the same pixels, or?
No, it's basically at each pixel we have a different line of sight and azimuth, different line of sight. So for Sentinel-1 we have offset tracking, line of sight velocity and azimuth velocity, and for biomass we have just line of sight velocity from INSAR. And at each pixel we can take all the observations that are available and then do this least squares inversion that I showed earlier. So it's not an average, it's actually we're sort of combining it on from the line of sight and azimuth observations, taking care of the viewing geometry and also the surface flow. This is how we normally do also when we combining Sentinel-1 INSAR and offset tracking, for example, or Sentinel-1 range offsets only. It can also be used for this.
Thank you.
Yeah. Are there any more questions? Yes, Björn.
Yes, thanks, Anders. Excellent presentation. So I really enjoyed it. So one question regarding, especially again this for the combination of biomass and Sentinel-1. Of course, the fact that we have, of course, left-looking system and Sentinel-1, of course, right-looking, of course, gives you, let's say, especially different line of sight as you were mentioning, right? So you really get additional information, even though it's not the same wavelength, and we may even be looking at subsurface things in subsurface phenomena in biomass. It would be okay. You probably looked at these, actually these the geometry difference already between Sentinel-1 and biomass. I wouldn't be knowing it directly on top of my head, but there is the line of sight difference is quite unique, I guess, right? It's quite different between the two options.
Yeah, sure. Okay. I think it looks really promising, but I only have this example to show. So for now.
Thanks.
I think we have time for one more question, if anyone wants. Yes, please.
Have you compared why the region decoration in the C-band but did not decoration in the P-band? What are these regions?
Sentinel-1 is basically much higher, more than 10 times higher frequency, so we have a much higher fringe rate, which makes it difficult to retain coherence with the fast flow. It's also much more sensitive to things going on at the surface and surface deformations, whereas maybe P-band penetrates further into the ice, so we are actually not as sensitive to just surface deformation. So basically, Sentinel-1 is on the fast-flowing part of the glacier. It's normally just relying on tracking features, which also works well on fast-flowing outlet glacier because you have lots of crevasses, which is basically what is being tracked. It's not the speckle typically that Sentinel-1 tracks, but for biomass, the INSAR seems to work very nice.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, then thank you, Anders.
So the next speaker is Sarah Patricia Schlenk from DLR, and she has to show us some very interesting results about biomass polarimetry. Please, Patricia.
Thank you for the introduction. I would like to show you some first results of the polarimetric data using biomass in Antarctica and its potential to detect and characterize glaciological features. Biomass with P-band is particularly interesting for cryosphere applications since the signal penetrates deep into the dry snow and ice. A glacier or an ice sheet can contain very distinct vertical structures, such as internal layering, as firn layers, and the bedrock interface. But also there are a lot of surface features that we saw just in the last presentation that we consider as topography or surface roughness. Now, with the polarimetry, we can separate the different scattering mechanisms, such as dihedral scattering, surface scattering, and volume scattering. With the scattering mechanism, since we're not using interferometry, we don't have currently any knowledge of the depth of the scatterer. However, the scattering mechanisms that we can detect already give us a lot of information what kind of scattering structure we actually can detect. Now on the right, we have a map of Antarctica using the optical Lima-Landsat mosaic, where you see mostly a uniform surface with some mountaintops coming out. We used a section of Antarctica where we created a mosaic of the biomass scenes using the COM4 and COM5 data, overlaid them and averaged them to get the mosaic. Here you see a poly-RGB image, and in that region you actually can already detect that we have a very high difference in the scattering mechanisms. So when we look at here, the coastal region, as well as a large glacier, we have very different scattering mechanisms than the inside of Antarctica. For a better polarimetric interpretation, I'm going to move to the polarimetric parameters, entropy, anisotropy, and alpha angles. So here you still see the same region as before with the coastline in blue. The entropy reveals the scattering complexity with only one main scattering going towards 0 and 1 when there are 3 equal scattering mechanisms present. So let's start with the coast along here, which has a relatively high entropy. Along the coast, we are in the glacier zone called the percolation zone, where there is a melting going on in summer. So we have some melting and refreezing processes going on, which form very distinct layers, and therefore we already receive a relatively high backscatter. Moreover, this section is the largest moving area with the glacier flow with the outlets, so therefore we're getting relatively complex structures. And we also have, in this region here, we have the mountaintops coming out. So therefore, our entropy is overall relatively high, since we already have a relatively complex ice structure and therefore complex scattering mechanisms. The glacier that we see here, we see very well the glacier flow lines, as we've seen in the presentation before, that it's very well detectable. And also due to the surface roughness and the flow, we have a relatively high entropy. But for now, I want you to focus on the inside of the ice sheet, which looks super homogeneous in the entropy with relatively low to medium values. But now, if we move here to that same region in the anisotropy, we have the anisotropy gives us the information about the second and the third scattering mechanism and its strength to one another. And for the surface features that we're detecting, so for the topography and the surface roughness, we can relatively easily compare them with existing comparison data like DEMs or optical data. So when we compare that, this region here matches relatively well what we can detect from the surface features. But more interestingly, this relatively high anisotropic area shows a lot of similarities with the modeled bedrock that we used as comparison data. However, the ice thickness over there is over 2,000 meters deep. If we can actually detect the bedrock or not is something I'm going to talk about in this presentation. Next, I'm moving on to the polarimetric parameters of the mean and the dominant alpha angle. The alpha angles give you the type of scattering present in your region, with low alpha angles connected to surface scattering, high alpha connected to dihedral, and medium values for the volume scattering. So the alpha 1 gives you your dominant alpha angle from the first eigenvalue. And interestingly enough, almost for the whole test site, we have surface scattering as the dominant scatterer. However, I want to emphasize that surface scattering in ice doesn't mean it's physically at the surface, but it can be somewhere in the subsurface, just scattering at surface-like features like the firn and the ice layers. If we go to the alpha mean, which is averaged over the 3 eigenvalues, we see that in the areas where we detected quite high entropy values in the coast and also along the glacier, we go towards volummetric scattering. Now, I want to pick 3 super interesting scenes that are here shown as red rectangles, 2 along the coast and 1 towards the inside of the glacier. So we just got a talk about the flow patterns and flow velocity using interferometry. Now we're doing something a little bit similar, but with polarimetry. So when you look at the optical data, you see in the middle a little bit of bedrock, mountains coming out, but apart from that, you don't see much, right? So moving towards the surface topography, in that scene we have a quite significant slope going on, but apart from that, we don't know where our flow features or our glacier arms are located. Moving towards seabed, we can already detect that here's one glacier arm and here with the bedrock in the middle and the bedrock on the top. Compared with the biomass backscatter, we see the same features as in seabed, but we see them in way more depth and way more distinct compared to the surrounding area. And then with the Pauli as the comparison, we see that our glacier flow has actually very distinct variations in the polarimetry. Those super high dihedral areas are actually the large crevasses that Kostas showed on Tuesday. Now if we go into the polarimetric analysis, we again have our entropy, anisotropy, and alpha mean. And I want you to focus here on the edges of the glacier flow, where we have a relatively high entropy lower anisotropy, and a medium alpha mean showing volume scattering. And fascinating enough, if we take a flow velocity map, we have the surrounding area here shown in purple or dark red. It basically has almost no movement, whereas we have a glacier flow up to 200 meters per year. Now in those sections where we have like super high backscatter and volume scattering, we assume what we actually see here is the friction and the shear forces between the non-moving ice sheet and the moving glacier flow, and those forces constantly moving give you a very high complexity internal structure, and that's what we are detecting through polarimetry. As a next example, we have the detection of the grounding line through polarimetry. So if we go just to the backscatter, we see the ice shelf having a high backscatter and a lower backscatter for the grounding line. As comparison data, we used sounder data, which come from an airborne campaign and are now looking and showing you the transect line along depth with a very high vertical resolution. We have around 0, the yellow line is the surface, then we have some structures and a very significant ice layer. Now, if we move here, basically all of our subsurface structure drops because then we're at the ice shelf and there's water underneath. And this significant line is called the grounding line. The same thing we see here in version B, that this always happens for the sounder data. Now, how does that look like in the polarimetry? In the polarimetry, we actually now detect that we can do grounding line feature detection through polarimetry, especially in the entropy and the alpha mean angle. Because if we show in comparison, again, our flow speed map, and this part here is our grounding line, and the top line is the coastline. And when we go back to our backscatter data, there the backscatter is high for the ice shelf, but it's also high because we have those flow features in comparison with the flow speed that you see in those regions. However, with the polarimetry, we get this very exact line, which is partly due, again, to this difference in the flow speed, but we also have areas where we have the same flow, but we can still do the detection through the polarimetry, meaning that we have different polarimetric characteristics for the ice shelf and for the grounded ice. As a last example, I want to talk about the penetration depth and if we're able to detect the bedrock. Of course, this is very dependent on the location in Antarctica and what kind of surface and subsurface features are located in that area. The section I picked is now relatively close to the coast, and again, we have here the bedrock coming out of the ice. And the interesting part here for us, why I picked that specific scene, is that we have again the sounder comparison. And bedrock as a comparison is super good with the sounder data because you have once the nadir looking geometry and you have the side looking geometry from the SAR data. But with both sensors, you don't penetrate into the bedrock. Whereas for some ice layers and foreign layers, it's not as specific as for the bedrock. So here you have bedrock at the very top, and it's decreasing over time, and your ice thickness is getting higher and higher. And we wanted to see if at some part we're losing the signal or we see nothing at all. Another good thing is here that our surface is relatively smooth, so we don't expect too much scattering at the surface and mostly subsurface scattering. One thing that we need to take into account, which you see very well in the second sounder track, is that, do you see those layers here? They very much, if you're close to the bedrock, the ice layers directly above more or less follow the shape of the bedrock. This is getting smoothed over time, and it's almost the same as for the surface at the very top. So now, if we're seeing the same features as for the bedrock, it still remains difficult to see if we're actually detecting the bedrock or if we see the ice layers above following the same shape as the bedrock. Now, if we go to the polarimetric analysis, we have the Pauli, and already the Pauli tells us, in this case, a lot. Here we have the mountains coming out, but like in this region here, we have the sounder tracks with a decreasing bedrock depth along this line here. And in the first part, we have like a lot of scattering going on, and afterwards we're losing that. The same thing happens in the entropy, anisotropy, and the alpha values. So when we compare that with the surface topography and the bedrock topography, what we can say for now, along this line, we're around a 2,000 meters depth, and there we're losing the signal completely. But here we're like between the surface and around 1,000 meters ice thickness, and there we're certainly getting signals back that match very well the bedrock topography for what we got as the comparison data. Last, I would like to summarize that these first results show that biomass polarimetry provides access to the subsurface ice properties and is just super interesting for further physical interpretation. And we were able to see the flow patterns, and we found out that we have very distinct different polarimetric signatures for the ice shelves versus the grounded ice, and we could even detect the grounding line, and the ice penetration depth remains still an open question. In the end, we want to compare for the future X-band and C-band with biomass, go on with a model interpretation for the polarimetry, and work closely together with the glaciologists for the physical interpretation. Thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
So is there any question from the audience? Yes, please.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. So one question I have is there any effect on the polarimetry caused by the weather conditions within the area? Did you find any sort of difference in the volume scattering, maybe because of liquid water, precipitation, or also the surface melt properties?
Thank you for your question. So basically for ice, once you hit a certain level of moisture in the ice or actual water, you just don't have any signal below. So if you would actually hit some sort of fern aquifer, you would actually detect that in your data. The same thing is if you're along the coast and you're having an acquisition in summer and there is just surface melting going on, then you also don't penetrate deeper into the ice. So the whole penetration and the investigation of the subsurface of the ice is always considered that everything is solidly frozen.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Other questions?
Thank you for this nice presentation. Did you take the opportunity to apply other decomposition techniques Because here, H and alpha are somehow correlated, and maybe we would like to have other descriptors that would help us to understand what you are looking at.
Yes, that's one of the next steps. That was like the very first results that we got, and we just also with the mosaic map in the beginning, we just wanted to get an overview for now, what we can actually detect, what might be interesting features to investigate. But once we've chosen which area we want to investigate in depth, we're certainly going into deeper polarimetric methods. Thank you.
Thanks for showing those beautiful images. Quite intriguing to see those greens. Do they correlate with high entropy, high anisotropy? So are they low rank, rank 1 scattering mechanism, like the oriented stuff, or is just volume? What are those greens?
Which feature were you talking about? Sorry.
If you go back to the, yeah, for instance, the greens there.
Yes.
Is volume or is something, say, rank 1, like a scattering mechanism?
I wouldn't say it's specifically volume as we would say that it's a random volume. It's more as multiple scattering going on, because those are again those lines that I was explaining before, that we have basically the non-moving ice sheet with the fast-moving glacier, and that through the shear forces, the friction that we have going on in between, we have like such a complex structure that we see that as volume scattering, because like everything scatters there, but it's not a volume that we're seeing per se.
All right, so low entropy.
Yes.
All right, cool, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, thanks a lot for the presentation. I see that so the penetration depth is still an open question. And if you come back to the slide where you show the bedrock profile, yes, this one. So as you said, at the bottom, the ice layer follow very well the topography, and then it fades away going up. And did you try just with with the backscatter to look at the profile? Maybe to make it fit to somehow one of these shaded layer of the topography, and understand basically how far we go, if you consider that we see a specific layer. I don't know.
Yes, so when I'm currently trying, so when you have your SAR acquisition, your side looking, and here you're nadir looking, right? Yes. And to do, since your bedrock topography and overall changes relatively rapidly, you can't just do the surface geocoding as I've shown here on the track, but basically over depth you have a range shift that you can calculate using your incidence angle and your permittivity. So as a first step, we can start at the DEM height and then use the incidence angle. And for example, as they've done here, they assumed a constant permittivity for glacier ice. And then we can calculate back for every depth at what pixel we're supposed to be at a certain depth. And then we can basically start that game from here and do that for the bedrock until, and in the very beginning, we would have a match, and then at one point we would be losing it, and then we can play the same game with the different layers and just take different heights and see it till what height we have the best fit, and then we would have the penetration for that specific scene.
All right, thanks a lot.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I think we should move on to the next speaker, please.
stay in Antarctica, but we go from spaceborne to airborne, and looking into internal structures with Julius Cockholm from the DTU.
Hello, everyone. My name is Julius, and I am going to present results from our airborne P-band SAR campaign in Antarctica. This data I'm going to present was gathered in the Antarctic summer, so in winter, but yeah, the Antarctic summer of 2024 as part of the ISAR 2024 campaign, which was carried out in collaboration with ESA and the Australian Antarctic Division. Data was gathered by our combined SAR and our ice sounder instrument Polaris. And what we see here is the sites I am going to be focusing on in this presentation. We have two sites here. The red ones are Polaris swath in the Dome Sea region of the central Antarctica, and also a site here in the percolation zone in the Shackleton ice shelf. It should be said that this in central Antarctica we are in the dry snow zone. We have gathered Polinsar, Polinsar, and ice sounder data at Shackleton, and we have Polinsar data at Dome Sea sites. Unfortunately, we have a slight inconsistency in our polarimetric calibration, which we are currently trying to figure out at our Polaris instrument. So polarimetry will be supplied by COM5 biomass data. So we will be, oh sorry, I have here just biomass RGB previews of the three sites, and they are probably not as interesting as some of the other sites that have been shown. They are very, very homogeneous. Yeah. So we start at Shackleton with some quick polarimetric analysis. What we see down here is the mean alpha angle, and what we have over here is the entropy. And as we see, we have quite a homogeneous distribution of these polarimetric observables across the ice shelf. We see the coastline here, and we also see this island. And if we look at the distribution in the entropy alpha plane, we see that we have primarily surface scattering, but we have also some points where we have some higher entropy, and I at least interpreted this as we have surface scattering from, of course, the surface, but also one or more subsurface layers. And then we will also here in the percolation zone have randomly oriented ice inclusions, which will be expected to increase the entropy. We move on to Polinsar model inversion. For the Shackleton site, we use a two-layer coherence model where we assume a surface and a subsurface layer embedded in a uniform volume. So what you see here in green is the vertical structure function, where we assume that the volume will have this exponential decay, and then we will have a surface and subsurface layer, which will have a surface to volume ratio and a thickness. And what we will see is that if we will plot the coherence magnitude as a function of vertical wave number, we will start by seeing this exponential-like taper of the coherence, which is due to the volume decorrelation. But as we increase the vertical wave number, we will see this pseudo-periodic structure, which is governed by the spacing of these layers and is caused by the coherence summation in this expression when we calculate the coherence. What we have done is that we have inverted a single set of models for each polarizations, and we have used data for the entire site because we expect that the scene is very homogeneous and that we can actually invert a single model per polarization. at this site. And this is also, we have, as you will see in the next slide, we have very non-linear flight tracks. So our vertical wave number is mainly distributed in the azimuth direction. So this is also one of the things to consider here. What we see generally is that we see a very, very good agreement between models and data. And there are some disagreement between actual parameters between polarizations, but in terms of, and this is volume only, one-way penetration depth, most polarizations agree about 31 meters, and a depth of the subsurface layer around 6.8 meters. And then we have some thicknesses here of the surface and the subsurface layers, and I have put this little disclaimer here that they are not yet, this is also work in progress, we are not physically validated yet, these thicknesses. But what is important to take away from this is that if we use these values, we get that the center of the subsurface layer should be located around 8.3 meters. So this probably requires some explanations. What we have here is this is for a single baseline model coherences using for different polarizations, and what we see here is measured coherences. And here we see this horizontal dependency on vertical wave number. Here we have a very large horizontal deviation of the nominal flight geometry, and that gives rise to increasing baseline, increasing vertical wave number, and this is what causes this parabolic-like function, which coincides with the coherence maximum you saw on the previous slide. So, but very well agreement and small residuals. We have also done tomography on this site, and what you see up here is southwest and northeast capon tomograms, and that means that this is each end of the physical swath. And what we have down here is voxel-based coherence. And what we clearly identify, at least in the capon tomograms here, is this very, very distinct, especially here, four-layer structure that we observe. So this should coincide with the surface. So these are subsurface features that we observe. And we see that this first subsurface layer has the highest backscattering power, and it is also, this one has the Fourier resolution. So we see these areas, the resolution is very, very bad. But if we move over here where we have a very good resolution, this azimuth dependency and resolution is also because of the nonlinear flight tracks. We see that it is also the most coherent of the layers. Now we change the geometry a little bit and look from, this is the same slice of the swath, imaged from two directions in an area where we have very good vertical resolution, and here these four layers stand out very, very clearly. And especially in these bottom plots, which are mean capon over 2 kilometer azimuth was, and these are mean music tomograms over the same along track interval, and the height is with respect to the height of maximum coherence. So we expect that this coincides with its first subsurface layers. And what we see here is that these four layers clearly appear in this pretty much periodic fashion of about 8 meters. And what is significant about this is that this is very, very close to what we find through Polinsar model inversion. So at least here we have consistency between these two techniques. And what we see here is that Polaris can do both SAR imaging and ice sounding. So this is a truncated ice sounder profile, which could be directly compared to the azimuth tomograms I showed earlier. And here we also identify this same structure, and also deeper layers, but they are not, unfortunately, not visible by by the SAR. What we also can do here is that we can make a mean profile, sounder profile with respect to the surface. And what you see down here is actually the bottom of the ice shelf, and we can fit a line to find the volume extension of this based on this ice sounder data, and there we find a extension of 0.35 dB per meter, which corresponds to penetration depths of 25 meters, which is, I think, at least to reasonable degree consistent with what we also saw in Polinsar inversion. And what we have here, what I forgot to say, I think it was on my slides, that the tomographic results I showed earlier was wee only. This is, we have, unfortunately due to a sensor error, we only have 5 fully polarimetric tracks, but we have 15 VV tracks. So these are polarimetric tomography made from these 5 available tracks, which means that the vertical resolution is not very good. But we have tried to make decompose this into a surface and volume a scattering mechanism using the SKB decomposition. And what we have up here is measured. So these are the database tomograms, and what we have down here is this is just a Capon simulated a point target to simulate the surface, and what we see down here is actually a simulated tomogram using the random volume model with a penetration depth of these 25 meters. So what we actually see is that we have actually good agreement here as well between what we see and what we have found through Polinsar and also sounder. So we have a good agreement between these employed techniques. At Dome C, so these are biomass, also entropy alpha at the Dome C south side and Dome C west side. And this is probably the most boring biomass picture you're going to see at this conference, because really nothing happens. We are just in this surface scattering region, and also over here, but then we have at least some features here. And I think this has also been said before, that what we are actually seeing here in the central Antarctica is primarily surface scattering. And it has also been suggested, and I think we agree with this, that it could be due to simply ice layers that we see, that the volume is comprised of ice layers. And of course we image a volume, but we see surface scattering because the scattering occurs at these layers. At the Dome C sites, we don't have tomosar data, but we have Polinsar data. And in this case, we are employing a simple uniform volume on the surface model. For the forest people, it's analogy to the random volume on overground model. And it is simply we have a surface with a surface to volume ratio. It's modeled as just as a Dirac delta function. And then we have this exponential decay. And if we plot the coherence magnitude as a function of wave number, we have this where the level at which this one ends is governed by the surface to volume ratio. And also in the complex plane, coherences will lie on these semicircles, and given a one-way penetration depth and with varying surface to volume ratio, you will move along a straight line towards the edge of the unit circle. What we have here is the model inversion results. We have actually, in order to, because we have in the phase, we have a topographic component, and we also, in our pre-processing, we have a co-registration step. which introduces a phase component as well. We have employed double differences in order to get rid of this component, so in order to estimate with the models. And what we see here is that the coherence magnitudes, but also to some degree, the polarimetric double difference phases are very well fitted, except for this one, HH minus VV, where the models really don't capture this very, very steep increase which is observed in the data. And also we actually also see that this very, very steep taper here is not captured by the models. What is very interesting, and also in regards to this discussion about penetration, is that we actually find one-way penetrations which are extremely small, like in the range of 18 meters to 35 meters, which is less than we saw in the percolation zone. So this is sort of a mystery, and we have not yet solved it. But it is in complete disagreement with both sounder data and also modeled coherences. So this is work in progress. What is, on the other hand, extremely important is that similar parameters are returned across both sites. And what we unfortunately also see is that we have modeled our way out of it, but we also see that we have some residual decorrelation effects, like this one doesn't start at 1, and we have not solved this either. So, and this is also the same, sort of the same results as we saw from Shackleton, where we have the modeled and measured coherences. And I know these looks like barcodes, but these are also caused by these highly nonlinear flight tracks. But a good agreement is seen. This is for Dome C South, and this is for Dome C West. So to conclude, we find that at the Shackleton side, we have excellent agreement between Polinsar, ICE-sounder, and Tomosar data, and also that biomass polarimetry is consistent with the expectations. In the Dome C side, we are not that lucky, I could say. Dominant surface scattering is suggested here. And we also see that the uniform volume on the surface model describes coherences well, except for the dihedral scattering. And we see a highly oriented volume with surprisingly small one-way penetration depth. So yeah, that was it from me. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Julius. Where are the questions?
Yeah, thanks a lot. It's very interesting to see also the model-based approach. I was wondering when I was seeing this that you have not so much penetration that we would expect actually. And my question is a little bit, do you know what is the physical, understanding why it's not as much as we thought?
We are talking about the Dome C, right?
Yeah, actually for both, right? You say you're having a main layer actually at 20 meter, is it right? Is what I understood?
Sorry, what the
main second, so in your tomograph here, was it 10 meter depths?
I think you're talking about the general penetration in we see also in tomography we actually only see signals down to 20-30 meters or something, and I actually don't know, but this is what we see. So yeah, we were also surprised.
Okay, good, thank you.
Yeah, but also maybe a comment which is relevant is also, I remember from Stefano's presentation, the inner Antarctica site after ionospheric correction showed very high coherence. And then later I have Shackleton myself, another part, which is also not so deep. So at least some feedbacks are agreeing.
Then, yeah, maybe it's also time to move on. So thank you again, Julius. So we stay with tomography, we stay with Antarctica, but we go again back from the airplane to space with Francesco Banda from Marisis.
Thanks, Georg, and good afternoon again. First experiments, at least with biomass tomography in Antarctica. Okay, we all know by now what biomass is, so it's just very nice to have this wrap up all the time, and I just keep this. So here tomography is the focus, but it's applied to a different setting. So of course, glaciers and ice sheets are very important, and there are a lot of open science questions. They influence global water circulation, sea level rise. Antarctica is particularly relevant because of its vast mass, so it has a huge potential impact, and also it's very instructive because it's kind of a record of Earth climate, no? In particular, some of the open questions regard the ability of the ice sheet, Antarctica in particular, to store meltwater, or how do refreezing processes work, no? Because this is kind of not very well characterized variable in the mass balance equation, no? Satellite remote sensing is very powerful, of course, because it gives us large-scale and periodic monitoring, but up to now, what we have out there is mostly entirely optical and high-frequency SAR, which is limited to measuring the extent, surface elevation, maybe flow, but cannot go inside. So biomass is indeed an unprecedented opportunity. And a little bit of history, and this connects very well to the presentation of Julius. Whereas for forests, SAR tomography, we're speaking of course of P-band in particular, low frequencies in general, is very well consolidated. With ice, there's still some homework to do. These slides also bring back some memories because the very first campaign, ESA campaign led by DTU, was the ISAR 2012. So there it was Greenland and it was ablation zone. Main outcomes were that at least from the first tens of meters beneath surface, we could indeed find penetration, and in two different zones, ablation and percolation. In here you have an example of the ablation zone. So these are two tomographic sections at different depths. To the bottom you have the surface one. And on top you have the minus 20 meters one in 2 different months, and we find these clear morphological structures like this wishbone shaped feature, this little flower, and this was observed in 2 different months and from different views. So indeed it was corroboration of consistency, especially because it's very hard to find specific ground data now to assess that. We also tried ground volume separation, as Julius presented in his campaign. And the nice thing is that in Greenland, these features were also confirmed quite soon later on by the DLR campaign Arctic 2015. Georg knows about that, of course. And also there was a focus on study on the percolation zone, which gave very concrete and physical results of a zone dominated by volume scattering and discrete subsurface layers. Of course, I won't repeat about the ISAR 2024 because Julius just did a great job in presenting. So what can we do in Antarctica with biomass? So the main limitation, of course, comes out again. The 6 megahertz bandwidth results in a best vertical resolution of about 20 meters. We cannot go about fine-scale stratigraphy, for sure. But instead, we should interpret what we hope to see, and we will see in later slides, as effective distribution of scattering with depth. Analysis should, in our opinion, rather be focused on main vertical scattering regimes at these tens of meters scale, transition zones, comparison also, lateral comparisons of change of structure, comparison of views, different views like ascending, descending, crossing orbits, and in time. And this should be possible. Well, dry snow areas is a bit of a mystery as far as we can get, but percolation zone ice shelves should be more likely, some layer, some heterogeneity. As for the coverage and the phases of the mission, let's say we have an opportunity of having, let's say, best vertical resolution 20 meters in COM2 specifically. This is a global COM coverage map. An height of ambiguity not so high though, 80 meters. And this will have an impact, we will see later. Instead in COM4 and 5, so October, November, and in TON phase now, the resolution and height of ambiguity scale up by a factor of 3-4. So we have even worse resolution, but at least we are more comfortable with the height of ambiguity. Unluckily, the TON phase covers just the southwest part though. And so an important point will be the coverage in the int phase, especially because in the int phase we will have a dual baseline configuration. So we will probably be more after about modeling rather than imaging. So let's talk about the study areas that we used for this first assessment. So first one is the Denman Glacier, which is East Antarctica, part of the Shackleton ice sheet system. The other one is a completely different area, Rieser-Larsen ice shelf, which is kind of West Antarctica, a bit in the middle. Both of them are near the coast, of course, or relatively near the coast at least. So Denman is a thick crevassed ice with a very deep subglacial trend, maybe the deepest in the world, if I'm not mistaken. Whereas Rieser-Larsen is thick floating ice with, again, crevassed zones and grounding ice. And in both, there should be present of subglacial flows and meltwater. The grounding line for Rieser-Larsen is more or less here. You see the composites, scattering appears to be very complex, especially Denman. It's very colorful. For both, we have 6 acquisitions stack, 3 days revisit, Denman in COM2 and Rieser-Larsen in COM4. So based on the airborne campaigns, we expect, if any, a penetration in the first tens of meters subsurface. The low height of ambiguity may and actually will be problematic for Denman. And to cope with the low resolution, we expect to go with some super resolution, Capon music. So before Tomosar, of course, we've spoken a lot about this in-surface calibration. So the big beast here again is ionosphere. And this is Denman, so East Antarctica. East Antarctica ionosphere is wild. So you see here, this is to the left is interferogram and coherence just with plane co-registration and without doing anything else. So the signal is completely lost. So there was a very good presentation on Monday about this new multi-squint interferometry approach that was put in place and allows us to cope with a stratified ionospheric structure. Is able to tackle this aggressive ionosphere. It can be extended also to multi-baseline. That's what we did here, and this is the result. You see, it's strikingly different. Coherence does not get too much high because, of course, we have complex scattering still. But you see the glacier tongue now, and the interferogram I think is beautiful. And also, since in this case, in this specific case, we also compensate azimuth motion. You see discontinuities in the fringes in the correspondence of the glacier tongue, which I think is a very nice feature. In simpler cases, we may hope to rely on some simpler corrections. So maybe still multi-squint, single layer, and that will be the case of the Rieser-Larsen actually. So more details about ionosphere, I guess you saw Stefan on Monday, and you have also the OI link here. We still have one piece of residual calibration to go for before doing tomography, actually. I spoke about this morning. It applies to forest, but it applies to ice as well. So basically, after ionospheric calibration, we are left with very low pass disturbances, the rest of atmosphere and anything else maybe that was left behind. So we should try to track, to retrieve residual calibration phase at stack level that have that can bring away these residual low pass screens and also contain the surface height. No? Again, a visual example like this morning with a simple simulation. So if we focus just like that, we get nothing. If we focus with phases retrieved with either interferometric or polarimetric interferometric techniques, we may have to go in one step or a couple of steps to retune the surface level, but we can get to a clean scene. We tried both, no? Purely interferometric and again SKPD, Polinsar, ground volume, rather surface volume in this case decomposition. So let's start with some results. Demman Glacier, and just for you not to be mistaken, sorry about that. Here the image is just flipped up down, so it's still the same scene. So we have Pauli composite and coherence for all the scene, all baselines combination. You see the coherence itself to the bottom and the interferograms to the top. Disclaimer is, so we think these results are nice and consistent, but of course they are preliminary, and also when we will look at the tomograms in a while, refraction effects are not corrected, so penetration is not the real one, but it's apparent. So we said that this site needed multi-squint. We tried then the residual calibration with both. Actually, in this specific case, the pure interferometry, let's say, is a bit more reliable than Polinsar because you see how coherences are distributed. No? You see the biomass progression, so the loss of coherence with increasing baseline and wave number shift. But also the scene has complex scattering, so we lose coherence very fast. And actually here we're dead. So the big baselines bring in a lot of noise. And so we just use the phase linking plus retuning of the surface level with tomography and to be finer with music, so measuring the boundaries basically. So next slide is tomograms. We have a slice at constant range and one at constant azimuth. So you see Capon HH is the first tomogram, Capon HV is the second tomogram, and the last one is the impulse response function. And I don't show Fourier because if you think about coherences, which are quite already diagonal, Capon and Fourier give pretty much the same results. So as anticipated, the low height of ambiguity plays against a good tomogram here because feature crash in quite fast. I think it's still nice though that we see a change of scattering while traversing the glacier tongue. No? You can see it here, you can see it here. So at least we still have some little piece of information, though of course it doesn't look very beautiful. So I would like to go to the other side instead. The other side is a completely different story, I would say. In this case, a simpler ionospheric compensation was enough. And in this case, phase linking and SKPD give pretty much the same results. SKPD is a bit more complex processing, so in some points it gives some more errors tracking the surface level. Anyways, let's say we can assume the results we will see are similar for both. I will show again the phase linking to be consistent also with them. And these are the coherences. The coherences are very high. This area here is very particular. We will see from tomograms. We had also long discussions yesterday with the rest of the HICE community, and we don't know yet what we are seeing. It's supposed to be an area where we have fern aquifers or some kind of infiltration, water table, water content below. We don't know yet, so we have to investigate further. let's look at tomograms to give concreteness to this consideration. So here, again, you see this is a constant azimuth slice. Here, again, I plot the impulse response function. You see the resolution is 80 meters. This is just beamforming. You already see from beamforming that here something is happening, and I'm sorry I cannot zoom in, but let's say there is a dark area in the Pauli composite, then we have some bright spots, and then a dark area again, and you see the tomogram reflects this, because we have this losses of localized losses of coherences and these two point-like scatterings, and the picture becomes a little bit clearer, or rather slimmer with Capon. We see HH, HV. We also see the nice difference between HH is more localized around surface, HV is more distributed, and also music seems to tell us that there's some life beneath, no? Because we see some peaks. So this you have just to interpret as location. I put it black and white for that. We have some peaks below, and we have some distribution of peaks in a thickness interval. This is an azimuth, a constant range slice. I would say more or less same story. We also tried SKPD on calibrated data just to separate ground and volume this time. So it's like taking this and splitting this into two different images. I think it's quite nice. We have a localized surface and a distributed volume. And also in the dark area, again, we have this lack of signal, no, which is interesting and to be investigated further. To be complete, also some horizontal slice. So 0 meter tomogram, cap on HV, minus 40 meters, minus 17, again, apparent depth, not real one. So you have to divide by 1.8 or 2, more or less, by thumb. And here we draw a very preliminary scattering depth map for the scene. I just cut out the borders because they were just noisy in the original acquisitions. And I put it just next to the Pauli to compare. So in this area, something weird is happening. We want to know what it is, and we should investigate more, and we will investigate more. And also we have life here and there, as you can see. So it's basically the thickness of the tomograms we measure parametrically or from Capon by thresholding. And we have, I don't know, on average at least 30-40 meters. This time, let's say real, even if it's a very rough number, and maybe more in some places. Let's see why in the next months. And I'm basically done, so I would say that biomass has a very good potential for ice structure in Antarctica. It has also a lot of dimensionality, polarimetry, interferometry, tomography, as we saw. It has, of course, limitations because of the baseline distribution, the orbital coverage, at least in TOM, and especially when the scattering is so complex like Demmen, we may have issues, at least in the COM2 configuration. But besides this coarse resolution, instead in COM4, 5-ton configuration, we can see scattering, penetration, and also changes, modulation of this penetration all over the scene. So this is promising. And of course, now we plan to investigate more and more all the sites configuration possible, attempt some modeling maybe, try the other way around, so large baselines at Demmen and maybe shorter, or rather the other way around, sorry, larger at Ries and Larsen and shorter at Demmen, with the aim to assess if what potential products we can derive with biomass on ice. And it would be really something new, because there's nothing out there that can do this, even provided the limitations. So thanks a lot. I hope you like it.
Thank you. Where are the tomography questions? There's one. Over here.
Thank you for the very nice presentation. When you were showing the music, you were showing that you had like your first subsurface layer, and then you had some point-wise features below. Yes, exactly. Do you expect that this is a second fern layer that you're seeing, or are those some other point features that you're actually detecting as points?
We really don't know. We talked a lot about this also with Georg, Johan yesterday. The idea is to look at other data now also to get a better grasp because let's say here coherence is high and backscatter you see from the tomogram rather here it's also high. Here coherence goes down and the phase center goes down and backscatter goes down. So we should look at some external data, and I think also part of the deal with ICE, maybe this is also reminding of what other people are doing for the deserts, is to understand what reference data are really useful here to help us understand. But Antarctica luckily has a lot because there are really plenty. And if you're lucky, we also have maybe contacts with some glaciologists that have some campaign data, also recent, maybe in these areas. So let's see. It's going to be interesting for sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thibault had a question.
Yeah. Thanks, Francesco.
Sorry, it's the lights.
Yeah. You can stay on that slide. Actually, I had a question. Just for the music. So, how do you parameterize the, let's say, the rank of the target subspace? Did you do it per pixel, or you said I have 2, and you ran it, or what?
No, I just ran it actually with 3, which is something that looks like black magic, but often works very well both for ice and forests. And so the explanation I gave to myself, since the music is not properly the right scattering model here, because it's not point-like scattering, no, what we see, is that it's, I don't know, 2 boundary layers and something in between that accommodates for interaction and some noise, I don't know. Just that. Yeah. So I don't try to estimate the order, let's say.
Okay, great, thanks.
Thank you.
And maybe a last question by Laurent.
There's also...
Yeah, we know that Capon's resolution is depends on signal-to-noise ratio.
Mm-hmm.
Is it possible that you have a worse signal-to-noise ratio in HV, and this is why you have this widening? It's wider than HH.
Compared to HH, you say. Well, I will for sure have a second look also to the signal level. That's a good comment, yeah. Why not? I would say that also if I try music on both, I think I remember there is some difference, and well, but I will check. I will double check, yes.
Maybe just a comment, music doesn't show energy scattering. Eh?
No, just location. But I always think in terms of thickness here, not. So if I want to see, let's say, loss of power, I'd rather look at Capon or directly at Fourier, of course.
Okay, yeah, I've asked one question.
Yeah.
Thanks, very interesting presentation. My question is a little bit philosophical, probably, I'm not sure. Because you said we have limitation in terms of tomography to have a vertical resolution somehow in order to distinguish layers potentially. Do you think we can somehow compensate it using parametric features, a little bit what Patricia was also showing? I mean, we can already see a lot just using polarimetry. I could imagine that this could be a kind of compensation in terms of structure, what you could see.
Yeah, in general, I think after we get a better picture, we should try to attempt more modeling, especially because in the interface we won't have the 6, 7 or whatever acquisition. So it's for sure a research direction in this sense. Yes, I agree. And polarimetry brings added value. So, thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, I think we should move on, or if it's very fast, then very fast question, please.
Hello, Francesco. Thank you for the presentation. About beamforming and Capon. Capon has also problems of radiometric nonlinearity and power self-cancellation. Since here we see the profile in color, but not the color map of the intensities. Can you comment about radiometric issues between beamforming, bad resolution, but good linearity and Capon?
No, for sure you're right. This is very well known, and I just don't consider very much the radiometric dimension here because the interest is on structure. But yeah, I mean, if I were to look at radiometry, for sure the Fourier is the thing to look at.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, then thank you, Francesco.
Thank you all.
Well, we go from large ice sheets to small lake ice.
Yes. Hi, everyone. I'm Paloma Saporta.
Well, no, we just haven't introduced you, so sorry. It's Paloma Saporta from DLR, please.
Thank you. Not for real. Right. Hi, everyone. We're going to move now from Antarctica to the Northern Hemisphere and from large-scale biomass to a smaller scale site. So the topic of this talk is the investigation of lake ice structure with the polarimetric star tomography, and I'm presenting here on behalf of my co-authors Matteo Pardini, Evan Wilcox, Julia Boyke, and Irena Heinzek. Take the pointer. Okay, so the motivation here, or the research question in general, is the monitoring of Arctic lakes that are seasonally frozen, and we'd like to improve the understanding of the vertical reflectivity profile from the ice layer, in particular at the ice-water interface and the air-ice interface. And you see on the right, on the sketch, what is the configuration that we expect on those lakes. There is actually some previous research that was done in the past years, and in particular, or only, ground-based star tomography, 2 studies by Itaif and others, with a very high resolution, or thanks to very high resolution in height, they could detect several layers within lake ice. In terms of polarimetry, we know that there can be different types of scattering at different interfaces also within the ice layers, and this is due to, for instance, in the ice layer, the presence of potential bubbles in the ice, whether that be air or methane or rough surface at the ice-water interface. Now the question is, can we separate those different mechanisms, scattering mechanisms in height with Polinsar? And the sub-questions here are, can we retrieve any structural information, and is there a polarimetric signature? A few words on the test site. So we use the airborne SAR campaign from the German Aerospace Center that was carried out in the Northern Arctic in Canada, at the site here. And in 2019. This is what the site looks like in summer, and you see the footprint of the FSAR the FSAR takes, and this is a typical tundra permafrost zone with some you can already spot where the lakes are. So there's a few of those thermokarst lakes that are quite characteristic for permafrost. And now there was a second part of the campaign in the winter, and this is the footprint is shown here. This is an image from the plane. Right. This is a few parameters of the campaign. So there were several bands acquired, fully polarimetric data at sub-meter resolution. And we have also several baselines. This puts us in a Tomosar framework. An idea of the site. So this is now at C-band, what it looks like. So we have 5 by 14 kilometers. And you see the lakes, they are now in blue. So you see we have a few of them. This is, yes. In the Arctic, whenever we want to have an estimate or an observation, it's a little bit difficult to validate it. It's quite challenging because ground measurements are quite sparse. And in particular, we have actually in this case some pointwise ice thickness and lake bathymetry measurements that were performed by this study. And therefore, we have an idea of what the conditions are. So in terms of bathymetry, we know that those lakes are shallow. This means there's only a few meters depth, and the ice thickness is around 1 meter. We have also some dry snow over this lake ice. This is about 10 centimeters. The ice regime is floating ice. This means that the ice does not reach the bottom of the ground. This means we have liquid water below the ice. And finally, this is freshwater and not saline lakes. So we will focus on 6 of those lakes that are here with the arrow, because those have some measurements that were made. Right, the principle, I go fast on this, so because we want to reconstruct the vertical relativity profile. The point here is that the Rayleigh resolution and height at both X and C-band is roughly in the order of magnitude of the layer we'd like to detect at the first place, or that we'd like to investigate. So we have to resolve to super resolution. So we go to Capon, to a novel approach that is proposed in this paper to be submitted, which means that for each azimuth and range pixel, we retrieve of several heights the polarimetric covariance matrix, like shown on the graph. Yes, a few results, and I'd like to emphasize here, this is one example of how the slide is going to look like afterwards. So you notice we are taking transects in azimuth over those lakes. Notice the height axis that ranges from -10 to 10 meters, and we have normalized the profiles to enhance, so this is case to 1. We are taking transects that reach to the shores, so this is why at the edges, and this is here left and right, we actually have the shores of the lake with vegetation, and a bit of vegetation, but mostly ground. And whatever is in the middle is coming from the lake. So, we have those 6 lakes at different incidence angles, and this is what the tomograms look like, at first at HH, at X-band. And what do we see? First, that despite the coarse resolution height, there's clearly a sensitivity that we can already detect, that we have a bottom layer, and then some volume, and potentially an upper layer, depending on the lake. That's the first one. For most lakes, there actually is a large contribution that comes from the bottom of this layer. And we can already notice that there is some variability in between those lakes. If we look now at VV, well, now at VV it looks a bit different, but also the same, in the sense that we can also detect those 2 interfaces and a volume in between. But now the contribution may come from top or the bottom of the top or bottom interface. For instance, if we take Lake 3, it's a bit changing. Good. And then at HV, now we have a strong contribution at the bottom interface. So in the end, there is still sensitivity despite the resolution in height. And at each polarization, we have contributions for 1 or 2 interfaces, maybe from the volume. We already noticed here in the lexicographic basis, we have some variability in between the lakes. Let's move to C-band. Oh no, I forgot to up. I made a little sketch here. It's essentially the configuration that we have and that we are sensitive to. At C-band, well, actually, if I go through, the conclusions are actually a little bit similar than X-band, and we have at HH contribution from the bottom, at VV a little bit both, and at HV mostly the bottom. We can move to the Pauli basis because we know that it's physically closer to physical scattering mechanism, so let's do this. We are now at X-band in the Pauli basis, and this is what it looks like. We know that Pauli 1 is associated with the surface scattering, and we can already tell that depending on the lake, surface scattering is taking place mostly at the bottom or at the bottom and the top interface. Now we take Pauli 2, which is associated with double bounce. Here, this is an all normalized profile. The strong contribution comes every time at the bottom interface. In terms of total power, well, there's quite some variability in between the lakes, as of if the bottom layer of the top layer is the strongest. Yes. At C-band, actually, once again, it looks a little bit similar. Yes, despite maybe a bit of a coarser resolution in height. We will now move to entropy alpha anisotropy analysis, but for this, I'd just like to talk a little bit of this color scale reusing that was used many times previously, just to say that we do a color composite that allows us to keep the powers at the same time to show color only when the entropy, so the polarimetric entropy is low, and to that this color is related to the scattering mechanisms in terms of mean alpha angle. And if we take the example here on this one composite, one of the transects, what we have is that we have the shores on the right that have maybe higher entropy because possibly there's surface scattering and also some vegetation on top of the surface. However, on the lake, we notice already that things look a little bit different and that at the bottom we are having more, a little bit of a larger alpha, but overall surface scattering both at top and the bottom. So I show now the results for X-band. We have, for most of those lakes, a strong bottom interface with a medium alpha angle, actually low or medium. That suggests that we have probably a rough surface, maybe some mixed scattering. And at the top interface, we see very clearly that it looks very blue, so we have a low entropy and surface scattering at X-band. To C-band now, things look a little bit different, and we have the fact that for most of these lakes, on some of these lakes, at the bottom interface, we have now a very bright blue color, which means that we have mostly surface scattering. And where the top interface is present, we also have some surface scattering. I forgot to mention that this lake here, this is the one that has furthest range, and therefore at C-band now we're not sensitive anymore to those two layers because the resolution is too coarse because of this larger incidence angle. Right, we also notice some features that you can see in white here and mostly here, and this corresponds to a very strong contribution that has high polarimetric entropy and completely saturates the representation. We will go to this in a minute. Yes. We will focus on 3 of those lakes because now we were showing transects, but of course we can take sections in height and see if this is homogeneous for the lakes or not. Yes, we start with the first lake here, and this is now, we take at several heights, starting from the top left, going down, and then up again, and then right down, from 1 meter tops to minus 2.5 meter down. Yes, so if we focus first on the shore and not on the lake, what we see is that we have a really strong intensity around z equals 0, and that it fades away as we move. Approx 1 meter, we still have a little bit of power left, and this corresponds to the main lobe of the ground. So this is expected, and it's good. It's at 0. That's what we wanted. Now we look at the lake. Well, the lake, as we were seeing from the tomograms, and we're glad to see that it's homogeneous, we have a strong contribution at minus 1.5 meter. That is probably rough surface. And then as we go back, we have also homogeneity at the upper interface. It's interesting to note that despite this homogeneity, there are still some features, so there is some sensitivity here. At C-band, it looks like this. So overall, it's also homogeneous, but it's clear that at the bottom interface, we have homogeneously surface scattering. I moved now to the second lake, and the second lake looks slightly bit different, even though it's close enough. But the difference here is that we have at the bottom interface at C-band still maybe some mixed scattering because of this slightly larger alpha angle. Yes. Right. We move now to the last lake, which was the one that has this interesting feature that we maybe don't know so much, that is highly entropic at the bottom. And now, if we go to those transects, it's very clear that there is a very strong feature that appears here at minus 1 meter. And this feature here is very well defined. As you can see, it's very, very distinct. If we look at the outside of this feature, we have similar conclusions than the previous lakes. That means that we have some surface scattering around 0, and then as we go down, some mixed scattering, probably a rough surface. But this one feature here is completely saturating, and it's also interesting to note it's taking place at the bottom of the ice, or at least it's focused there. At C-band, this feature is even more apparent, and you can see it here. So it's, for now, not exactly clear or exactly sure what this feature is. It's probably related to the bathymetry or possibly to the ice type. This could be that we have there some ice that has very strong content in air bubbles because it's different ice types, and therefore we have all the possible types of scattering mechanisms. We're still investigating this. I'm coming to my conclusions. So in the end, we were able to perform a Polinsar reconstruction of several lakes at X and C band and be sensitive to a 1 meter thickness ice layer. We could notice that, or we could distinct two different interfaces that correspond to the air-ice and ice-water interfaces, and those have different scattering mechanisms depending on the frequency or the wavelengths. So at X-band, we had mostly surface scattering at the top interface and mixed scattering or a rough surface at the bottom. And at C-band, we had surface scattering at the bottom and were present also surface scattering at the top. In the end, what we could observe is variability between the lakes and variability within the lakes. This concludes my talk, and I thank you, and I'm ready to answer questions.
Questions, please.
Yeah, thank you for a very interesting talk. When you talk about the bottom interface, is the bottom of the ice sheet, you mean, not the lake bottom, right?
That's correct. It's the ice-water interface.
Right. So I was just wondering, none of these lakes freeze, bottom freeze, right? So I was just wondering if you would be thinking of maybe also selecting a more shallow lake that also has kind of bottom freeze, because I think that could also be of interest to investigate, right?
Indeed. So those lakes, they don't freeze to the bottom. So
None of them do. I mean, even the shallow ones, or?
Well, they are all somehow shallow. Actually, this seems to be a trend, not a trend, but there are changes. This is what some people are interested in, that some lakes that were bedfast before, because now the ice thickness is reducing, they become floating, which means that on our side, from the lakes that were in the footprint, they are in the year of the acquisition, they are all floating ice, at least the ones that were measured by the researchers that made the point-wise measurements. It's possible, though, that those lakes are bedfast at the edges, and we are looking into this, but it's not here. Yes.
Okay, and they're all completely sweet water. There is no salinity difference between the lakes?
There is no, I didn't hear.
Difference in salinity. They're all completely sweet water, or?
That's what we understand from people who do the measurements, that they are not saline, yes.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Other questions, please?
Maybe a quick one. Your conclusion was you see variability between the lakes and within the lakes, and that one feature is clear. But otherwise, without knowing anything about lakes, I was rather maybe also surprised about how similar they are, given the fact that lakes can have whatever kind of crazy forms. So isn't also maybe there's also a way, some certain similarity that is striking, or is that a wrong point of view?
No, there are I suppose that was my final point, that there are similarities in terms of this trend and the scattering types, but we can also observe differences, both. Yes. Now, what's the exact conditions of the surface roughness at the surface of the lakes or at the bottom, what they are controlled by, if it's the inlet or what the shores are like, or the type of ground that can slightly vary from one side to the other. This we have actually no information about. For instance, on the surface roughness, if it can vary from one lake to the other. So, yes.
Okay, then we can close this session. Thanks again a lot, Paloma, and thank you all. So we can now move to the coffee break. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and welcome to this session, the last today. The session is on cryosphere applications 2 and ocean applications. So it's a very interesting and also very diverse session. We're first going to hear about icebergs, then snow water equivalent, and we end up with ocean applications. So I would like to, my name is Jørgen Dahl, and I'm from the Technical University of Denmark, DTU. And
Armando Marino from Stirling University in Scotland.
Yeah. And I would like to introduce the first speaker. The presentation is entitled Iceberg Detection Using an ID Polrad SAR Deep Learning Pipeline, and it is presented by Sonny Bailey. Please.
Okay. So thank you for being here, everyone. Yep, my name is Sonny Bailey. I am an iceberg detection scientist. And I'm here today to talk about iceberg detection using an ID Polrad synthetic aperture radar deep learning pipeline. So by lowering the quantity of ice that is present in the Arctic, climate change enables increased Arctic shipping. There are extensive repair costs and environmental crises caused from spillages and sometimes even the loss of life. 2 to 3 incidents a year in the Northern Hemisphere, documented in literature and historical records. This is even despite the modern progress we've made with technology on board ships. A new approach to detection is considered. And here we're going to utilize a state-of-the-art deep learning model. So I'm just going to give a little introduction. Icebergs are basically pieces of freshwater ice broken either from a glacier tongue, common in the Arctic, or from an ice shelf, common in the Antarctic. They can drift into open water, or they can become embedded within sea ice flows. This presentation is going to talk about the latter. So they are classified by both size and shape, although this is based on in situ observations and classification work done in the literature. So only about 11% of an iceberg is visible above the surface of the sea. I'd like to draw your attention to the model on the right that I designed using JavaScript. You can draw an iceberg of any shape you like. The model will then classify it according to the literature, and then you can perform a scattering mechanism analysis. And you can do this with these parameters here, these change between HH, HV, and VV, and you will see how visually the scattering is affected with icebergs. So the idea that I'm going to talk about actually came from a machine learning algorithm that was developed in astrophysics, but we're using it to they were using it to find objects up in space. We're using it to find objects on the ground. So a little bit about the study site. Franz Josef Land is a small archipelago just east of Svalbard, and it is affected mostly by what is called fast ice, which is ice that is connected to the coastline, as opposed to drift ice, which is moving. So the picture on the left there shows the synthetic aperture radar acquisition, the red box, and those little green squares are Sentinel-2 acquisitions. And I'll show a little bit more detail here of the data set that I've used to train this model. So on the left there is the optical Sentinel-2 image, showing clearly the difference between the sea ice and the fast ice that is connected to the coastline. On the right, you can see the HH Sentinel-1 ground range detected image. And then on the far right, you can see the land mask that was also used in this process. So the biggest problem that we have in iceberg detection is we cannot really separate icebergs from sea ice very easily, and that is due to the similar synthetic aperture radar signatures. So we need an algorithm of some sort kind of to discriminate such a target. The solution is to use the dual polarization intensity ratio anomaly detector. It is known in the literature as IDPolRad, was designed by Armando Marino, and I have utilized it in this work. So what it does is it takes two boxcar filters, and you basically filter this IDPolRad algorithm over the synthetic aperture radar image. And when you do that, you get a blurring effect, and this blurring effect is caused by the spatial averaging of the filter when it passes over each image pixel. And because the detector is scale invariant, we can actually get back the intensity of the signal. We multiply it by that cross-pole image there, and then we get an image that shows the icebergs discriminated from lower contrast clutter. So after we have that image, we still need a way to quantify the performance. So there's a few things you can do. You can use what's called a receiver operating characteristic curve. This is with or without a constant false alarm rate. This helps you to find the most optimal performance. The problem with this is that it requires statistical analysis. So you need a probability density function to represent the single intensity of the signal. So for real-world detection, ideally we want something a little more automated with a lot of data. So this is where the deep learning aspect comes in. Computer vision can be used to identify icebergs, and this would involve training a model to draw bounding boxes around icebergs. This is as opposed to doing the CFAR rock curve way where you do a test window and a train window. Here we are drawing bounding boxes around the iceberg, and instead we are using that IDPolRad filter to begin with to create the input data. So yeah, here is a quick rundown of the methodology. So we just input the data, we radiometrically calibrate it, we remove the thermal noise, we perform a georeferencing or for rectification using a digital elevation model, and this helps us to get the latitude and longitude of the area, so we can send those final results to operations if needed. We construct the covariance matrix. We perform boxcar filtering. We apply the land mask that I showed you. And then we organize into training, validation, and testing data. But we also have to manually label this iceberg data. Now, normally in machine learning problems or optimization problems, it is the amount of images for training data that matters. But for iceberg detection, being such a scarce field, we are concentrated much more on the quality of the labels themselves. And then we train and evaluate. Process includes data augmentation because, again, of this data scarcity that we have. A manually labeled iceberg data set is very hard to come by. So, again, I'm just showing the IDPolRad algorithm here. And you'll notice the channels look different because it depends on the coverage. So for sea ice or iceberg detection, you want to use ideally HH and HV channels. But for other polarimetry problems, you might use VV or VH. And again, it depends on the mode of acquisition that you acquire for this task. But yes, so you can combine both HH and the HV images, as I've done, to form the ID PolRad image, which is basically the beginning image that you insert into this deep learning model. And to show what this looks like, here is a RGB poly on the left of a specific region of interest. And then on the right there, just for visual purposes, I've done a negative, a negative ID PolRad image. But usually this would look the opposite. So this is just showing the way that we place the filter on each of the images. So we take the SAR image, we split it up between 20 different subsets, and that filter then basically works its magic by performing a convolution, because this is a convolutional neural network. So these are basically the images that we want to end up with. We are not putting the optical images in with the model. We are only training on the synthetic aperture radar images. And we are just using the optical data to validate, to help with our manual labeling, to ensure that we are labeling just icebergs and not any other likely objects in the clutter in the background. So we are just using the SAR images here. So here are some examples of the predictions that have been made. The black circle there represents a manual label, and the red square represents a prediction made by the model itself. And I will talk about these false positives and also false negatives a little later. But the main thing I want you to take away from this is that this is what a testing image or a prediction image might look like. And again, here is a different model that was used called Faster RCNN, which is different to the model that I was using, YOLO. You can just see it has some different features, a different sort of user interface. So we still need a way to quantify this performance. So what we're doing is we're using a precision recall F1 score, but we're also using something else known as mean average precision, which is very important here. So I will show you that just in a second. So as the mean average precision, I want you to think about the area under the precision recall curve and then averaged over every single pixel, which gives you the mean average precision. And you can do this with a confidence score of between around 50%, or there's also map 50 to 95, so it's done under a series of thresholds. And this gives you a good metric for the performance. The losses on the left there show classification loss, which is how well can the model identify the iceberg itself as an object. And then you also have the, I've got it here, yeah, it's the bounding box loss. So how well does the bounding box perform compared to your labeled bounding box? That's called intersection over union, and it's a very important deep learning parameter. But I want to talk mostly about the failure case analysis here, because it's not perfect. So on the top, we have, firstly on the left, we have the labels, so the manual labels of what I manually inserted. And then on the right shows what the model gives you. So there is a very good example of a false positive here that is caused most likely by a sea ice ridge or a rough, fast ice zone, because these exhibit strong HH and HV backscatter, and they can resemble iceberg signatures. The model struggled with elongated ridge features, and that produced bright highlights at 90-meter spatial resolution, making them indistinguishable from smaller size icebergs. Another category might be a bright, brash ice particle or a refrozen fracture zone. These can form high backscatter clusters that are similar to iceberg fragments. And then you also have false negatives. So these might be just icebergs with just lower contrast relative to the surrounding fast ice. Surface snow cover can also reduce the volume scattering, or the surrounding ice can be very unusually bright. But yeah, this is basically the examples that are shown here. So to conclude, given the increased shipping near the poles and the increased presence of icebergs in the Arctic that will occur as a result of climate change, there is a need of additional safety features. Our object detection pipeline appears to work well when we utilize the cross-polarization, or the HV channel. So the next step is to scale the pipeline using high-performance computing, then test in a wide range of different environments. So if it works in a sea ice environment, hopefully it will also perform well in open ocean. So that is all I have. Thank you for listening.
The floor is open for questions.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Is this a physics-based detection, or is it more based on the contrast that you do after the combination of the polarization? So my question is because when you do that combination, it seems that you are enhancing the edges of the land, but I don't know how is it then detecting the icebergs, which are somewhere else?
So is your question about the physics, it's the physical interpretation, or about the object model itself? I'm a bit confused, sorry.
Yeah, just if you are detecting, okay, this is a bright spot here, or you are detecting based on the physical meaning that your composition has, and then based on that makes the decision, okay, this is an iceberg or not.
So I think it's more to do with because we eliminate other bright spots to start with, the model itself is learning based on different orientations, the shape, the size, rather than the fact that it is the spot itself. So it would be much more based on a complex set of things rather than just one single physical mechanism.
Thank you very much for the presentation. In the same topic, more or less, I would like to ask you about the computational cost. And when you apply also the window, the filtering, you apply any optimization in the early beginning about your deep learning network. And this, how it fits to the data volume that you possibly have, in a way that if you could combine your model that doing the object detection with a physical interpretation. So feeding the VH and VV and also scattering as inputs, scattering mechanism. If you could avoid to go to a deep learning and just to a simple object detection with one perceptron, let's say.
So your first part was about the computational cost. So we were using a very high performance GPU, which contained enough memory and enough cores to run the process. In terms of your second question, this was mostly focused on being able to detect icebergs as they stand, because this is a pilot sort of feasibility study rather than an optimization-based study. But in the future, we might perform a study that looks specifically at not just VV and VH, but maybe the set of scattering mechanisms and things to do with different scenarios, different environments, and we combine those together. We have a full analysis opportunity there.
Okay, thank you very much. To conclude it, in case that it could be a real-time detection, this is why I ask it, if altogether could bring a possibility of a real-time detection, let's say. Thank you a lot.
Is there an operational context that this will actually fit into, or is it just a study for interest? What's the actual system that would need to absorb this, and would it fit?
Are you talking about the operational? Sorry, as far as I'm aware, what I'm hearing is what would we need to do to implement this in an operational context? There are a few things we would probably need to do. Mostly, we would need to acquire, because in the operational context, I think the coverage of the area is very important. For example, a lot of the ICE services use coarse spatial resolution SAR imagery, whereas this is a little bit more finer spatial resolution. And we would have to take into account the fact that in the operational context, not many of them use a speckle filter to enhance the background between small icebergs and large ones. They are only focused much more on icebergs that can be detected at or around 90-meter spatial resolution or higher. This work is also seeing if we can do these for smaller icebergs. We would have some questions to ask in the operational scenario.
Thanks again, Sonny, for the presentation. And we may move to the second talk of today with a very interesting title, short and snappy. Iceberg thickness from biomass polarimetry from Georg Fischer in DLR. Georg, the floor is yours.
Thank you for the introduction. Hi, I'm Georg Fischer from DLR. And this week we have seen many presentations that derive some sort of a height information about a volume with interferometry or tomography. We found an interesting feature in biomass data where we can get a height information, in this case the thickness of icebergs, only with biomass polarimetric data. To acknowledge my co-authors, I actually go to this slide because I'm in this lucky position at DLR that long before I touched biomass data myself, I was already able to look at these polarimetric images of Antarctica in the early commissioning phase due to Junsu, Costas, and all the others. And this here is actually the scene that started all of this. Well, we have enjoyed already the beauty of Antarctica before, but what puzzled us was that we see here little colorful dots in front of the ice shelf floating around in the ocean, which are indeed the icebergs. So now I zoom in and we go to single pool first. At the top, you see actually grounded ice, so an ice sheet. This part here on the left is an ice shelf, so floating ice, where icebergs break off, and then these blocks that float around in the ocean or in the sea ice are the actual icebergs. If you change the polarization, we go to HV. Well, first we see more contrast because sea ice in the ocean is darker, but it also looks like we see more icebergs. Now, to understand what we actually see or don't see, we can compare biomass data to Sentinel-1 from just one day earlier. Now we see the same icebergs, but again, the question is, why do we see more icebergs in P-band? If you go to our lovely polarimetric images, we start to understand better what's happening. We always see, so ranges now from left to right, we always see an iceberg and then a range delayed kind of replica signal where we believe that signal comes from the bottom of the iceberg and has often a dihedral-like polarimetry. So the reddish colors correspond to a dihedral. So what kind of icebergs are these? Antarctica is nice to us. It produces really large icebergs that have a very nice regular rectangular shape, can be 100, 200, 300 meters thick, and we know that about 90% of the thickness is actually below water. So how do such icebergs look like in slant range? Our range direction is now coming from the top left to the bottom right. We have here our iceberg, and the first signal we can get from the surface is at this location, and the last surface scattering we can get is at that location, and this translates into this kind of slant range length or position of our iceberg. If we now think about a potential scattering from the bottom of the iceberg, well, first we have to consider the refraction and the change in the effective propagation speed. And according to literature, the bulk density of these large tabular icebergs is quite well known. And from that, you end up with a refractive index of 1.7. So if we consider this, we can first understand that the length of the possible direct scattering from the bottom is a bit shorter than from our surface signal. And it is, of course, delayed in range, according to this arrow in the ice. But we have to scale this arrow with our with our refractive index. And this is why it is displaced or shifted in range by quite a large distance, and in fact slightly shorter. If we consider also a potential dihedral scattering mechanism from the bottom, we see that the first potential dihedral arrives a bit later in range than the direct scattering mechanism from the bottom, while the last possible dihedral and the last possible direct scattering from the bottom are at the same location. So that is why the dihedral starts a bit later here in range, but ends at the same position. So we can simulate this a little bit for a simple iceberg. I go here from the left from 0 thickness to very thick icebergs on the right. And what is plotted here is the range shift with increasing thickness, assuming either a direct bottom scattering or a dihedral bottom scattering mechanism. And we see, well, the range shift increases with thickness, as we understood, but with relatively steep incidence angles that we have here, the difference between a direct and a dihedral bottom scattering is not that large. We can do the same for the change in the range length of our bottom signal. So again, from 0 thickness to really thick icebergs, the blue line is just a constant slant range length of our surface signal, coming from the surface of the iceberg. And then in green, how the range length of the direct scattering from the bottom would decrease over thickness, and a bit stronger decrease for the dihedral. And here we see that for short icebergs that are very thick, there can be even a point where there's no dihedral possible anymore. However, if you look at the y-axis, the change in range length is like an order of magnitude smaller than the range shifts between the surface signal and the bottom signal. So these range shifts are the more sensitive to the thickness. Well, we are not the first to see this. So there's actually a paper from '91 from Lawrence Gray, where they saw time-delayed reflections in L-band airborne data of icebergs. And that paper is excellent, but if you look at their data, now range direction is from right to left, this rightmost white spot is the iceberg, and the white arrow points to the range-delayed bottom reflection. So we are not the first ones to see this, but we see it so much better with biomass polarimetry. So these icebergs are not just beautiful, we also see some different behaviors. In the middle of this image, for instance, is a case where we have a nice iceberg and its bottom reflection is fully reddish everywhere, so there's like a dihedral everywhere in this iceberg. Then this is an image that Kostas showed also already. We see a shift between surface and dihedral scattering mechanisms, or at least we believe to see that also in an ice shelf. But there are also icebergs where the range shifted bottom signal is a very sharp, more localized dihedral, which is maybe a more conventional dihedral between the bottom and the back wall of the iceberg. If you try to really understand exactly the scattering mechanism, it's still quite of a puzzle. Like whenever I thought I understood what's going on, then there was another iceberg that contradicted the idea. But I try a little first assessment, what we kind of see. Sometimes we see icebergs where the surface signal is a low entropy, low alpha surface scattering mechanism. Again, we have to keep in mind it's maybe not the real surface, but maybe the first few layers that produce a surface scattering within the firm. And these are then often the cases of icebergs that produce a very nice reddish dihedral bottom signal with a high alpha. Then there are cases where the direct iceberg surface signal looks already more like a volume, medium entropy, medium alpha. And then maybe the scattering losses are too strong and we don't penetrate and we don't get any bottom signal. However, we also find icebergs where both the iceberg surface and the bottom delayed signal are like a kind of volume scattering. Now, if I want to actually measure something about these icebergs, I played around a bit with the different polarimetric descriptors and parameters that we have. And it seemed like there's no easy combination or even no single polarimetric parameter that gives you like a value-based discrimination between the iceberg surface, the iceberg bottom, and the sea ice. So the best sort of image was always actually this kind of polarimetric visualization. And also just based on values, I was not able to generate any kind of mask, so it seemed like the 2D object that you can visually see is very important. Now iceberg detection in images was new to me. I don't have the tools as my previous speakers, so I just did a very quick and dirty semi-automatic implementation with the segment anything model. And from this, I got these kind of outlines or bounding boxes of icebergs and their bottom signal. Now, sometimes this delineation is a bit wrong. Sometimes it is quite all right. So it was a good starting point to measure something. And then from this, I show you here measured range shifts between the surface signal and the bottom signal, and then also measured lengths. So we start with the range length for a good example of an iceberg that seems to be delineated quite well. Here in the first plot, you see on the y-axis the different azimuth positions which are covered by the iceberg. These here are range lengths just in pixels, in range pixels. And we see that the blue iceberg surface signal is a bit larger, so to speak, than the replica from the bottom, and that fits to our geometry understanding. The plot on the right are then range shifts or range differences in blue between the near range edge of the surface and the near range edge of the bottom signal, and the orange for the far range edge. And here we see this difference, that we have a larger range shift for the near range edge, and that is again the understanding we also got from our scattering geometry. From this, we can infer thickness. Now this is, for this iceberg, estimated thicknesses here in the first plot based on the near range edge measurements, where we get slightly different results, whether we assume a direct bottom scattering or dihedral bottom scattering. And the second plot gives you the same based on the range shift measured from the far range edge. And for this, our geometry understanding is that the direct and the dihedral give you the same. Now that looks kind of nice. However, we observe that there's a systematic difference between the estimation based on the far range edge difference, where the thicknesses are always like 20 to 30 meters smaller than the thicknesses we get from the near range edge shift. And this seemed to be very systematic across all the icebergs I had in the data. One explanation for this is possibly the degradation of the iceberg shape over time. So according to literature, they start to be, or like at the beginning, they are apparently really a very rectangular feature in terms of vertical profile. But then the ocean waves start to erode mostly at the waterline and cut into the iceberg. Eventually, the stuff above falls off and the iceberg develops a so-called protruding foot. So the iceberg is bigger underwater than above. And this starts to erode, so all the edges get rounded off. And in our understanding, this would indeed lead to the fact that the near-range shift measurement between surface and bottom is maybe not affected, while the measurement of the range difference between the surface of the far-range edge and the bottom is indeed affected. So maybe we indeed just have a smaller thickness of the iceberg here. Now, of course, we can do this for all the icebergs in the scenes, and I basically, for each iceberg, I just averaged across the different azimuth positions that are covered by each iceberg, and we get something like this. Now, there are obvious outliers. For instance, this case here with 399 meters, that is just a very bad delineation, so our measurement is wrong. But there are other cases where the delineation looks all right, and we get thicknesses between 250 to 290 meters. Now, you might be wondering, up here at the ice shelf, is this the same kind of thing going on? Because it also looks like a range shift between a surface and a dihedral scattering mechanism. I was wondering the same, so I measured that and inverted thickness from it. And the interesting is the range shifts here are a lot smaller, first of all, compared to the icebergs, but also whether you measure here or up here on the ice shelf, and we get other thicknesses. Now, I have no idea if the scattering mechanism or geometry is maybe different at the ice shelf, but I don't know, my first assumption was that icebergs that float around so closely in front of an ice shelf should come from that ice shelf, and then they should have a more or less same thickness, which we don't see here. That brings us to the question of validation, and I don't really have a validation. I can give you just some rough numbers for the potential parent ice shelf. So there was an airborne radar sounder study quite some time ago, and they measured 200 meters ice thickness at the ice front. And then I thought, well, that's a bit long ago. Maybe I can try to do this myself. So I looked for cryosat data, found a track that is going across this ice shelf exactly within our biomass scene. However, this is from 3 months earlier, so it's different icebergs, but it's the same ice shelf. If we ignore the zigzag around the calving front, we can sort of get a freeboard measurement between the ice shelf and the ocean, and that translates to 370 meters of thickness. So now at least our icebergs are within a possible range. That brings me to, but basically only recently, very recently, understood that these icebergs actually travel quite far and long, and not just somewhere out in the ocean, but also typically very close to the coast. So we actually have no idea to know, or without tracking or something, we don't know if these icebergs are from this ice shelf or actually from quite far away. And that would explain also why we see maybe this large discrepancy in thicknesses. That brings me to my conclusion. So the crazy thing is, Biomass sees the bottom of icebergs that are 200, maybe even 300 meters thick, and a nice polarimetry allows us to discriminate between the surface and the bottom signal, which is then a link to thickness. However, it's also very clear that if you want to go to a really proper thickness retrieval, well, maybe first I need the detection tools of my previous speaker, because mine was very quick and dirty. There are still some polarimetric puzzles to be understood, and maybe some more realistic iceberg geometries to be considered. Of course, we have to think about error propagation and uncertainties, and then find a way of directly validating icebergs, because we don't know what the parent ice shelf really is. And with this, I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Jürgen. The floor is open for questions. Stefano, maybe first.
Thanks a lot, Georg. For sure, one of the coolest talk today. Just to be sure that my understanding is correct. It's the first return is Bragg.
In many cases.
Okay, then it goes down, it is mirrored, and then it is Bragg again. Is that it? Why does it go back?
Yes. Sorry. I missed.
And it goes back.
Yeah. Sorry, I missed to explain the idea behind it. Because you're right, when we think about a dihedral, right, then within the iceberg we maybe think about a back wall dihedral between the bottom and the back side of the iceberg. And that is
only at the end.
That is
at
only
the end of
exactly,
the iceberg.
and that is what there was this one image where it looks like it behaves like this. But otherwise, we see a dihedral everywhere. Kostas had exactly the same question to me, like how can there be a dihedral everywhere? So I don't have a definitive answer, but in my understanding, could be like I don't know if you call this then a depolarized dihedral or something, but a scattering between the bottom of the ice shelf and whatever scatters near the surface. Huh? So this is like a percolation zone. We have refrozen ice layers, we have refrozen ice inclusions near the surface that scatter. And so it could be a scattering mechanism between sort of the near surface layers of volume and the bottom of the iceberg.
Thanks.
More questions?
Thanks a lot, Georg. Excellent presentation. So from my understanding from the previous campaign at PBAN that we did over ice shelves and the result that we kind of saw with biomass, we were very disappointed by the penetration of the signal. And here you show that it's actually not at all, and we see very well on the images that the signal that goes to the bottom and comes back, it is really very strong, and we could go even deeper. So now there is something that I don't understand. I mean, can you comment on that? If you think that we don't model well what we see on the ice shelves, because here it looks like we can go very deep.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. The impressions we get from polarimetry, also from what we have seen in Patricia's talk of Antarctica, where the polarimetry looks like it comes from quite some deep place. This is a bit contrasting interferometric and tomographic analysis. That is true. But I think what you also have always to consider is we know that in a percolation zone, like these ice shelves, these icebergs, we have a serious amount of scattering near the surface from all these internal layers. And that's why we often get just penetration depths of 20 meters. But anyway, a little bit of signal survives, right, and goes deeper. And then it's the question, do we have an efficient scatterer somewhere down there or not? If there's just a pure glacier ice volume below, there's no contrast anymore, we just don't get anything back. But if there's a water surface below, or maybe some crazy bedrock slopes, as for Patricia, maybe then the little bit of signal that survives still comes back.
So if you were to do a tomogram over ice shelf, even if you have a problem of ambiguity, your signal should be aliased anyway, and you should see it at the wrong position, but we should see them. And from what I understood, we don't see them yet.
Yeah, I mean, the thicknesses are larger than your COM2 height of ambiguities, for instance. Yeah. And you have to also consider you have serious range shifts here, so you have to take care of that geometry if you want to do a tomogram. So maybe we just didn't expect it yet.
Yeah.
And we have to process a bit differently.
Amazing. Thanks a lot.
Another quick question. Otherwise, I'm actually quite curious to know something. What is the balance between the power coming from the first reflection, the one on the top, and the one that you find after? So it is 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times less?
Like really in terms of intensity?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't have any number for that. Mm-hmm. Just from looking at the backscatter images, it seems like kind of same order of magnitude. So there are some, like, I don't know, when you take a HV channel, there are even some cases where it appears like that the bottom reflection is actually stronger than the first reflection, because maybe there's not much HV coming from the surface.
And the balance between HH, the copolarization over the reflection, is about the same. So it's all interfaces. Scattering
the balance
and
between
refraction. right?
Sorry, the balance.
So the balance between the two copolarization, HH and VV, is about the same. So they are purdiedral, they are not mixed with something else.
This I haven't checked. I don't know. I mean, the icebergs, what I tried to sort of assess a little bit, the icebergs sometimes look quite different in polarimetry, so there's no clear answer to this. And it's also, as the question from Stefano was, it's hard to imagine a clean dihedral there. There must be something more complex. But it's true, there are some more polarimetric games to be played to understand it better.
Okay. Anyway, although this is stimulating a lot of discussion, I think we should move to the next. But thanks again, Gorga.
Thank you.
The next presentation is entitled Retrieval of Snow Water Equivalent Change over Altai from Spaceborne L-band Luton 1 INSAR data. And it's presented by Jinjiang Zhu from the National Space Science Center, Chinese Academy of Sciences. The floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you for your introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Zhou Jingtian from National Space Science Center, Chinese Academy of Sciences. Today I'm going to introduce our work on the retrieval of snow water equivalent change over Altai from spaceborne L-band Luton 1 INSAR data. I'll present our work on SWI retrieval and coherence modeling using Luton 1. My presentation is divided into those 4 main sections, including the background and the study area and the Luton 1 data, and the results and analysis of SWI retrieval and the modeling, inside coherence modeling. Finally, I will summarize. Snow water equivalent is a key parameter for hydrology and climate studies, which representing the depth of water produced if the whole of the snow pack melts. Currently, remote sensing methods still struggle to provide SWI with the sufficient spatial and temporal resolution for the hydrological applications. Since INSAR has shown great potential for high resolution and sensitivity for SWI monitoring, our work focuses on exploring the capability of L-band emission for SWI retrieval. Our study area is located at the Altai region in Xinjiang of China. As we can see from these pictures, the area ranging from the flatlands and also the mountainous areas. And it is an ideal place for SWI research because it's abundant snow resources and it's in situ snow sites. And the mean snow depth here is about 40 centimeters. And the typical snow density is 200 kilogram per cubic meter. Now let's look at the theory. The retrieval principle is based on the microwaves penetration through the snow layer and on the ground. And we can see that the delta phi, which is proportionally to the variation in SWI change. To achieve reliable results, this method relies on 3 key parameters. The long wavelength and short repeat cycle ensures a high coherence maintaining, especially in vegetated areas and heavy snowfall events. And the long-term series ensure that we can removing the influence of atmosphere. So L-band is preferred for these methods. And currently, as shown at the bottom, existing and the upcoming SAR mission the majority is the L-band, such as Luton 1 and NISAR and Rose L. which providing a solid foundation for the SWI research. Lutan 1 is the Chinese L-band mission, and we acquired the strip 1 mode, which has short repeat cycles and also high resolution. And and our data and processing chain for 2024 Altai are shown here. The table shows the acquired data, which is from January to March, with temporal baselines of 4 and 8 days. Regarding the processing chain, as we can see from the bottom figure, after we acquired the data, we obtained the unwrapped phase and the atmospheric phase using the S2 software, and then we subtract the atmospheric phase to get the C. And to remove the orbital errors, we use a 2-second polynomial fit of this D. And finally, we got the cleaned phase in E. And the correct phase was then transferred to the SWI change, as we mentioned before, that's the transformation equation. Here we see the coherence and unwrapped phase from the 2024 Lutan 1 data. We noticed that there is a significant drop in this period from February 9th to February 17th, which coincides with a heavy snowfall period from poses challenges for phase unwrapping. The left figure shows the daily changes in snow depth and air temperature at one of our stations. And consistent with the coherence drop I mentioned earlier, you can see a heavy snowfall events between February 9th and 17th, where the snow depth increases from 35 to 50 centimeters. During this period, the temperature remained well below the zero, ensuring a dry snow condition. Now let's look at the validation results. On the right, we compared the Lutan 1 retrieved data SWI with in situ measurements. For the 4-day temporal baselines with dry snow conditions period, this method achieved good results with an RMSE of 9 millimeters and a correlation coefficient of about 0.5. Those results demonstrate that L-band INSAR with a short repeat cycle can be effectively capture the SWI variations. It is worth mentioning that we compared the Lutan 1 results with the Sentinel-1 observations from previous years. The retrieval performance is consistent with a comparable correlation of 0.48, whereas the Sentinel-1's results shows slightly higher RMSE. This part of our work has been published in the cryosphere. Beyond the retrieval, we also developed a theoretical coherence model for snow-covered ground. Because we want to understand and explore why the heavy snowfall events leads to such a huge decorrelation. As shown in this geometry figure, we model the repeat paths or backscattering signals for a single resolution cell. Those signals are formulated using the equation on the bottom. And we assume the snow surface and ground surface follow joint Gaussian probability distributions. So this model incorporates the RMS height and also the correlation length. And a key parameter, the cross correlation coefficient of snow. This parameter can characterize the variability of snow surface between two observations. On this slide, we present the simulation results for L-band INSAR coherence. The table shows the model configuration. And the basic parameter was based on Lutan-1, and the snow and ground parameter was based on the previous studies and the airborne LiDAR observations. To verify the model, as we can see in the center figure, we compared the geometric decorrelation with established Zebker's results. Both models exhibit a decreasing trend as the angle difference increases, confirming the reliability of our approach. Finally, we can see the right figure. We show the sensitivity analysis of the CD and the roughness sigma. So we can see that it is evidence that the higher the CD and lower the sigma, we have higher the correlation. This allows us to move forward to the experimental validation. Now we validate our model using the Lutan-1 observed coherence and the LiDAR-derived parameters. As shown in here, the input parameters like the sigma d and the RMS height and the correlation length of snow are derived from the LiDAR measurements. And then we optimize this parameter in each INSAR pair. And we can see that it has a drop in the heavy snowfall events and also in the melting snow periods. And this shows that this parameter can capture the change of the snow surface. Finally, based on the optimization, we got the coherence validation, shows a very high correlation, which is 0.7. This demonstrates that our model is physically reliable. To conclude, our work demonstrates 3 key points. First, we achieved a good SWI retrieval accuracy with an RMSE of 9 mm for Lutan-1 4-day temporal baselines. Second, the coherence model confirms that the parameter can be a physical indicator of snow surface change. And overall, this proves the potential of the short revisit L-band data, like NISAR and ROSE-L, for the operational SWI monitoring. And moving forward, we will focus on investigating meteorological and environmental impacts on the INSAR SWI retrieval, and also analyze other model parameters to figure out the reason. That's all my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
We have time for questions.
Hello. Thanks for the interesting presentation. That the Lutan data looks very promising. I think I didn't fully understand the role of this CD parameter, so this correlation coefficient of the snow in your model. Is it about capturing temporal changes in the snow height, or is it about changes in the snow properties, or only the variation within the estimation window? What is it meant to describe?
Thank you for your question. It is about the similarity between the 2 observations of snow surfaces.
That's similarity like on a pixel level, or in what means similarity, in which way?
This parameter is ranged from 0 to 1. It's the peak coefficient of the snow surface.
Thank you. I maybe have to look into it more.
Thank you for your question.
Yeah, thank you. Very nice study. And I think Luton looks very good, promising, because you only have 4 days temporal decorrelation in principle, or temporal kind of. So you have a very high coherences, which is very great actually here for Alpine. My question is, did you check also on topographic variations? Because now what you have is a surface and then you have snow on top. How does it look like if you have topographic variation beneath the snow? Do you get the same good results in estimating SWE or not? And then the second question would be, because I saw you have HH and VV, do you have some differences when you do it in H or VV?
Thank you for your question. For the second question, we didn't use the polarization information in our study. And for the first question, I'm sorry, I'm not fully understand. So can you?
So you could have a flat surface, but you can also have topography beneath, let me say, the snow.
Okay.
So do you have some, or do you have a test site where you saw some differences here? Because our experience is you see some differences in the accuracy of estimation SWE.
You mean the SWE retrieval is, the accuracy of SWE retrieval is different from different topography? Yeah, that is true. In the mountainous area, the accuracy will not good as the flat areas, which means SWE retrieval will affected by the slope. And in my study, now I'm not consider the slope factors. But thank you for your question, and I think I will consider these factors in future studies. Thank you.
And now, for something completely different, we move to much warmer waters, much different targets, plastic. And I'm happy to welcome Giovanni Anaticano from Istituto Nazionale di Geofisica e Vulcanologia. You see, it helps being Italian when the institution is Italian. And the title of the talk is Multi-Frequency Dual Polarization SAR Data for Plastic Marine Litter Identification. Giovanni, the floor is yours.
Hello everyone and welcome to this talk. Today I'll be presenting the results of our work about using multi-frequency dual polarization SAR data for plastic marine litter identification. So, okay, before diving into the details of this work, let me first provide you with a bunch of keywords to have just a generic overview of this study. So, plastic waste accounts for up to 80% of all marine pollution, heavily affecting ecosystems and contributing to the formation of plastic islands. Unfortunately, monitoring these accumulations is quite challenging because they are continuously moving, but we are quite lucky because we have satellite data. Satellite data allows you to have a large-scale observation, but the problem is that current methods are mainly focused on the use of optical data, which are affected by the sunlight and weather conditions. So our approach combines the use of multi-frequency dual polarization data collected with different resolution and geometry with an in-situ experiment we conducted in a controlled marine environment. The analysis also focused on the application of some polarimetric techniques because we wanted to better characterize the scattering behavior of these accumulations. So, based on this, we defined the different research objectives. So currently, the use of SAR data for this kind of application is limited to a very few cases. So in this work, we use X-band and C-band dual polarization SAR data to answer a key question. how is identification affected by different sensor parameters such as acquisition mode, polarization, spatial resolution, and so on? And more specifically, how can SAR polarimetry help in this task? Answering these questions would allow us to derive an optimal SAR acquisition configuration and scattering characterizations. So from a theoretical point of view, rough surfaces are characterized by higher intensity values. That's why they appear bright in a SAR image. On the contrary, flat surfaces reflect most of the signal away from the sensor, and that's why in a SAR image they appear dark. So the image on the left was collected by ISI over the experimental site we are considering in our study, and this image describes well this behavior, even though I didn't include this image in the analysis I'm presenting today because ISI only provides single polarization data. So as you can see, C surface behaves like a flat surface, so that's why it appears black. While objects like ships appear brighter. And what about Plastic Island? As you can see from the purple box in the image, the Plastic Island is supposed to increase the sea surface roughness, thus resulting in higher intensity values compared to the surrounding water. At this point, which information can we get from using dual polarization SAR data? The starting point is the generation of the covariance matrix. Then we derive the eigenvalues from the covariance matrix, which also allows us to apply the famous alpha entropy decomposition. And this result provide us with some physical insight into the scattering mechanisms we can observe over our site of interest. And also we can have some information about the characteristics of the target. We then move to the Stokes vector formalism, which well describes the polarimetric feature space, including both intensity and interchannel phase information. And based on the Stokes parameters, we can derive the degree of polarization, and also we can extract the three scattering, contribution, surface, double bounce, and volume using the Mickey decomposition. Regarding the experimental campaign, basically it consisted of a small floating plastic island measuring 30 meters by 3 meters, which was deployed in the Gulf of La Spezia in Italy. The experiment setup consisted of 4 phases during which we collected the plastic objects, we assembled together the plastic objects, and then the plastic island was placed at the sea using 2 buoys. In parallel, we collected multi-frequency SAR data acquired by the X-band Cosmos Skymed second generation and C-band Sentinel-1 missions having different characteristics such as polarization, resolution, and so on. So let's start with the results obtained using the Cosmos Skymed images. In this case, we were quite lucky because we were able to acquire 2 images having same acquisition mode, same incidence angle, same resolution, but different polarization. The red, green, and blue boxes refer to plastic-covered and plastic-free areas. And by visually expecting the copolarization intensity images on the left, especially the one from April 21, we can see that the plastic covered area is characterized by higher intensity values with respect to the surrounding water. In particular, we can notice that HH has a larger number of pixels with high intensity values with respect to VV, and this result is further confirmed by looking at the intensity histograms extracted from the plastic covered and plastic free areas. In fact, you can see that HH outperforms VV, and also the plastic signal is well above the Cosmos Skymed noise floor. I didn't put this result on this slide, but we also found that copolarization generally is better than cross-polarization. Now let's move to some polarimetric results. Here you can see the eigenvalues extracted from the covariance matrix, and as you can see, the first eigenvalue is consistently different with respect to the second one, indicating that there is a dominant scattering mechanism within the observed scene. We then compared the total power extracted from the covariance matrix with the sum of the two eigenvalues. These two plots here allows us to have a clearer view of the differences between the plastic covered and plastic free areas, also allowing us to preliminarily identify a threshold that can be used to distinguish between them. In fact, if you look, for example, at this plot here, you can see that all the pixels are ordered starting from the one having lower values corresponding to water until the ones that are characterized by higher values corresponding to the plastic. Then we applied the alpha entropy decomposition, and as you can see, looking at the alpha plane, there are a few pixels in the lower left region of the plane which are characterized by low entropy and low alpha. And this behavior is further confirmed by looking at the same result applied to the obtained from the second Cosmos SkyMed image. As you can see, in this case, we can see a larger number of pixels having low values for both alpha and entropy, and this confirms the results we obtained from the eigenvalue analysis, because this indicates that again, we have a dominant and well-defined scattering mechanism, even though at this stage we are not able to say which is the nature of this scattering contribution we are observing here. That's why we applied the Mickey decomposition to the images. Let me first point out that in contrast with the case in which we can use full polarization data, when applying this decomposition to dual polarization data, we should be careful in interpreting the results. However, as you can see from the lower panel, the surface and double bonds contribution seem to be the dominant contribution within the scene, and this result is further supported by the fact that the copolarization is better than cross-polarization. In fact, if you look at the volume contribution, you can see that it is almost negligible with respect to the other two contributions, probably indicating that we are still having some minor depolarization effect within the plastic covered area. Now, regarding the results obtained using the Sentinel-1 data, I'm just showing some of the results we obtained, because the analysis for the Sentinel-1 data was quite challenging because of the small sizes of the plastic island with respect to the spatial resolution of the Sentinel-1 images. But we can notice something interesting in looking at the red box in the VV intensity image. In this case, we are not identifying plastics, but we are probably identifying the two buoys we used to put the plastic island at the sea. And the same pattern is observed looking at the eigenvalues analysis. So just to conclude, the plastic island is characterized by higher intensity values with respect to the surrounding water. This is because, again, the plastic items changes the sea surface, especially under calm sea conditions. Then the copolarization outperforms the cross-polarization, with HH showing higher sensitivity to plastic objects with respect to VV. And our hypothesis is that surface and double bounce mechanisms are likely the dominant mechanisms within the plastic covered areas. Although we can still find a mix of both of them. So future work will include new experiments and the acquisition of additional data, hopefully including quad polarimetric data. And what can help will be having dedicated Sentinel-1 strip map acquisitions over both sea and ocean. And finally, some of the results I showed during this presentation are included in a paper we submitted last week. So we hope it will be published soon. So thank you.
Thank you, Giovanni. Plenty of time for questions. Okay, Irina.
I think everybody's getting tired now, right? Okay, yeah, I have always questions. Great. So thank you very much, actually. I really like this. It's a very nice study, and it's good to see what you can do. I mean, in your case, it's probably just a comment and not really a question. I think in your case, you have still real plastic bottles, right, which has a shape. Normally, we know that, I mean, when you have plastic islands, they are much more, the material that you have is already degraded, which means you have very, very smaller pieces of the plastic, which is much, much more difficult to to see. And in your case, you had a very high resolution image too, right? Which makes it also easier, actually. So you have all the ideal condition, let me say, in order to try to identify this. But my question is a little bit, would you do also further analysis where you do different types of plastic, more degraded and less spatial resolution? I don't know. Just to
Yes, so future experiments will be conducted. Thank you for your question first. Next experiment will be conducted to not only detect plastic objects, but what we want to do is how can we discriminate plastic objects from other floating objects such as wood, algae, and so on. And the situation is quite challenging because each object is characterized by its own dielectric properties. So that's something we are looking on in the future. So yes.
Yeah, I could think what is also interesting to separate between natural and non-natural, let me say, because what you get when it's really degraded plastic, you get this viscosity is different over the ocean.
Yes.
And to also discriminate these, this would be also very interesting. Yeah. If this is possible with SAR, I don't know. I'm just saying it would be great.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Thank you.
More questions?
Just as a follow-up, I guess there's rather large plastic islands in the ocean, and they should be well visible. Are there any studies on that? And I guess, yeah, you had quite a small, so maybe ideal conditions, but quite small patch of plastic.
Yes, yes, that's why in the future we are thinking about also increasing the sizes of the plastic island, also to be compatible with the Sentinel-1 spatial resolution. Because in our idea is to develop a, let's say, detection approach. So that's something that we are working on, and maybe in the future we can, yes.
Thanks.
Still time for question, actually. And
as a matter of experiment, maybe you can put some plastic in the ocean and then try to detect it, or just not to pollute the ocean, but just to see if you can control the experiment, detect it.
Yes, that's why let me say that let me go back. Okay, the plastic island we deployed at the sea was just left on the sea for 18 days to avoid degradation problems and so on. So Maybe in the future we can conduct some experimental campaign in the ocean. I don't know. Yeah.
Thank you.
And well, since you are very efficient answering, I think there is time for one more. And if nobody does, I do. Ah, finally. One thing, these images are taken at different times, right? Yeah. Okay. The sea is quite low. It's at like minus 20 dB looks. Would be interesting to see when the sea is higher, what happened? Do you still see the plastic and going brighter, or is the plastic going lower? Is it dampening or is it enhancing? So, but you don't have other images, right? This is what you have.
Yes.
All right.
Yes, but we are also investigating the use of electromagnetic model because we want to better characterize which are the intensity values we can observe over the sea. So probably we can also include this kind of analysis looking at the model.
Yes, and another thing, because you talk about double bounce, you think it's double bounce. We can chat later about that. But one thing that you could do to check it, if you trust that the plastic didn't change between the two, is to see the balance between the HH and VV. If the HH is stronger, then you are right. If the VV is stronger, then it's surface.
Yes.
Because with this data you cannot tell, they're not coherent.
Yes.
But we can talk later.
Okay.
I think we should close it here.
Okay.
Thanks again for the presentation.
The last presentation in this session is on preliminary multi-frequency wave spectrum analysis using Sentinel-1, SAOCOM-1, and biomass observations along the coast.
Here.
And it will be presented by Paco Lopez Deca from the Delft University of Technology.
Thank you, that's me. And the title of the presentation was something longer, but I reduced it to Biomass versus the Ocean. Or maybe I should have called it Things That We Understand and Many Things We Don't. And what I'm going to do is show you images. And this is what I'll do. I'll start with some images, show you some images, and then I'll try to see if we understand a bit what we see. And the answer is no. And then we will do the hobby of the people, ocean people looking at chart data, which is try to look at the waves through cross spectra. So I'll try to explain this quickly. And then I will transition to nice images again, and then we will be happy to leave. So I start with, I think they're somewhat boring, these ones. But they're still nice, and I could have made them nicer by playing with dynamic range. You can always enhance things. And what you see here is just 3 images over a particular region, 3 different days. If you are not looking at the oceans, then you live this boring life that everything looks the same every time, but the oceans every time give you a different spectacle. You can see atmosphere, and if you are into atmospheric sciences, you would be very excited because you see cold pools. So these are these fronts of clouds where there's rain falling, and so these are very exciting for atmospheric people. You can always see them. But for me, this image is a bit boring because if you look at Sentinel-1 for the same scene, you would see much more. So Sentinel-1 would highlight these atmospheric features better than what you see here in biomass. So that's not super nice. That was HH. If I go to VV, what happens is what I expect. We are black scatter dominated over water. We expect more V-polarized signal than H-polarized signal. It looks as it should. So nothing more to say about this. Now let's switch to something nice. So there is an image you can read in Guinea, and you can see all kinds of things. And I was talking to my colleagues at the university, but also the colleagues at the Ifremer, and we are still discussing what we are seeing. So that's nice. We don't really know. The big patterns is typically wind. So wind drives waves, more backscatter. So that's the easy part. The mysterious thing is this soup of noodles of spaghetti that you see everywhere. I have a clever PhD who somehow knew that this is an area characterized by internal waves on the ocean, so waves between a warm, light layer and denser water below. So this area is known for that. So the hypothesis that we are seeing these internal waves, so the spaghetti would be internal waves. I'm not 100% convinced, but in any case, it's a very nice image. And when I was preparing this presentation, I wasted a lot of time just looking at the images because they are also nice. Now, things you can do, you can look at the coherence between HH and VV. It's 1. And this is what you expect if something is dominated by a single scattering mechanism in Bragg. So this behaves as it should. Then you can look at something less boring, which is the polarization ratio, the difference between VV and HH. And you also see what you expect. So VV is higher, we can see it in the image. You can see a bit of gradient from near range to far range on the right. The polarization ratio increases, and that's what the theory tells us. So everything behaves as it should in that chapter. No, I should stay here. No, I should go here. Yeah, I go here. Now you're seeing the cross-pole, and these are data which have not been compensated for ionosphere and Faraday rotation. So in principle, I was expecting not to show any cross-pole because and in most of the images you can actually see that it's Faraday rotated copole showing up as copole. But this one looks good because the cross-pole is looking different to the copole. You see different features, so for sure we are seeing different scattering mechanisms. Some things are gone, so some in this region, for example, it seems like a lot of this cloudy looking thing is gone. So you can see now this for sure look like internal waves on the ocean, so they become more clear. Also over here you see things which are different. And I think what you're seeing really is the quality of the instrument, because we are seeing a very weak signal. So I would typically expect not much cross-pole at P-band over the ocean, and you still see it, but that's because we have this enormous sensitivity. So anything you have, you're going to see. And now something nice, if you zoom in, then you can see a ship showing up in cross-pole and almost not visible in the copole, and that's a contrast question. So that's what you expect. So cross-pole is good for ship detection, also at P-band. You can see that you can actually see the wake of the ship in the copole, and it looks like a dark line in the cross-pole. So it's a different story. So that's kind of nice. Cannot explain what it is, but it's nice. And then I tried to do some theory. So this is our standard way of modeling scattering over the ocean. So we have 3 contributions. Typically, it's a toy model, but that's how we do it. The dominant mechanism is typically Bragg. Then if you have breaking waves, they contribute to the scattering, but I'm going to hypothesize that at P-band you should not see too much coming from breaking waves because there are small-scale stuff that with your very long wavelength shouldn't really show up. And for the same reason, I'm discarding specular scattering, even though at those angles of incidence, we are 22 degrees for C-band, it's an important part of the signal. I'm assuming that for P-band it will not, and that may be one of the things that is wrong in the model, but that's what we do. So we can then write the typical math for the model, and this is following literature with all kinds of terms, which you can all describe. And then, so this would not be a toy model if you put all the terms, but I simplified it. I kept only the first 2, making it a real toy model. And so you have your pure Bragg modulated by the tilt of by the slopes of the larger waves in your typical 2-scale model fashion. And then you can look at your Bragg component, and then you can identify terms of relevance. There is a geometric term, which depends on the electric constant of water and on the geometry. And then there is your wave spectrum at the Bragg resonant frequency. So these are the 2 things controlling the scattering, and then we can look into them. So if I go to the next slide, the geometric term tells me what we know. So the solid lines are for P-band, the other ones are for C-band. For comparison, the term for V polarization is much larger, a couple of dB larger than for H, and that justifies why you have this difference. Even at 22 degrees, if you go to to larger angles of incidence, the difference increases. This is something we should know. The other part is the wave spectrum. That's for me the interesting part. So what you're seeing here, and if you're not familiar with ocean waves, this is the omnidirectional wave spectrum. So you're looking at the energy in the waves at different scales, integrating over all directions. And then you see that you have more energy at longer waves. It's not super intuitive, so if you don't know it, you don't know it, so you can learn it. When waves grow, it is not like your 2-meter waves become taller. What happens is that there is a cascade of energy towards longer waves. So the waves grow longer, and the longer waves are large. But the waves at a particular scale tend to stay the same size. So that's what you see over here. Higher winds will push the peak of the spectrum farther to the left, towards longer waves, but the common part of the spectrum stays sort of the same. And to look at this a bit better, we can look at the curvature spectrum, which removes the slope, and it enhances a bit things. And then you can see what's happening at a typical band, C-band, or if you were to X-band, you would move a bit to the right. At these short Bragg resonant wave numbers, we have a lot of sensitivity to wind. Yeah, so more wind, more roughness at those scales, and that's why C-band, X-band, the KU band are good frequencies to measure wind from space because of this sensitivity. At P-band, and at 22 degrees, you are looking at meter waves, and the theory tells us that they don't really change too much with the wind. So if I look at this, I would say I should not see wind in the images. I either should see nothing because there are no meter waves, or I should see some kind of constant signal because I have the waves. So this would be my zero-order hypothesis. It's a bit more complicated when you put it into the model. You can generate curves. I have to click a bit more. And there are too many lines for you to follow, and also for me. But if you just follow one color, you see that for P-band, I'm expecting much less variation of the NRCS with the wind than for C-band. Yeah, so there is less sensitivity to wind, and now we can see if that's true. So what I did is I took all of the data that I had for the commissioning phase, which is about 60 acquisitions, not too much, certainly not enough, and I binned them by wind speed and wind direction according to ERA 5 reanalysis data with all the problems of that. And then I accumulated histograms, and then I did the median, because the median typically nicer than other statistics. And then the next slide will show you how little I know about the ocean, because this is what I get. So this is my toy model, and this is what I see in this very, very limited analysis with very little data. I think any resemblance with the theory is by chance. Some things are not too bad, so more wind, more scattering in general, but there is a trend, but not very clear. More wind, I predict a lower polarization ratio, and that I see in the data, and that makes sense. So the model says that, you see that in the data, so that's sort of comforting that not everything is wrong, but we are definitely seeing more signal than what I would expect from a simple model, and maybe the answer is that because the model is too simple, but it's still a bit of a surprise. Okay, and now I'm going to switch topics completely to something different. If you ask an ocean SAR person what they do with SAR data, the first thing they tell you is look at the images, and the second, compute cross spectra to look at waves. So I said, let's do that too with Biomass, and this is a bit what we do. So we do some pre-processing, doesn't really matter. We generate sublooks, typically with a separation in between, and in the Doppler domain, different Dopplers could correspond to different times, so you generate a pair of images with lower resolution, which over the ocean doesn't matter, because the effective resolution over the ocean is limited by the decorrelation anyway. So you have a pair of images or more, with a temporal lag in between, and then you compute cross spectra with your favorite spectral estimation tool. And what you're going to have is that the amplitude of the spectra is giving you information about the amplitude of the waves at that wave number, with a complicated mapping from ocean wave spectra to SAR intensity. And that's a complicated story, but there is a mapping from one to the other. And the phase of the cross spectra is telling us something about the motion of the waves. So you can see how the waves propagate in the time between the looks. And in this case, because it's P-band, we have a long aperture, so that the time between the looks is in the order of 2.4 seconds, if I did the math correctly. So this is what we do. I can show you an example with Sentinel-1 data. And you can see, I hope, from the back tube, you can see some swell. So you see more or less these vertical stripes. There are waves propagating from left to right or from right to left. And this would be the magnitude of the cross spectrum computed for that. And if you look carefully, somewhere you can see two peaks. And there's always two peaks, because these are real value things. When you do a Fourier transform, you get always the positive and the negative. And the peaks will tell you where the swell system is. So you can look at the wavelength of your swell. And the phase will tell you the direction of the motion. And in fact, you can estimate the velocity of the wave by looking at how the phase changes between the two sublooks. So this is for C-band. If I go to P-band, what do I expect? I expect to see the same, because the modulation of the SAR image by the waves has nothing to do primarily with the wavelength. It's a SAR processing artifact which behaves the same at all frequencies. So I would expect this works nicely at P-band. So I did it, and if this goes, there is another image. And then I put, what I do is I took pretty big areas, so like 50 kilometers by whatever the swath width is of biomass, and then I took a few of those, and then I did that for many, many images, but I'm only showing you a couple. And what we see, and if you have not looked at many of those, then you don't see too much. But if you have seen many of those, then what you see is a pretty good-looking cross-spectrum. So it looks very clean. In fact, it looks cleaner than what I'm used to see with Sentinel-1, so which is a bit of a surprise because I expect to see the same, but this may be just luck. But I've seen many, many spectra that look very nice. You can see very clearly your swell system. In this case, I'm showing the imaginary part of the spectrum, which is what the ocean people do, and they look nicer because you can really read where your peaks are, and then you have this always change of color because you're picking up the direction. And they look good, and they look consistent. So this is this would be a swell system going in this direction, or maybe in the other direction, because I didn't look at the sign. But it's very consistent over the entire image, which is more or less what you tend to expect. The swell systems are large, then they're quite consistent. So this works, is the conclusion. We can do cross spectra with biomass. They look actually very nice. You have much less resolution in range, so you miss a lot of the wave numbers in the range direction because of your limited resolution, but for many things it's actually quite nice. So then I can put another one, and I put this one because I wanted to have another example, but I'm really not interested in the spectra anymore, and you shouldn't be neither. I'm interested in the image itself. And so I just look at the image, and this is, for me, a puzzle, because what I see is I will maybe put an ingredient of the puzzle. This is my ERA 5 wind model, which says no wind. So if there is no wind, there shouldn't be waves, and there shouldn't be anything. So I would expect a dark image. And instead, we see these patches of very bright, a lot of signal coming back, but very localized. And we more or less can recognize that this must be atmospheric convection. So even if the mean wind is very low, convection will develop, and it will generate locally strong winds associated maybe with rain or whatever. And these local phenomena are strong enough to generate these waves, which need some time. You need a 10 meter per second wind will take 5 minutes to generate 1 meter wave. So you need quite some wind and quite something happening for this to happen. So it's actually a puzzle that we are seeing these things, and I've never seen such a thing with Sentinel-1, but this could be just luck. Then I have a present for you. This is a bad image, and if I zoom in a bit, you can see why it is bad. Now it's bad because it has all kinds of issues, but it has a lot of uncorrected ionosphere. I don't know if you can correct this ionosphere, but it's nice because if you do a spectral analysis, it should show up. Right? So I expect to see this line showing up in my cross-spectral analysis. The spectra does not know that I'm looking at the ionosphere instead of looking at ocean waves, so I'm going to see it back. And then I can zoom in a bit into my cross-spectra. And then I'm seeing these things, so I'm seeing 2 peaks. There's always 2 peaks associated to a single wave modulation. This is about 1 kilometer, so definitely not swell, or very likely not swell. Obviously, we are seeing the modulation of intensity by the ionosphere, so we can justify this by the ionosphere, but I think the cool thing is that I'm seeing the motion of the ionosphere between the 2 sublooks. So it's either a processing artifact or the entire ionosphere is moving, and we know the ionosphere moves, so for me it's plausible that we are seeing the motion of the ionosphere. So I don't know if you like it, but I like it. So I'm going back to the last part, which was more nice images. These are 2 images somewhere close to Chile. And what you see here is the ocean. And so you are seeing eddies in the ocean surface, so surface velocity gradients. When a wave goes over a gradient of surface current, it needs to change direction. That affects the wave. The wave needs to accommodate, and it will change its amplitude. It will change its shape. Maybe it will break. Yes, I'm almost done. And therefore, you expect to see that. And when we model this, we can easily generate this kind of signatures in a model at any band of interest because we know that surface current gradients are modifying the waves. But I've looked at many, many, many Sentinel-1 images, and you have to be very lucky to see this. And I'm seeing this now all the time with the biomass data. And this could be luck, because we happen to be in areas where we have a lot of that. I think it's because biomass itself, because of the longer wavelength, you are less sensitive to wind features, and therefore you can see better the modulation of the backscatter by the ocean itself. So for me, this is what I'm seeing, a nice tool to monitor ocean eddies and fronts, although I still see superimposed the atmosphere on there. And that was the end of the talk, without content, but nice images, I hope. So this is the outlook, which you can read, a nice image to complete the show. My request to Klaus is please, many more of those. I think the main reason why we want them is because we like to look at nice data, but also because we try to model what we see with the radar for the oceans, and then we can develop a model and make it work at C-band or make it work at X-band. But if the same model doesn't work at P-band, it means that we don't have it right. So having this new window allows us to test whether what we are modeling makes sense or not. So for me, it's a great tool to see if we really understand and if our, so the base of the models we use for C-band or for my Harmony mission, they should be more or less frequency agnostic, but I'm quite sure they are not because they've been tuned. So for me, this is an opportunity to check if things are working by looking at different frequencies. And yeah, more data, please. And it's very enjoyable. That was it.
Questions?
Thank you very much. I would like just to ask you something out of curiosity. When you have the spectrum of LFOIL, you started calculating from 3 meters per second. Because lower, I think that LFOIL cannot work in a way that you don't have waves because of the friction velocity, etc.
Yeah.
In the beginning, when you show the toy model, you have the break pattern. Is it possible, I don't know, it's just a question, because of any possible swell to have a tilting area, that this tilting area generate the backscatter that the model cannot predict when we're going to use something easy as a spectrum, while the real data gives back these high backscatter values?
So the first part of which was not the question, but I agree. So we below a certain wind.
I don't know if something happens in the low velocities that could explain it.
I don't think swell will do it because the slopes of swell are nothing, right? These are very long waves, and even if you put a couple of meters of wave height, the slopes are so little that they shouldn't do anything. So you need some roughness to get some scattering. And the swell will modulate the roughness, like the long waves modulate the thing. In fact, what you see is that in the toy model, most of the variation with the wind is not coming from the Bragg component, but by the modulation of the Bragg component by the larger waves. So the larger waves do something, for sure, and they are relevant. I don't think swell does it.
Okay. Thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot. Very beautiful presentation.
I agree. But it's not me, it's just the instrument.
Since you confirmed that the wind is way weaker, do you have expectation about the current estimation the estimation of the currents that we can get from biomass?
That would be indeed my game. When I planned this, I thought I'm going to look at the Doppler too, and then I gave out because to get currents, I think you need the Doppler. And the problem is that P-band, the Doppler, I don't think you can estimate a good Doppler, because to estimate the Doppler, you're fighting the Doppler bandwidth. The Doppler bandwidth depends on the antenna size. It's frequency independent, so more or less the Doppler bandwidth of biomass is the same as for Sentinel-1 or for ALOS. All these things are similar, but the Doppler signal that you're trying to capture scales with the wavelength, so it disappears in your noise. So, okay, that's very pessimistic. Maybe if you average over a long place, you will start seeing something. I don't know. But it's always the same exercise. If you want to get the current, you first need to estimate the contribution to the Doppler from the waves, and then subtract it, and then see what's left over. I think probably P-band is not the right frequency for that, and C-band is, and that's why I have this other shirt. But,
okay, thanks.
So as Doppler does not give us the signal that we would like, or maybe you still have to dig into the details a bit, but all the ocean windows we have defined, or nearly all the ocean windows, were based on this assumption that we will see a nice Doppler signal and we will do something on currents. So would you change these ocean windows now? Because you also ask for more data. So should we collect more data over the current sites?
Klaus, I've been told today that I should not jump to conclusions and present them as statements. I don't know. And so first we should check what the performance is on the Doppler. I don't expect much, but we should check first, and then we can talk. But yeah, okay, I'll give you a better answer. So let me go back to one slide. You see the currents in the backscatter. So even if you have no Doppler, you can identify patterns in the currents very directly by looking at the backscatter. This is well understood. And if I were right about that we are seeing this much better, which is based on anecdotal evidence, you have 60 acquisitions, they maybe just by chance look good. But based on that, it looks like you see that this would be textbook examples of modulation of the backscatter by surface currents. So in that sense, maybe we stay there. Maybe not, but maybe yes.
If I could ask a question? Paco. Oh, is there somebody from the audience? Otherwise, Paco, if I can ask a question. Regarding surfactants, I assume you don't see them in images because the roughness is, that you are interested in will be too big to be killed by surfactants.
I think we saw oil spills in one of the images.
Right.
Yeah,
You
I think, and I was as surprised as you.
Yeah.
But in the end, you look at an image, it looks something looks like something dark, and then it looks like an oil spill, but it may be whatever, right? I think we see them, yes, and that's a surprise because I agree with you. The 1 meter waves should not be done. So it tells you how little we understand.
Yeah, indeed. It tells that there is more there that we need to understand. This is cool. So if there is no other question from the audience, thank you again, Paco, for the presentation. And we can close the session here. I think we all can agree that it was very exciting, from very cold to warm, very different things. And I hope all agree that we are all very happy about this new toy that we have in space, and we need to understand better what is coming out of that. If you have any recommendation regarding cryosphere or ocean and you would like to pass to Isa, please contact us outside the venue. And I pass the ball to
And before you are free to leave, all the session chairs are reminded that they have to provide recommendations from their session and a summary of their session. To Magda.
So thanks again, and I hope I'll see all of you at the dinner tonight.